Hello everybody, good afternoon and welcome to Croft for the second day of this first live streamed event of the 750 Motor Club season. And we've already got cars on track for a qualifying session, more about that in a moment. My name's Ian Simon and Josh Barrett here with me in the commentary box to talk you through all of today's action. We'll hear from Chris Stevens as well down in the pits during the course of the day. So that's the venue for today, Croft 2.1 miles, the circuit that's been running in this formation for more than 2 decades now, and it's a great favourite of the drivers, a real challenge with a mix of fast and slow corners. And the forecast for today is for it to stay dry, and similar, I think, to what we've got now, which is overcast with just a bit of brightness coming through, not much in the way of wind, so I think the weather is just going to stay pretty much consistent throughout the afternoon. So we've got a busy day of racing coming up for you. We have 8 races in all for the AIM-Shock Mazda 7 Championship, the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, and also the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship as well, which is a 2-hour race which will round out the afternoon's racing. That will get underway at 3:30, but for the moment the cars are out on track for their qualifying session, and Josh Barrett alongside me in the commentary box. Always a big event to look forward to, the opening round of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship season. Absolutely right, Ian, and an exciting entry here for the opening round at Croft Circuit. Lots of top-class cars, more than half the entry actually within Class A this weekend. So there's big, fast cars, there's new cars out there, there's new drivers, and then lots of returning cars and drivers, and a bit of a mixture of some returning drivers but in different cars, and we'll come to that over the course of firstly this 30-minute qualifying session and then later on their 2-hour race. And this Croft circuit, which isn't particularly easy to overtake on corners like this through the Jim Clark S, is really fast, as you can see there. But when you catch lap traffic at that point of the lap, it is very difficult to overtake, and that is what adds to the excitement of these types of races. But in this qualifying session, trying to find a bit of clear track with something in the excess of 30 cars on the circuit is not going to be easy. No, that's right. With 31 cars we have out there circulating at the moment, we were expecting a few more than that. For those of you who have downloaded the digital programme, or maybe you haven't yet done so, you can do so at 750mc.co.uk, 750mc.co.uk for the entry list and timetable and information about the day's racing. A few drivers, as one goes wide, they'll pick up on that in a moment, that aren't going to take part today. So there's no Chris Freeman in car number 4, he is unwell. We've also lost the 90 Mazda MX-5 of Daniel Irving and Alan Henderson, which was quick in testing, I believe. We've lost 92, Phil Nibb and Andrew Rath, 97, Magdalena King and Amy Riley, 117, Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones, in the 251 car of Leslie Charnocker, all going to be absent, unfortunately. So a fewer cars than we were expecting, but still a very good field, more than 30, as we've said. And although there are 3 different classes, it is Class A that is dominant in terms of numbers during the course of this weekend. Yes, and I'm sure that's going to make an interesting race come later on, particularly with our 3-time reigning champions out in a new car. Rob Baker and Cole Swift are back again, but they're not with the Sayat. They've been racing with so much success over the last 3 years. They've only not won 4 times over the last 3 years, but they've got a new car this weekend, a Volkswagen Golf, which is a car that they've converted from a road car into a racer, and it's going to be one to watch. It won on the road yesterday in Road Sports on its first outing, but they did receive a track limit penalty, which meant they lost that result. But that's certainly going to be a car to watch, and if you were watching Road Sports yesterday, that was a very competitive race. But there's lots of cars out there today which weren't racing yesterday. The car we see on our screens now was out there yesterday. This is the car shared between James Collins, making his 750 Motor Club debut, was pretty quick yesterday, with Nigel Greensall,
such an experienced driver. So that's a pretty good lineup, because James did a pretty good job yesterday, only a couple of seconds off Nigel's pace.
Yep, so that's certainly one to look out for. We are only, about 4 laps into this session so far. Fastest at the moment is the number 27 Cupra of Mark Grice and William Beach. Been competing in Club Enduro for a few seasons now. We see on screen the number 48 car of Will Stacey, Josh.
It's leaking fluid. It might be just fuel. There's a lot, though, going out on the road, going through Hawthorne, so we'll watch this. But William Stacey, who's had a pretty interesting time in Club Enduro. I think it was here at Croft here last year. He was a race winner, but it seems to be either that car wins or doesn't finish. But it's certainly leaking something. It looks like fuel, but you would expect it not to be in a full tank here in qualifying, so I'm not quite sure why that's happening. It's a Rob Boston run car. It doesn't seem to be affecting it particularly for Will Stacey, the driver who is 7th quickest at the moment in the session.
Yeah, did indeed win here at Croft last season, his only win of the year, so we'll see how that pans out for Will Stacey. Second fastest at the moment is that Rob Baker and Carl Swift Golf, which has been mentioned already. That's car number 1, and then third fastest at the moment is the Ginetta G20 of Alec Livesley and Adam Bessel. They're 3/4 of a second off the pole position time at the moment.
Yeah, that's the closed cockpit car. I presume that's the car we've seen Neil Primrose race in the past, but that's a pair of quick drivers, isn't it? And Will Stacey's coming into the pit, so this might be one for Chris Stevens down there in the pit lane to investigate, because I think this car is probably not all that well. Will Stacey then into the pits. Another car that's slow is our returning Class C champion, Joel Oswick, but in a different car in this BMW M4, which was quickest in testing on Friday. He did a 1:27.7 in the session so far. He's only done a 29.2, 5th quickest, but that car equally seems to be in strife. The BMW M4, prepared by German Autoworks.
Yeah, it's a car owned by Steve Hutchinson. And Joel Oswick is Josh has the Class C champion last year with Dan Orsano, and Joel and Dan driving separate cars this year. Joel moving up to Class A, 20 years of age from Cheshunt. He was also the winner of the John Miles Award last season to the most promising young driver within the 750 Motor Club. Into the pits has come the number 78 Audi TCR car of Matthew Stockford and Alan James as well. There is the 48 car of Will Stacey that we're talking about. In the background you can see number 89, which is Scott Parkey, who's currently the fastest driver in Class B.
Yeah, that's right. He dominated Class B yesterday in road sports, and again it's 2 seconds at this point in the session quicker than anybody else in Class B is Scott Parkin, the driver from Barnsley, who had some success in this car last year, a diesel-powered Volkswagen Golf. There's our quickest car in the session, yesterday's road sports winners, Mark Grice and Will Beach in their Cupra, the Capture Motorsport prepared car, just heading down towards Tower Bend. There's a car to watch just going through now, because that's the car that was quickest yesterday in road sports after some dramas. The Audi TT of Dan Sylvester, who was the fastest lap yesterday in road sports, a new lap record, 4th quickest, and he shares today with Dylan Procetta, so that's a car to watch. There's another championship winning car from the past. That's Steve Cheetham, who was the 2019 champion in this Porsche Boxster that's nowadays upgraded. It was a Class B car then, it's a Class A car now. Somebody's gone to see John Elsey, 750 Motor Club's official photographer down there at Hawthorne. That's, I think, the BMW of the Darks, Michael and Charlie Darks M2. Again, another car in strife early on in.
Just getting word from the pit lane that there's a potential head gasket issue with the Will Stacey Lotus that's in the pit lane. That sounds like it could be relatively serious.
The Ginetta's gone 2nd quickest, so Alex Livesley and Adam Bessel, that car's looking fast.
Yeah, Adam Bessel, former Mazda MX-5 racer, of course. So fastest in Class C at the moment, which is relatively thinly supported, but a few of the foundation cars in there. David Lawrence and Ilya Krylov, their fastest in that class just at the moment in their Honda Civic. and I've got yellow flags because the safety car is out, and that I presume is because of the dark 235 BMW 2 Series that is stationary at Hawthorne, and the officials will be keen to recover that. So 18 minutes to go in this 30-minute session. I suspect when the safety car is out, those teams that need to do a driver change during the session will take advantage of this hiatus to make their stops.
That certainly makes sense, wouldn't it? And there you can see the Crown Paints livery BMW off the road. That's a 2014 BMW M2 35i, father and son team. Car prepared by JS Autosport in Strife early on. And there's only sort of 3 hours, isn't there, between qualifying and the race, so these cars are having issues, have a bit of work to do. There's the Ginetta behind the safety car. It's like the Lotus, isn't it? It's small, underpowered, but very, very light, and it's going to be absolutely intriguing, as we saw last year with the Lotus Elise of Will Stacey, how he managed to battle quickly through the corners and lose out in the straight. I'm sure that Ginetta will be in a very similar situation, so that is going to be really exciting to see, and it'd be great if it is able to be up there in the race.
Look, the pit lane's getting very busy now, as we thought it might. Just to remind people of the class structure within the Tiki-Wa Club Enduro Championship, it is based on a power to weight ratio. So Class A is for cars of up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, the split is 240 brake horsepower per tonne. And Class C is for only naturally aspirated cars, 180 brake horsepower per tonne. And that's all measured at the flywheel. So as you can see, pit lane very busy at the moment, with cars having come in to make driver changes. The majority, I would say, of the teams do have 2 drivers, but by no means all of them. At the moment, Luke Handley is the fastest of the solo drivers, isn't he? And
he's the third of our returning class champions.
Yeah.
But again, out in Class A, all the returning champions are in the top class this year. Luke Handley in an identical built Volkswagen Golf to Rob Baker and Cole Swift, the Class A champions from last year. But Luke Handley did race this car last year, but he's upgraded it with the big turbo that Area Motorsport put onto these Golfs to make them Class A specification. Driver change down there in the pit lane. Is that the Audi, possibly?
Yeah, that could well be the number 6 Audi, yes, because there's the number 18 Scott Parkin car that we're on board with now.
Is he in the car?
Doesn't look like there's anyone in the car.
He's done that really quick lap time, so actually, literally he's done 1 out lap, 2 quick laps, 1 in lap, and he's done a 1:30.27. Which is underneath the lap record. Okay, you can't set lap records in qualifying, but it shows you how quick there
he's 1.4 seconds faster than Chris Plaskett. Let's head down to the pit lane for the first time today. We'll say good afternoon to Chris Stephens.
I'm down in the pit lane with Dave Lawrence from car number 56, one of the foundation cars from Tiki-Wa. So tell us about that.
Yeah, I've seen it come up that I was doing a foundation program for Club Enduro, and it was something I really wanted to get involved with. So I spoke to Lou, asked him about the whole car and everything, and he let me have a go at in one of his F-Enduro cars that he's already had built. I really enjoyed it. I wasn't expecting much, but I really enjoyed it, and it just made me get it and start go testing and come racing.
So what kind of preparation have you had in the build up to this weekend?
Just a bit of seat time, really. I'm coming from a turbo DSG car down to a manual that's naturally aspirated, so it's on the opposite end of the scale, and so yeah, it's been challenging trying to extract the most out of it, but it all comes down to the driver then, doesn't it?
Absolutely. How's your qualifying going so far?
I didn't qualify. My times just wasn't as good as what I did in my practice sessions, so I'm hoping Ilya, my second driver, can maybe improve on that, and we'll go from there.
And any particular aspirations for this race?
Send it.
That is absolutely the right answer. Yeah. Cheers for chatting to us, Dave.
No problem.
All right, Ian, let's go back up to you.
Thank you, Chris. And yes, that's the F-Enduro program, because it's Honda Civic FNs that they are using. And that is the basis. That's a car from 2007 that David, who's a HGV driver from Derby, he's taking part in this weekend. So still behind the safety car. It's been out for 5 minutes or so now, but the circuit down at Hawthorne has been cleared, so I would think very soon we'll get the green flag waved again, and so we'll still have another 12 minutes or so. Yeah, safety car boards have gone in now on the start line, so I think next time a car heads in the direction of it and the safety car pulls in, it will be green flag once again. There you can see in the pits the number 20 FN2 of Vytautas Pipiras in his FN Giro car, 32-year-old from Ipswich, in the colours of Lithuania. They're the yellow, green and red colours of the Lithuanian flag. Let's head down once again to Chris in the pit lane.
I'm joined now by Scott Parkin from Class B, currently on pole in Class B. But what are you doing in the pit lane? Why aren't you out on track?
Yeah, so yesterday my qualifying session were ended early with a cracked subframe. I only managed 1 lap yesterday, but today I did 2 flying laps. First one were a 30.6, second one were a 30.2, I think, which is the quickest I've ever gone around here. So I just thought, right, that's it. Rather than trying to break the car to get another 10th or 2, I came in the pits, we checked everything round, everything looked all right. I had a quick look at the times on one of the guys' phones. I could see that the other guys were a little bit behind. So I just thought, right, rather than damaging the car or any crashing or anything like that, I'll just park the car. So I've been to Park Fermi, weighed the car, and now the guys are just checking over everything and then preparing it for the race. So yeah.
Oh, and obviously you're part of the Dark Side team. They've come here with a few cars across a couple of classes. What's it like being part of that team?
Oh yeah, mega. Well, I own the team, so yeah, pretty good. And it's really good to see the other guys doing well, because last year we had a lot of trouble with the TT, struggled a little bit for pace with the top guys, and also had reliability issues. So it's good that yesterday the car it got the fastest lap, the TT yesterday. And if he hadn't have had a first lap incident with another car, we would have been right up there, you know, for a podium position. So it's really good that the guys are on it.
And what are the team's aspirations for the race?
It'd be nice for Class B with me in the Golf victory. Obviously that's the aim, and I think the TT can take the victory, and I think Brad in the RS3 will be happy with the podium. He got 4th place yesterday, but I do think there's a few more guys that could give him a battle today. So yeah, but it'd be good if we can get 2 cars on the podium, definitely.
Fierce competition in Class A, so we wish you all the best. Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you.
Thanks, Chris. Good to hear from Scott Parkin, who's looking set to be our Class B poleman unless something odd happens in the remaining 10 minutes or so of the session. We are on board with the Audi at the moment that is just navigating its way around the hairpin and back onto the start and finish straight. Here it comes up towards the line now. That's the car.
We saw yesterday, you can see that just as the cars turn into the corner, there's a big compression, isn't there? And you hit the curb as well. I think these bigger cars, it doesn't make quite much of a difference, does it? But when we see the lighter cars out over the weekend, that's quite dramatic. And there you can see the difference between Class B and Class A power as they go down towards Tower Bend and the Audi TT gets through. But then there's more traffic out of Tower Bend and ahead. So that's to be dealt with through the Jim Clark S's. Are we flat out? Pretty much by the sounds of it. Then through Barcroft. Yeah, there's a big lift with traffic. We've got a new pole sitter though, because Nigel Greensall's jumped in the BMW and gone 8/10 of a second faster than anybody else. So 1:27.15, which is under the lap record pace. It's quicker than anything I think we saw yesterday. So Nigel Greensall's pretty much doing Nigel Greensall type things there, Ian.
Absolutely hugely experienced across all kinds of racing, whether it's the star of Mallory Formula Ford 1600 sports car racing, historic racing, endurance racing, Sport 3000 he did, didn't he? You know it, Nigel Greensall has done it yet, lap record holder at Castle Combe on the old layout, wasn't he?
Which will never be beaten.
It never will. So yeah, he's done just about everything you could possibly want to do in motor racing, I think.
Yeah, that was about his first lap in the session, I think. So he'll be pleased with that. Good to see the M4s back out there. I can see out the window Joel Oswick. He's dropped to 8th though, as others have improved. There's 15. That was quite quick last year. Colin Gillespie and Phil Dryburgh's Cooper, 9th fastest. 2.2 seconds off pole for the two Scotsmen. That's actually just behind the Audi TT. On the road, 5th quickest for Sylvester and Brichetta. Through the Jim Clark S's. Such a spectacular bit of racing circuit that, so fast.
Greenstall's come into the pit, so I wonder if he has got a touch of the Scott Parkins there and thought, well, actually, there's a chance of improving on that, so I shall come in and dress the car, especially knowing it was only, as you say, about 3 hours before the race.
Good to see an E46 M3 back out, though, because at the beginning of Club Enduro, there was loads of them, weren't there? And then lately, there hasn't been so many M3s. So it's great to have one and proving how quick they can be as well. There's obviously Andy Schulz' car, which got involved in an incident yesterday. Matthew Hampton at the start. It's only 15th quickest currently, so perhaps Andy Schulz yet to do a time in that.
He's just coming up to the line now, I think, so let's see if there's any improvement from him as he crosses the timing line. In the 69 car. It has moved up the order to 9th place there, so with a 1:29.04, matching the best lap time for Luke Handley as well, who's also set that time.
There's the Ginetta G40, one of a few in this. This is the Class C car, Rob Fennick and Andrew Shepherd, who were on the podium yesterday in road sports, and they are quickest, I think, now in Class C, a 1:37.74, so they've got themselves up ahead of the Hondas.
Yep, 6.5 minutes of the session left, so there's possibly about 4 or 5 laps for drivers to get in.
Up to second go the reigning champions, Cole Swift and Rob Baker, a 1:27.81. So they move ahead of the Grice and Beach car.
And Joel Oswick's could move back up the order. He's up to 6th now. So you've got the top 6 separated by only just over 1 second. So that is pretty close, I would suggest, for the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship.
Just passing the Ginetta there was the Audi RS3 run by Team Dynamics, left British touring cars, and one of the number of their projects for this year is Club Enduro. Newcomer to racing, Matthew Stockford is one of the drivers on at the wheel, and Alan James, who I think does some work with Team Dynamics. There's an experienced driver as well in Hondas. But now racing this Audi RS3, so that's a car potentially to look out for, although I think at the moment a little bit further down the timing screens. But lots of improvements coming through. I think the Audi TT's gone 5th on a 28.06, and Andy Schulz is improving as well, a 28.81 in.
Yeah, so he's now moved up to 7th place on the provisional grid, but still a few minutes to go in this session. It is still the same in Class B. Scott Parkin, but only 15th overall, so the top 14 cars are all in Class A. And for Class C, that is now the Ginetta G40, Fennick and Shepherd, 26th overall.
Yeah, Alan James, currently only 21st quickest in the Audi RS3. I think we showed the competitiveness of this field we have here today. Driving standard flag going out. That was a feature of road sports yesterday, wasn't it? Track limit penalties. So I think everyone's going to have to watch out for that today, because it's a long race, so lots of opportunities to be doing what you shouldn't be doing, and penalties could well make a deciding factor as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely right. We'll try and keep an eye on that and update on any penalties that are given out for track limits. Of course, there was a lot of talk about track limits and changes to the rules in that area over the winter, but those haven't come into force, so we're still running with the fairly familiar regulations that we've had for the past few seasons, as well as track limits infringements are concerned and how those are dealt with by the officials. So still pole position, Nigel Greenstall, but a problem there for the number 88 car. Looks like that's got some damage at the front end. There is fluid leaking out from under the front of the car. That's the Joe Williams Volkswagen Golf GTI, so it looks like he's been either into the back of another car or into the barriers somewhere, because there is damage to the front end.
Yeah, that's right. There's marks on the grass. I think that's from yesterday, isn't
yes.
it, that I am looking at out of the commentary box window, so not quite sure that's happened, but again, that's another car in strife then. The driver from Herefordshire, who only started racing last year, Joe Williams. But is that going to be another car that might struggle to make the race later? The pit garages are going to be a busy place, I think.
Certainly are. A hive of activity to get cars fettled for the race, which is due off at 3:30 this afternoon. There's the pit lane you can see now. And you can see in the front of shot there the 76 Porsche Boxster S of Michael Downey. He's been a supporter of Club Enduro for some time. Also you can see the Spencer Fortag Honda Civic Type R, another of the Honda Civic FN. Spencer, who we've seen in Ford Focus racing as well, haven't we, over the past couple of seasons. There is the Lithuanian car of Vytautas Pipiras again. And he's off at post 9, so that's Tower Corner, and he's getting back onto the circuit. I think he's had a couple of offs at that part of the circuit already.
Yeah, getting off the grass potentially not the easiest thing to do this weekend. John Elsey, our photographer, telling me yesterday that it's very boggy around the venue. There's a lot of rain in the last week and months. And we saw that yesterday, didn't we, when a couple of cars went off. It wasn't the work of a moment to get back on, but in that instance it was possible. I think Andy Schulz is in the pits, isn't he? So I presume he doesn't think he can go any quicker. He qualified fastest yesterday in road sports.
Well, pushing the car backwards, aren't they? As if it's going to go back out into the session.
It's only a minute and a half to go, so...
Yeah, it's not actually going to get another lap time in, is he? So, with the amount of lap time that's remaining. So maybe it's just a question of just checking something on the car, maybe. It's a problem that they just wanted to give a little bit of exposure to see if they've managed to solve it. We are now into the final knock-ins of this session. There's not a lot of green on the timer screen now. The only green I can see is the car that actually stopped early on in the session to bring about the safety car, which was the Charlie Dart BMW M235. Their last lap before that car came to a halt was the quickest for that car, but they are down in 17th spot. So towards the end of this session, Nigel Greenshalls has gone back out because he's just crossed the timing line once again, but no improvement to the time there, so still on provisional pole position with a time of 1:27.15, which is 1300ths underneath the lap record for Andy Schulz set last year.
Looked like Joel Oswick was pushing pretty hard there through the S's. Well, to be fair, every car looks like it's pushing pretty much on through there. They're very spectacular, these cars, aren't they? On treaded tyres, so they haven't got the grip of say a touring car through there, so you're probably on the edge, I would think, of these big powerful 300 brake horsepower plus machines. A little bit less for the lighter cars.
Check flag is now out, so you can just about see through this new fencing on the Croft pit wall, and so that brings an end to the session. 30-minute session is complete, and just keeping an eye out just to see if anyone does sneak in a last quick time. There is an improvement for car number 70. That's the Colin and Oliver Wilmot Seat Super Copa. They're up to 16th position with a 1:30.56 on their final lap.
Colin Wilmot, another very experienced driver, someone that's raced in the Porsche Carrera Cup and British GT in the past, making, I think, his 750 Motor Cup debut this weekend.
Brad Kaler has improved his times as well in the Audi RS3, up to 8th with a 1:28.77 on his final lap. That was the driver that Scott Parker was talking to Chris Stevens about earlier on. But I think that's just about everyone that is going to take the line. There's still one or two that are just going to take the checkered flag, I think, before the end of their session. But I think that's it in terms of any improvements up at the top of the timing screen. So it sets things up nicely for an entertaining Club Enduro race this afternoon. I think a lot of the focus will be on what's going on in Class A on this occasion, not so much maybe as we've had in previous years on Class B and C, certainly for this weekend, see how the entries develop over the course of the season. But let's say top 6 separated by just over a second here, and the top 10 by less than 2 seconds does bode pretty well. I think everyone has now come to the end of their session, so we will head down to Chris Stevens in the pit lane.
Well, pole position for the first Tequila Club Enduro race of the season goes to the number 40 car and James Collins, teammate of Nigel Greensall, who's just stuck it on pole position.
Yeah.
Great start to the season for you guys.
Yeah, good start to the season. Obviously Nigel's a fast lad, he's had a lot of experience and he's been coaching me for a while now, and you know, I didn't expect anything else really, but you know, he's a fast boy, so yeah, good result, happy. We'll have to decide who's going to start the race now, so we'll go from there. Hopefully get this gearbox issue sorted out as well for this afternoon. We'll see what he says about the suspension when he comes in, but yeah, good, happy. All good.
And well, of course, this is your first season of racing, so under big pressure to be starting up at the front at this point.
Yeah, first season racing, first interview as well, so don't really know what to say if I'm honest. Like,
you're doing a great job, man, don't worry.
Just want to thank the lads and everyone who's come down for the weekend as well and helped out with everything, the cars and everything, getting the van here, everything, yeah. So no, good stuff, hopefully you'll have a good day.
All right, well, go and celebrate with the JC Racing boys. Wish you all the best for the race.
Thank you very
and
much.
Good luck
Cheers,
to
thank
you. All right, cheers. Now, Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you because it's time to start the racing action here at Croft. And starting off with the Aim Shop Mazda 7s Championship.
Yes, and it's going to be the second round of the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship because we had the first race of the season yesterday and it was won by the reigning champion, Jonathan Lister. And he'll be looking to add to that today. We've got a grid for this race set by the second fastest times from qualifying yesterday. So we will bring you that in just a moment. But as ever, Josh Barrett, the Mazda 7s gave us plenty of entertainment in yesterday's opening race of the season.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Ian. It was a tricky race yesterday because a bit of fluid was laid in an earlier race, and then there was dramas for Matt Groh, I think, who had an overheated engine which dropped coolant on the circuit. We saw lots of sliding around yesterday which caught up Martin West, for example, who led. He had an off-track moment because of it, but nevertheless, we had some good battling with John Lister, who came out on top last year's champion, but the driver's telling me this morning they're on new tyres, which possibly don't have quite as much grip as the previous ones, but the cars have got a bit more power, which means the cars are quicker down the straights, but a bit more tricky to drive around corners, which makes them very exciting to drive, and we'll see that over the course of a 15-minute race, which to see a grid like this, Ian.
Yeah, pole position is number 94, Martin West, the low-cost champion from 2 years ago, and beside him is number 56, Daniel Sibbons. Row 2 has yesterday's race winner and the reigning champion, number 71, Jonathan Lister, beside number 37, Ben Powney. On the third row, it's 43, David Mason, and 7, Daniel Court. On to row 4, that's where we find 21, Sam McKee, and 99 is Martin Shelton. On the fifth row, it's 50, David Jones, and 34, Matt Groh. 55, Simon Court, and 66, Lucas Back on row 6. The seventh row is Callum Barnes in number 3, and David Bowen 25. Lewis Penstone Smith in 47, and Ian Wells in number 5 on the 8th row. Ayrton Rogers and Peter Wood, 79 and 88 on row 9. 10th and final row, 74, Stephen Manley. So that's the way the grid will line up. It was, in the end, just a 4-lap restart yesterday, so we'll be hoping for a full 15-minute race distance today for the Mazda 7s.
You remember the red flag yesterday was for Callum Barnes, who had quite a big off at Hawthorn, where the car looked very badly damaged. The team and the paddock have been working overnight, and that car is back out. He just threw it through shot there, so that's great news. And oh look, more fluid has gone down ahead of the Mazda 7's race. That's been dressed by our Marshall team here at Croft Circuit. Big thank you to all the marshals here this weekend. Looks like there's plenty of you. And therefore there's again a little bit of a tricky track surface. Hopefully not as bad as we saw yesterday. But an exciting racing prospect nevertheless. No green flag lap for these cars. So we'll be straight into action very shortly, and lots of quick drivers here, as Ian mentioned, former low-cost champions, former Mazda 7 champions, former race winners, and some drivers coming from other categories as well. We've got 19 cars of this new, or fairly new series for these low-cost chassis with Mazda MX-5 engines and gearboxes. And this type of cars tend to make good racing around this Croft circuit, and the drivers saying because of the extra power but not as much grip, that should be exaggerated further this year because the braking zones are longer because of the extra speed and having to slow the cars down that touch earlier. So this should be interesting.
It should. It looks like the work of the marshals has been completed as well, so very shortly we'll be getting into this countdown procedure. It's the second of 3 races this weekend for the Aim Shop Mazda 7s, but we've lost Stephen Manley on the green flag lap, but he has come to a halt, I think, out of harm's way. So we're going to get racing underway with one car missing from the back of the grid and one from a bit further up the grid as well, which is...
I think Matt Groh had the engine problems yesterday.
Anyway, 5-second board has been shown, red lights going on for a 15-minute race, and away we go then. And it's a pretty good start from everyone on the first couple of rows. I think we'll try and see how that's panned out down to the first corner. It's Martin West who has been passed, I think, by Jonathan Lister, who came from row 2 of the grid into the lead of the race. And in fact, it's both of the second row starters that have made their way to the front, because number 37 Ben Powney has followed Jonathan Lister through. Ben in the orange number 37 car, so Lister leading already by about 8 car lengths as they head down the straight. Martin West is trying to get alongside Ben Powney. Daniel Sibbons is going to try and go through on the inside of him as well, so it's 3 abreast down to Tower for the first time. Powney just about holds on, no change in the order there. There on screen in 5th place is the number 7 car of Daniel Court as well.
Yeah, Ben Powney was telling me this morning that made dramatic setup changes on that car as he was struggling yesterday. But Jono Lisetto has got away, as you were saying, and for second place, they're all right there as they go down now through Barcroft, and the drivers are saying that's the corner that's particularly more tricky this year, and problems continue there for the slow starting Peter Wood. I'm afraid, down there at Tower, but let's go back to the race leader, who is still Lister. Powney did really well to hang on to second there, because he had cars coming from either side, didn't he, down into Tower, but he stayed in P2. Then it's West and Sibbons, and then the best of the Court brothers. There's Daniel, he's up there in 5th place. He had a spin yesterday.
So coming towards the end of lap 1 of this race, and it is a big lead at this stage for Jonathan Lister. Ben Powney in 2nd place is trying to break the toe from Martin West. There's then a small gap back to the 4th position car as well. West going to try and drive around the outside of Ben Powney going into Clairvaux, and he's done it there. Martin West goes up into 2nd place at Clairvaux corner, all the way around the outside of Ben Powney. It's Daniel Sibbons was in 4th. Looks like Daniel Court has got through into 4th position in the first couple of corners of lap 2.
Okay, so the gap's about 1.5 seconds. Can Martin West, who did qualify fastest yesterday, do anything about that? We've got more side-by-side action. That's Daniel Sibbons getting 4th place back away from Daniel Court. And then I think they were side-by-side behind them as well, Martin Shelton and Simon Court going at it too. So this is absolutely what we expect from this type of racing, apart from perhaps the race leader, just like yesterday on the restart. Jono Lisetto pulling clear through Barcroft. They go, and right on the edge through there, not quite flat out, and then into Sunny, where we can see that battle between Simon Court and Martin Shelton over 6th and 7th positions.
So down to the complex they come once again. I say they have 2 races and they're only less than 2 hours apart, so drivers possibly will be a bit mindful of that, wanting to make sure that they can get out for the 2nd race this afternoon. They'll only have about 3/4 of an hour turnaround or something like that, I would think, between the 2 races. As out of the final corner they come then. That's Daniel Sibbons in 56 with Daniel Court number 7 behind him. Behind Daniel is his brother Simon, 55 and 6th place. He's now ahead of Martin Shelton, number 99, is in 7th place.
Martin West has half the lead gap. It's just 0.8 of a second now between Lisetto and West. A new fastest lap for West, faster than we saw yesterday, a 33.78, which is only a few tenths off the lap record, but we saw some problems out on the circuit there, Ian.
Yeah, that was Callum Barnes, who was off yesterday, retiring, I'm afraid, from the race today. Great shame for him. He started on row 7 of the grid, but up front, it is about Martin West trying to catch Jonathan Lister at the moment. Here is the battle for 6th place. That's Simon Courtnam, 55, ahead of Martin Shelton, number 99, the driver from Nottingham. There's West, you can see there's Ben Powney behind him. It is getting closer, I think, for the lead of the race. It was 1.5 seconds, now it's 0.8 seconds, and it looks like it's a little bit less than that now, Josh.
Yeah, it's coming down and down. Martin West making his debut in this category, the 2021 Locust champ. Oh, a big spin there, and driving backwards into Sunny is David Jones. He gets it flipped back round. He's on the runoff area now, though. But for David Jones, that looked like a fairly Larry moment. That was again coming out of Barcroft, and that's the corner the driver said last year was easy flat out. It's not this year, and we're seeing lots of hairy moments through there. But luckily there for David Jones, it didn't really come of anything. But for the lead, we have now a battle, not just 2 cars, I would suggest, but Ben Powney, who was struggling yesterday, the setup changes seem to be working for him too, because he's making it free for the lead as they complete 3 laps.
Yeah, that's right. So over the line they go again. Half a second now, the gap first to second. Wait, and yet another 6/10 back to Ben Powney in 3rd position. But there is Jonathan Lister, 42-year-old, who lives near Romford, originally from Kingston, and started racing in cars just 4 years ago, but was karting from the age of 13. So he's doing that for quite some time as well before he went circuit racing. Now he's going to have a battle on his hands here to try and keep Martin West at bay. Ben Powney too, closing on him. Then there's a small gap back to Daniel Sibbons, who's equally just in a little bit of no man's land at the minute, because there's battle going on behind. Well, actually, Daniel Court's also on his own, but there's the back behind.
Huge slide for Martin West out of the S's. That was quite a moment, but he kept his foot in and don't think really lost any time. But that looked interesting. So it looks like these cars are really lively around here, which the drivers are enjoying the challenge. But it's still Lister, West, Powney, not far behind them now are Sibbons and Court. Are they getting close? Are we going to get 5 cars for the lead yet? We're not yet halfway through, so plenty can still happen.
Yeah, long way to go, nearly 9 minutes of racing. As the leaders then at the hairpin at the end of lap number 4 of this race. Best lap of the race so far, 133.78 to Martin West, which is 7/10 faster than Jonathan Lister managed as the best lap of yesterday's race, and that's because he's been in pursuit of the race leader, Jonathan Lister. There's the scrap between Simon Court and Martin Shelton. There's another nice scrap going on between Lucas Batt and Sam McKee, almost alongside one another as they went across the line, that time in the duel over 8th place, and there they are on screen, and it's Sam McKee actually that has made the move and is ahead of Lucas Batt there. It was the opposite way round as they crossed the timing line. Just behind them is the 43 car of David Mason, who was a bit further up the order yesterday.
Sam McKee had a big slide, and off the road behind him has gone Lucas Batt out of the chicane. Finds they've got one of those big puddles they've got off-road and gets back on. So they both had a big moment. That's allowed David Mason to pass them both. There you can see Sam McKee in the Mazda 787 Le Mans winning inspired livery from 32 years ago, but enjoying his first weekend racing this car that he will be sharing over the course of the year with former Classic Stock Hatch race winner Imran Khan, who will be out in it next time out at Anglesey.
You can see as watching there this battle between Simon Court and Martin Shelton. Martin has got back in front, by the way. How close to the limits of adhesion these cars were through the Jim Clark S's as well. They were really exploring the limits there. Meanwhile, the leading battle is coming back into our view in the commentary box, just heading into the hairpin now, possibly pick up on that in a second, but those top 3 right together as we watch Martin Shelton go through. And it's the battle for 6th place with Shelton ahead of Court again at the moment. That will be reflected as they cross the line this time.
Yeah, they're trading positions. We haven't seen a change for the lead yet, though. Martin West was able to catch quickly, but hasn't been able to get past. Ben Powney now sets the fastest lap, a 1:33.70. So the lap time's very similar now to last year with the changes to the regulations. And off into the gravel, just behind them, has gone Daniel Court out of 5th position, out of turn 1, out of Clairvaux. That car's well buried, so he's having to climb out of the car.
Yeah, so he was in 5th position when that happened. He was about 1.6 seconds behind Daniel Sibbons at the start of the lap, and well ahead of Martin Shelton. So he was all on his own, really, so possibly just pushing a little bit too hard and has ended up in the gravel trap. See what happens as a result of that. Meanwhile, the leaders pushing on through Barcroft up to Sunny. This is lap 6 of the race now. There's Ben Powney in the number 37 car. So we were in double duty last season with the F1000 as well, but that car has been sold, so focusing on the Mazda 7s for the moment.
Yeah, and he is putting the pressure on Martin West after setting that fastest lap last time round. There won't be any challenges into Clairvaux into the first corner of the next lap, because we're going to have double waved yellow flags in that section of the track for a live snatch. We saw that yesterday as well. So yellow flags from the start-finish line, double yellows into turn 1, and there's the reason. You could see the car of Daniel caught in the gravel. The warning flags, black and white warning flag, probably for track limits being shown. Can't quite see the car number from here, but new fastest lap by the leader, Jono Lissitor now, a 1:33.69. That's 100th of a second quicker than Ben Powney.
Well, it looked like there was a couple of cars getting track limits warnings there as well. I could see two separate numbers being displayed, but no one yet in receipt of a 5-second penalty, but if they infringe again, that may well be the case. So, Martin West there, number 94, the driver from Southampton, chasing after Jonathan Lissitor there, up towards the Jim Clarkesses. They sweep left and they sweep right. Fantastic view we get here from this camera position. And then the cars head up towards that right-hander at Barcroft and then off up to Sunny. Great place, which not open to spectators, that part of the circuit, but the marshals on that poster points get a fantastic view of the action.
The gap was a second. Wasn't that half a lap later, was it? So Martin West is closer to Jono Lissitor, who pops a wheel there over the curb, and that's caught him out. He's run out wide as they come through the complex. So can Martin West make anything of this? I don't think he will. So the TSR car continues to lead, and we've got yellow flags and safety car boards now.
Yeah.
So perhaps they've decided, unless there's been another incident, they've decided to do that recovery at the first corner. They will need full yellow flag conditions.
Yeah, and we've got 4 minutes of the race to go, just under 4 minutes. So if they can get this done quite quickly, we might just about get one more lap. If they can get the circuit clear within a lap, which it looks like they're going to do, because they'll just be able to go in behind the barrier there, I would think.
I think the problem was where yesterday the car that was off was much closer to where the recoveries come from, near the assembly area, where this time the court car is much further through the gravel, isn't it? So I think that's probably the reason for this safety car being needed.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, there'll be at most one lap when racing gets underway, but we should, I would think, get that lap, which would make it very entertaining. 1 lap dash for the finish line.
Well, some series struggle with that type of thing, don't they?
Yes, they do. They do. Mentioning no names. So there's Ben Powney, number 37. He's in 3rd position at the moment. We always say that in these kind of races where you've got a big pack of cars, you often don't want to be leading going on to the final lap. Well, Jonathan Lister's not got much choice about that now, has he? Because he's behind the safety car, so he can't sort of manufacture giving the place away and hoping to sort of slipstream back past whoever gets ahead of him on the final lap. He is there. He is the target. That's the 25 car we could see of David Bowen going through, still a newcomer. Did a couple of races at the end of last season, but he's been in the British champion 5th scale touring car racing for many years. He's been around the world competing in that. He's also spent time maintaining Mark 1 and Mark 2 rally escorts in the historic championship as well. And the car he's racing is the ex-Ollie Batten car that he bought last year.
1/5 scale sounds like it's pretty big still, isn't it, for a scale car? So that was quite interesting, I should imagine.
That's what he says. Anyway, safety car lights, well, it's very hard to tell, isn't it, whether they're on or off, but the circuit is clear, they are off, and we are going to go racing once again, but we'll only have time for one more lap. Of course, if Jonathan Lister was really canny here, he could drive very slowly up to the line and avoid that, but I don't think he's quite going to be able to make the next few hundred yards last a minute and a half.
He's gone, I think, hasn't he? And with a couple of car lengths between himself and Martin West. And he's not going to catch the safety car, so I think John Elicitor's probably timed this pretty well, at least into the first corner. He's not going to be challenged as the green flags are waved. Can Martin West get close enough to challenge towards Tower Corner? We shall see. Sometimes this type of racing, actually, the safety car tends to spread things out more than anything, and perhaps that's what's happened here, Ian.
Yeah, West, well, not that close, although a bit of a twitch there from Lister. Then he's gone onto the curb and taken a bit of gravel. Has he got away with that? Yes, I think he has. Looking out of the commentary box window, Lister is still there in front, and he's got probably 6 or 8 car lengths lead over Martin West, and then a similar gap back to Ben Powney. So Lister might actually be sitting pretty here.
Yeah, he did a really good job at getting the race back underway, but he's pushing so hard, isn't he? As you mentioned, through Clairvaux, he had a big old moment, so he's just got to be careful he doesn't get caught out there, as we see him coming through the S's with a pretty good advantage over West and Powney. Pretty early on, they ended up in that order, and they haven't changed, while some of the batters behind have traded positions.
Yeah, Sibbins and Martin Shelton are pretty close together in 4th and 5th, aren't they? We could see in that shot heading up towards Sunny, but they're heading back down towards the complex now. It looks like Jonathan Lister's going to make it 2 out of 2 with 1 race left to go this afternoon. And it looks like we are getting a bit of a change, possibly for 4th, 5th and 6th. You've got Sibbins, then you've got Shelton, and then you've got Simon Court there in the 55 car. The leaders on his own, 2nd and 3rd, are they going to change? Ben Powney and Martin West? No, I don't think they are on the run up to the line, so it's going to be Jonathan Lister that wins the 2nd round of the Aimshot Mazda 7 Championship. 2nd place goes to Martin West, 3rd goes to Ben Powney, and then confirmation of 4th place. Yes, that's Daniel Sibbins from Martin Shelton and Simon Court. Lucas Batt got into 7th place,
yeah,
did he?
That's because there was, I think, a bit of an incident between Sam McKee and David Mason, and they've both dropped a long way down the order. So
Lucas, who lost that time when he went off onto the Rallycross circuit midway through the race, sort of has got that back. So David Jones it is that comes in 8th place.
And he had a big spin as well, David Jones.
Yeah, he did, at Sunny, didn't he? Which was, he arrived there backwards, which is not recommended. And then David Mason comes home 10th and Sam McKee 13th in the end, after whatever happened between them. There's very happy Jonathan Lister. Marshall showing their appreciation to the drivers and vice versa on the slowing down lap. And as we say, there's another race for the Mazda 7s just a little bit later on this afternoon at around about 2:15. So what's that, an hour and 20 minutes or so from now. So Lister obviously leading the championship after 2 rounds of 14 this season. Let's take a look at the results from that race. It was the win then for Jonathan Lister. After 9 laps of racing, he finished exactly 1 second clear of Martin West. Ben Powney was in 3rd position. A gap back then to Daniel Sibbins. He had his hands full from Martin Shelton and Simon Court, so 56, 99 and 55, 4th, 5th and 6th. Lucas Batt gained 7th place on the final lap in car 66, then it was David Jones number 50, Ian Wells number 5 and David Mason 43 rounding out the top 10. And there we can see behind them it's David Bowen, Sam McKee, Lewis Penstone Smith and Ayrton Rogers. Peter Wood, we lost Daniel Court and Callum Barnes as well during the course of that race. So as I say, the Aimshot Mazda 7s back out a little bit later on this afternoon, and a reminder that there are a selection of other categories still to come. Next up we're going to have the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. They have 2 races this afternoon, so 2 to the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, a solo race for the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship to go with the one that they had yesterday, and then of course we round out the day's racing with the 2-hour race for the Tokiwa Club Enduro Championship, Josh.
Yeah, and that's the only race that has a green flag lap today, isn't it? So proper old-fashioned clubby with no green flag laps throughout, which is very rare nowadays. So that means it's going to be quick fire action here at Cross Circuit this afternoon with the 750 Motor Club race day. So we look forward to lots of exciting racing, and the field there you can see heading down towards Parc Ferme at the end of the pit lane. The top 3 cars get stopped, and then our team down there, Alpha Live team down there, including Chris Stevens, will be about to have a chat with our top 3 And Jono Liciter, again a race win, and he's down there with Chris Stevens.
Back-to-back victories for Jonathan Lister, the reigning champion in the Aimshot Master 7s Championship. Jonathan, it looked like that safety car came out at just the right time.
It really did, yeah. It made what was already a challenging race even harder. And then that last, after the safety car went in, I was slowed up way too much on the gravel. These guys caught up. I was like, oh no. So I really just tried to be perfect. And just managed to pull enough of a gap. So yeah, I'm really pleased. So just thanks to the TSR boys for such a great car, and obviously my sponsor Hill for helping me out.
Now, obviously it's a dream start to your title defence. One more race to go today, of course. But you mentioned yesterday that you may not be doing the full season. Surely you're tempted to give it a full go.
Yeah, I think I might have to now, aren't I?
Well, fantastic. Well, hopefully we will see you out at many more races to come this season and fight for the title. Jonathan Lister, congratulations. Back-to-back victories for you. Let's go and talk to Martin West, who the low-cost convert, and a good start to your Master 7's career.
Yeah, considering where the car was 2 weeks ago, had a bit of an incident at Brands on a test day. It was yeah, to just get on the podium here today, I'm absolutely made up. Yeah, normally I'd say about the car and that, but I just got to give a big thanks to my dad, because normally I do most of the stuff myself, but without my dad helping me out, there's no way we'd have got the car straight and back out for this weekend. So it's absolutely brilliant to be on a podium, and I'm made up to me and him.
Do you think you might be able to get Jono at the end there?
Well, it seems I've made a bit of a mistake on the build with these Mazdas. Everyone's got rear brake calipers, and I'm still running the drums from the low cost, so I just haven't got the brakes to out-brake them. And there's a couple of times I could have probably had a dive on Jono, but I think it would have ended up me going in the side of him. So we're getting closer, but we'll keep going, get some rear calipers on there, and hopefully be a bit closer to him. But no, loved it. Good to be back, and yeah, some brilliant racing, and fair play to Jono. I kept trying to pressure him into something, but he held his nerve, and he done well. True champ.
How have you found the transition from low cost to Master 7s?
They're a lot quicker than I thought they were. Obviously everyone said, oh yeah, they're a bit quicker than low cost. When I went out on this test day, I got on it and I was like, cool, blimey, these are a bit lively compared to what I'm used to. It definitely takes a bit of getting used to, and I'd still recommend doing low cost before you jump into these to, get used to it, because these are very lively and very twitchy. But yeah, enjoyable, but yeah, good fun. But yeah, definitely a lot quicker than the Crossflow engines in the other Formula.
Great stuff. Congratulations on second place. Let's go and grab a very quick word with Ben Powney. Ben, absolute staple of this championship, big part in making it all happen. Must feel great to be out on the podium. Yeah, definitely. I think it's been so long since I've been up here, to be fair. I've almost forgotten what to do and say. But I have to say hello to Seb and Elliot, who are watching at home as well, my boys. Yeah, it was a great race. I'm kind of hanging on a little bit to these guys at the moment. I'm a little bit down on power, I think. But yeah, classic racing driver excuse, I guess. But yeah. Can you do another one in the final race of the day? I'm going to give it a go. It's kind of all out now. We've got our position for the last race, so yeah, I suppose let's go for it. And well, someone's got to beat these two, haven't they, I guess, so we might as well give it a whirl. Absolutely, we look forward to seeing that. Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you. Coming up next, the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship.
Yes, indeed. Second race of 3 this weekend for the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, and what a thriller we had yesterday. It really came alive in the last couple of laps, with Dan Clues coming through to take a win by a quarter of a second from Paul Smith and Ryan Yarrow. The grid, though, was set by the second fastest times in qualifying and lines up as follows. Paul Smith, number 3, who was second yesterday, is on pole position alongside the second Mattel of Dan Clues, number 8. Second row, two-time champion, number 54, Ryan Yarrow, and 43, the 2011 champion, Paul Rogers. On the third row, it's 98, John Cutmore, previous Class R champion, the rear engine class champion, one of those two classes, and 63, Colin Chapman. Onto the fourth row, 44, Carl Austin, and 77, Matt Thomas. It's Jonathan McGill in 72, and Phil Hutchins, 21, on row 5 of the grid. 6th row is 65 Matthew Booth. He's the first of the Cup 200 cars, and 88 Richard Webb. On row 7 it's 69 Ian Hutchinson and 33 Daniel Ashby. 85 David Watson and 28 Charlie Slatton on the 8th row. Stephen Hullock number 11 and 34 Stephen Dean on row 9. And row 10 is 15 Chris Wilkinson and 9. Not Naeem Hack today, but Charles Wright. The 11th row is 80 Carl Alaban and 78 Chris James. The 12th row 83 Alexandra Orloro and 5 Ed Collins. So that's the way that this grid is going to line up. And great race we had yesterday, Josh. Should be a good one today.
Yeah, that's right, and it was quite the motor race, particularly the last lap where we had 3 different leaders. Paul Smith had led most of the race, but then got passed into Tower by Ryan Yarrow. Dan Clues got through as well, then Clues made a mistake at Sunny, had a big moment over the curbs, so Ryan Yarrow had a decent gap, but then there was back markers into the complex. Yarrow had a clash with that slower car, had a spin, which meant Clues came through just ahead of Paul Smith. So quite a dramatic last lap. And with the much bigger grid this year in the Sports 1000 Championship, means lap traffic does come into play with these cars, the quickest cars of the weekend, and it's very, very competitive. Smith on pole today, the grid set by the fastest laps yesterday. What can Paul Rogers do? Because his lap times were very similar to Smith, Clues and Yarrow. Had to work his way through the order. So can he go with those top 3? This has lots of questions that need answering, Ian.
Yeah, and yes, correcting myself there. Yes, as Josh says, it was the fastest laps on yesterday, not the second fastest qualifying times that set the grid for this one. Yes, lots of questions. Will we get any answers? Should be a fascinating 15 minutes in prospect. Red lights go on. And out they go, and it's a pretty good start from the second row of the grid there. That's Ryan Yarrow that gets away quite well, and Dan Clues. Paul Smith has been beaten to second place. Straight on goes the 43 car of Paul Rogers, and immediately he spins off into the gravel trap in his Spire. That's at the turn into Clervaux corner, so that might need a snatch to recover that one, I suspect. But it was actually Dan Clues that made the best of the starts then. Yesterday's winner leads in his Mattel from Paul Smith in second, and it's the Spire of Ryan Yarrow in third, and we're going to get a change down towards Tower corner. Are we? Oh, touching there, I think, the two of them, as Paul Smith went through to take the lead.
Yeah, so Paul Rogers isn't going to go with the top 3 today, that is for sure. So a big mistake there from him, but a big aggressive dive down the inside for Paul Smith to take the lead. So our top 3 from yesterday going away. Colin Chapman is 4th. Bad start for John Cutmore. He's already behind Richard Webb in one of the RLM Cup 200 MKs. And battles there. 77's well up. That's Matt Thomas. He's into the top 5 now, I think, up ahead of Stephen Dean. But the top 3 well in front. Can Paul Smith do what he did yesterday and pull clear in the first part? Then he got caught out with slower traffic, and that allowed the others to close in. But we're coming to the end of the first lap. A great job already done by our Marshall team up there at Clervaux, and they've cleared the car before the leaders are hardly there.
Yeah, as they'll come around there, we'll still see yellow flags because the Marshall's just clearing the circuit. But it is Paul Smith then that leads at the end of lap 1. Dan Clues in second place, and in third place it's Ryan Yarrow. Quite a gap back then to Colin Chapman in 4th spot, and then he's got a gap as well back to Matt Thomas in 5th, Carlos in 6th, and then Richard Webb, last year's Sports 1000 champion in the Cup 200 cars this year. Half a dozen of those on the grid. He's the best of them at the moment in 7th overall.
Yeah, very quick off the line because Webb started 12th and he was 7th, I think, by the first corner.
He's just been passed by John Cutmore coming out of the chicane, which means that the 3 Cup 200 cars are together there. You can just see them in the background coming into shot. And we're going to get a challenge for the lead there. Down the inside goes Dave Watson there. So Dave Watson takes the lead of the Cup 200 class now, away from Richard Webb, and yesterday's winner, Matthew Booth, is right in the mix as well.
1.2 seconds was Paul Smith's gap at the end of the first lap, so he really did pull away once he was ahead. But yeah, these front engine cars, got to have front engine cars back out there. But there's just tyre smoke possibly in front of these cars.
I saw that as well. Let's see if we can work out what's happened in a moment as we get the leaders back down towards the complex. Well, the first 3 are still there.
Colin Chapman's under a lot of pressure from Matt Thomas. Matt Thomas is doing a great job here. fairly newcomer driver from London, putting a championship regular under pressure now. Johnny McGill trying to get involved with this battle. As we've got side by side into turn 1 for second, so we're seeing there's so much to watch here. Has Ryan Yarrow managed to make a move on Dan Clues? He hasn't. As a battle, Paul Smith is getting along quicker than he went yesterday
Ryan
already.
Yarrow gets second place though. He's up on the inside of Dan Clues. He just made a small mistake at Hawthorn, so Yarrow has pounced now. And actually Clues has lost quite a lot of time. He's got a problem, hasn't he? I think Dan Clues. He's slowing as they head down the back straight towards Tower. He's losing ground, and it looks like Dan Clues, his race may well be run.
We did have that clash with Paul Smith, didn't he, into Tower? Has that broken a toe link or something like that?
Hand in the air, he's out of the race.
So he's going to make the cut back, I think. So Chris is down there in the pit lane. Perhaps we might hear from the Mattel team to find out what happened there. So this is the battle now for third place. Can Matt Thomas get himself up onto the podium? He's involved in the battle with Colin Chapman. And he dives up the inside. Super late on the brakes. He locks up into Sonny, but he's gone through ahead. But Colin Chapman's going to fight back as they go into Sonny out there. Wheel to wheel now, these two Spire sports cars. I think they're still side by side, Ian. Oh, and they're rubbing against each other.
Wow, great racing this. Thomas is going to have another go into the complex as well. And Chapman is spinning around. Now, was there some contact between the two of them? Possibly there was. Colin Chapman trying to get back onto the circuit. He gets just about enough grip on the grass to do so. But he's now most of the way down the order. And, of course, he was up there in 4th position, well, what would have been 3rd position with the demise of Dan Clues.
Dramatic stuff. Lead gap has come down to 1.9 seconds. A slow lap for Paul Smith there. So we'll have to see what comes to that. Then a big gap back to the new 3rd place man, Matt Thomas. It's side by side in Cup 200. Dave Watson keeps himself up ahead, I think, of Richard Webb, and Matthew Booth right there as well. And Johnny McGill just can't find a way past these cars because they're battling so hard. Yeah, some real quality drivers out there as well. Matthew Booth has been a champion in two different categories. Richard Webb has also been a champion in Sports 1000 Class F a few years ago, the overall champion last year. They're going to go side by side for the lead here. That's Richard Webb up on the inside of Dave Watson this time. Fantastic stuff. There's hopes that there'll be a full-blown one-make category for these cars in the future. Well, if this is the kind of racing they produce, bring it on, I say. Matthew Booth dropped behind Jonathan McGill there into 9th position. But for Richard Webb, it's all over the back of his mate, Dave Watson. Flicker flame as they go down a gear into Sonny. Jonathan McGill's got the better view of all, as he's right involved in that. It's interesting, isn't it? Because I think Richard Webb has also kept his car in road-going spec as well. You can see it's got the headlamps on it, which Dave Watson's car doesn't have, which probably didn't help the aero, but he has got through into the class lead as they came down into the complex that time. Yeah, sideways doing it. They've got a group of cars in there now as well, because Ian Hutchinson, who's going well, he's right behind them. Then Colin Chapman recovering. Phil Hutchins, Daniel Ashby as well. And Chapman's got past Hutchinson, I think. And now he's going to have a go getting past Matthew Booth. Lead gap has gone back out, by the way. It's got out to 2.35 seconds because even though Ryan Yarrow did his personal best lap on the race, a 125.65. But and the problem's there for the Sabre as it comes past the pit lane. That's the ex-Tim Hovard car, now in the hands of debutant this weekend, Charlie Sladden. 3rd place battle developing in front of this group because John Cutmore has caught Matt Thomas. You can see someone's had a lock up down there as well. But Richard, that was Cutmore actually. Richard Webb ahead of Dave Watson, who around the outside goes Jonathan McGill. A lot more downforce in the rear engine cars, of course, than the 7S machines. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars, I think, involved in this battle as they go off towards Barcroft, and Jonathan McGill is the one who's moving his way through the order, as well as Colin Chapman recovering after that spin he had at the complex a little bit earlier. Of course, the Cup 200 cars have a 1.3 litre Hayabusa engine. It's a 1 litre engine in the main Sports 1000 class, but so they've got quite different characteristics all around these cars. This group of cars heading through the complex once again. So you've now got McGill and the recovering Chapman forging their way through the Cup 200 class cars. I guess they'd just like to try and clear Richard Webb, who's at the front of this group at the moment. Meanwhile, for the lead, the gap has stayed about the same that lap, but Paul Smith has just done a new best lap of the race of 125.08, so quicker than he went yesterday, around about 89 miles an hour average. Into Clairvaux they go, and a big moment over that curb for Watson and Booth, who have now got 2 cars between themselves and Richard Webb. Richard Webb won on the road yesterday in the Cup 200 class, but got penalised for track limits, so he'll be conscious of that. He's got McGill and Chapman behind him. They're both going to look for a way past. McGill first, he goes up the inside and finds the gap and gets 6th position in this race. And Colin Chapman, you'd think, might quickly follow him through. See the number plate on the back of Webb's car as well, as Ian pointed out the road specification of that car. And Chapman can't get through just yet. Then a gap back to the Watson and Booth battle, and just behind them is Ian Hutchinson. As I say, he's going really well here today. Then Phil Hutchings, so you've got Hutchinson and Hutchings together, and Daniel Ashby behind as well. And now Colin Chapman looks to go around the outside of Richard Webb. He carries lots of speed round the outside of a sideways Webb, and Colin Chapman goes through into 7th position.
Yeah, 5-second penalty now for Carl Austin, who is 5th place, number 44. So that will be for exceeding track limit. So that's the car that's going to be just ahead now.
1:24.9, Ian, for Ryan Yarrow. So a new fastest lap for the driver in 2nd place. So, but still, Smith's going quickly. But we know the traffic was a key factor yesterday, and that's about to come into play for the remaining 5 minutes.
Yeah, and 3rd and 4th is now really close. That's just coming out of Tower Corner. It might be a battle worth picking up in a minute, just heading up towards the Jim Clark S's, because Matt Thomas and John Cutmore were right together, only about half a second between them at the start of the lap. But we're watching the battle for 2nd in the Cup 200 class cars at the moment, and it's Booth that's going to get ahead, I think, of David Watson at Tower Corner. Yes, he does.
Top 2 are nose to tail going into the final corner. So again, traffic has caught out Paul Smith, I think. So the top 2 are nose to tail as they come out of the final corner. It's Paul Smith ahead, though, still of Ryan Yarrow, but we've definitely got a lead now. Mattel versus Spire.
Yeah, we have indeed. So that has come right down. Now, why was that? Was it a slow lap for Paul Smith? The answer is yes, it was a 1:27.73. So possibly with traffic coming into play.
And he's gone
there.
over the gravelly, and I think he's going to run out wide.
He is. Ryan Yarrow's going to get alongside him there. Is he going to get through? No, Paul Smith just cuts back across on the way into the chicane, but the pressure now telling on Paul Smith, and I wonder if he's completely happy with that car. We saw Dan Clues retire. He had a brush with Paul Smith at the beginning of the race. I wonder if something's been damaged on Paul Smith's car as well, and there's some legacy problems as a result of that. Ryan Yarrow, the champion from 2020 and 2021 in this self-run Spire, is giving Paul Smith, the 4-time Formula V champion, a very hard time indeed.
Yeah, again, I think it was traffic induced at that time. They did have a couple of cars to lap, and of course Paul Smith is the first one to come on them, and perhaps with a bit of an advantage, he's just a little bit more cautious when he catches them, because of course Ryan Yarrow, that's how he lost the race yesterday, because he had the spin while lapping another car. Into the complex they come with 4 minutes to go. This is lap 8. It's a jump start penalty for Cole Austin, isn't it? I'm not sure if you said that when we found out about the penalty.
Well, it was 5 seconds, and now it's showing us 10 seconds. It's usually gone from 5 to 10 rather than 5 to 15.
Yeah, on the bottom of my screen it says jump start, so perhaps it was writing incorrectly to start with.
Fine.
But that could affect his 5th position, because he's just under 10 seconds ahead of Johnny McGill.
Leaders have gone through again, 3 minutes 20 to go, so they'll probably get 3 more laps out of this one. Just having a look at what's going on in the battle for 3rd. This is the battle for 3rd, actually, is probably worth picking up as well, if we can. Although having said that, just as I say it, John Cutmore loses a few lengths by making a bit of a mistake coming out of the hairpin. So we'll stick with the leaders for the moment. Paul Smith, number 3, it is that's still leading by about 4/10 from Ryan Yarrow. Can Ryan find a way through, though, in the remaining 2 or 3 laps of this race? Round tower they go. Paul Smith in the Mittel that he's been running for a few seasons now, after his switch into Sports 1000. Steve helping to run the car as well. And suddenly now they've got one of the backmarking Cup 200 cars to lap here, so this could be interesting, Josh.
Yeah, because this is where Paul Smith hasn't been as confident, it would appear, over the course of this weekend, but he's able to keep Ryan Yarrow at bay this time as they turn their way through. I think that was Chris Wilkinson who they just lapped. More problems for the Sabre. It's got some sort of gearbox issue, I think. Oh, here comes Sparrow down the inside into the final corner, up alongside Paul Smith. They're wheel to wheel. Who's got the traction? It's the inside line for the Spire, and Ryan Yarrow goes through to lead with 2 laps to go.
This is the point yesterday when it all came alive, isn't it? So maybe that's what's happening again. But Ryan Yarrow now moves into the lead of the race, and he was in the lead of the race briefly yesterday as well. Paul Smith will be looking to challenge in the remaining lap and 3/4 that they now have. For 3rd place now, yeah, Matt Thomas is a lot more comfortable, number 77, over John Cutmore in 4th position. Then you've got Carl Austin 5th, and I think he may well drop behind Johnny McGill and Colin Chapman on adjusted times as things stand.
Yarrow out over the grass coming out of town. They've got these 3 cars to lap very shortly, and that's going to really surely come into effect. Cole Alaban and Stephen Hullock, and I think Charlie Sladden as well, all involved in that battle that the leaders are about to catch at the end of the penultimate lap. And now it's Ryan Yarrow who's going to be the first one to catch them, which he hasn't really been, and they go up the inside of the first couple. This is where Yarrow came unstuck yesterday, and Paul Smith goes around the outside of him. And can Paul Smith make this work? There's another car on the apex of the next corner, so that means Yarrow can go around the outside, but has he got enough space to work with? No, he's over the grass, he's sideways. Paul Smith sideways on the inside, and they both come to the apex of the hairpin together, just like a lap ago. It's Ryan Yarrow who's still in front.
Last lap board goes out, so drama's there with the 2 leaders and the traffic, but I don't think there's going to be any more traffic that's going to come into play between now and the end of the race. So it should just be a clean fight between the 2 of them, and Ryan Yarrow and Paul Smith. Matt Thomas a long way back in 3rd place. The Londoner, though, I think heading for his first Sports 1000 podium. But we'll keep an eye on the 2 leaders for the moment. Along the back straight they go. There's about 3 car lengths between them, I can see, as they head down into Tower Corner. So Paul Smith not really close enough to make a move yet. So where's he going to do it, Josh?
Not sure, but the second Rotello's retired. That's Phil Hutchings, who was running in 10th position. He's off at Hawthorn. The leaders are past that yellow flag section. It's surely got to be the complex as the only place left, but it's the traffic that really assists. But Smith's late, so late on the brakes there. So it's right now with Yarrow, who runs wide. So this is absolutely an opportunity now, because Paul Smith has got his front splitter almost right underneath the rear diffuser of the leading car, but then Smith runs out wide, hops over the curb, and that may be it. So Ryan Yarrow with a slightly bigger gap into the complex.
Yep, it's a few car lengths. I don't think Paul Smith's going to be able to do anything about it there. It's not for the want of trying, though. He's continued to push on. So we're going to have had a situation whereby Paul Smith has done a lot of leading in the first 2 days. He might still get the win here. He was right under the rear of the Spire as they came through the hairpin. He's not going to do it, though. So 2 different winners, and neither of them have been Paul Smith so far. Dan Clues yesterday, Ryan Yarrow winning today in the Spire by about half a second or so, 8/10 in fact it was in the end, from Paul Smith in 2nd place. 3rd place should go the way of Matt Thomas. He's just making his way out of the hairpin now. There on screen you can see Matthew Booth pushing on. He's still in 2nd place in the Cup 200. Across the line, though, from our commentary box window, I can see is 77 Matt Thomas. He takes 3rd place. John Cutmore takes 4th position. And then 5th on the road, it's going to be Carl Austin, but he will lose that position to Colin Chapman with that penalty that's going to be applied to his time. And Johnny McGill will be classified inside the top 6. The best of the Cup 200 cars is just about to come up to the line now as well, and that is going to be Richard Webb. So 2 different winners in Cup 200 so far during the course of this weekend as well, Josh.
Yeah, great motor racing, and battled right down the field to the line. And there, you could see across the line. But I think that is Matt Thomas's first podium, isn't it? Just check some of the previous results. I remember he did well at Alton Park a couple of years ago, but I don't think he quite made the podium on that occasion. So here be a delighted driver talking to Chris Stevens. I'm sure Ryan Yarrow will as well. But Paul Smith, who has led all but about 3 or 4 laps this weekend, is yet to win. He's had 2nd place on both occasions, and Ryan Yarrow having that move into the hairpin there. Not an obvious place to make the move. Then we had that side-by-side action through the traffic, which was so spectacular. What a weekend this has been for Sports 1000. And this combination with the Cup 200 cars for this season seems to be working. also well, and really looking forward to the rest of the season. But here at Croft, let's have a look at the results of round 2.
Yeah, Ryan Yarrow, the winner, with an 8/10 of a second margin in car 54 from number 3, Paul Smith, in second place. But a great motor race we had between those two, and credit to Matt Thomas. He had to really work quite hard to fend off John Cutmore for most of that race. So 77 Matt Thomas took 3rd, 98 John Cutmore was 4th. Carl Austin, 5th on the road. 10 seconds will be applied to his time though, so that will drop him to 7th in car 44 behind 63 Colin Chapman and 72 Johnny McGill. Richard Webb will be 8th and winning Cup 200. Ed Collins, good drive from him. He was at the back of the grid after an off yesterday on his birthday. Came through to 9th place in car number 5 today. Matthew Booth, 10th overall, 2nd of the Cup 200 cars in car 65. Then it was 11th number 85, David Watson. Then Daniel Ashby, Ian Hutchinson and Stephen Dean. And what about the rest of the order? We'll have a look at that in a moment. There we go, Carl Alaban, the next of the Cup 200 cars, then Stephen Hollock, Charlie Slatton, Charles Wright, Chris Wilkinson, Chris James and Alex Aloro were lost during the course of it. 2 of the 3 Mattels, Phil Hutchins and Dan Clues, the retirements from that one. Let's head down to the pit lane. Chris Stevens is there.
Well, another absolute thriller in the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, but this time it was Ryan Yarrow who came out on top. Ryan, that was a heck of a scrap.
Yeah, it was hard work. Navigating the back markers whilst trying to race with someone like Paul is just the most difficult thing you can possibly do, really. Massive confidence boost for me, considering off the back of quite a poor run, really, all last season. It sounds daft, but like start to get a bit of kind of imposter syndrome, and you know, I've proved to myself that I can do it again against, you know, the best that there is. Paul's V champion, Rapid, so I'm really over the moon with it.
And after quite a chaotic race yesterday, this must feel pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean, it was Paul's, then it was mine, then it was Dan's, and you know, it was anyone's, and I was still happy with the. I wasn't happy with how the race finished, but it was a good race. But I thought today, like, I was really fired up after yesterday. I thought I can do it. So, yeah, it's just brilliant. Yeah.
Oh, awesome stuff. Congratulations on the win. A fantastic drive in what is a very smartly re-liveried machine as well. Let's go and talk to Paul Smith. Hello, Paul. How was that for you? It's so close yet so far.
Yeah, I've sort of got a bit stitched up with the back markers so far this weekend. So, but you know, Ryan was quick enough to be there and hunted me down. We had a good little tussle going into the hairpin. I never knew where he was. There was cars in between, and so yeah, it was a good race.
And of course, you put on a fantastic, hard and fast move on Dan Clues on the opening lap as well. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, well, our car's really fast on these tyres for about 3 or 4 laps. So I was trying to get away, and I can't get the starts right, but I was able to get him and, yeah, just get on with it.
Yeah, it seems like in both races you've been able to build up an early lead but then come under pressure later in the race. Why do you think that is?
Well, the race yesterday we had throttle problems sticking wide open, so trying not to throw it into the barrier was meaning I had to go slower. That one was just pure pace, so no, we didn't quite have it. The car went off a bit, but we'll try and sort something out for the next one.
All right, well, good luck with that. We hope to see more battles like that in the future. Reigning overall champion Richard Webb now running in the Cup 200 class, the victor in this one. That was... everyone was talking about the fight at the front, but you guys had another epic scrap.
These things, you got to try these things out. You just smile the whole time you're driving them. They're just so equal. The toe is so important. And racing against Dave and Matt like that, you can just race so close but fair. It's just absolutely brilliant. Loved it.
So a fantastic advert for the championship and your ambitions to have a one-make series of its own.
Absolutely. This is what it's all about. We've got 6 cars here this weekend. We've got 8 confirmed for Alton. I can easily see it being 10, 12 by the end of the year at this rate.
And what do you think maybe next year? Will we have its own grid?
Let's see how this year ends out, but you know, that's what we're pushing for.
Great start to the Cup 200 class. Congratulations to you on the class win. Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you. Coming out next, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup.
Yes, indeed, and it's another category that has a triple header this weekend. This is the second of the 3 races. Yesterday, again, last lap drama in the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club, because Oak Richardson it was that came through to take the victory. And the grid for this race is based on the result of that race from yesterday. So Oak Richardson, number 17, lines up on pole position. Besides, number 40, Ben Hansey, who was involved in a penultimate corner incident that it took out another driver. Second row, 13, Scott Leach, and 230, Tom Holland. Third row is 9 and 92. 9 is Ian Tomlinson, 92, Jordan Johnson was that other driver, and Ben Hansey was extremely apologetic about that incident. On the fourth row, on the inside, it's going to be number 50, Christian Young, and 32, Jake Micklewright. Matthew Penner, Father Neil, number 21, is on the inside of row 5, besides number 22, Adrian Johnson. On the sixth row, it's 99, Martin Vernon, and 27 is David Brown. Row 7, 29, Mary Barnard, and 128, Samuel Cormer. Nico Favo in number 46 and 90, Andrew Robinson on the 8th row. The 9th row is Matthew Short in 72 and Philip Barrett in number 191. On the 10th row, it's 23, Martina Ward, and 592, Arden Wardley. And Neil Burrows, number 31, rounds out the field. But yes, it was a very chaotic final lap of the opening 5 Club race of the season yesterday. Race long, really. It's been a duel between Jordan Johnson and Ben Hansey. Johnson was really keeping Hansey behind. Hansey, as we thought he might, sort of launched this bid on the last lap, and that's when it all got very interesting, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. They were side by side through Tower. They were side by side all the way through the S's. Great respect between them. They both gave each other enough room where they could do that. Such a quick part of the circuit. But then, unfortunately, as Hansey got through, it all went a little bit wrong at the complex. He had a big old moment which inadvertently took Jordan Johnson off the road, and it was actually Johnson who lost out further. Hansey then continued to have the moment through the next corner, which allowed Oak Richardson through. The officials have had a look at that, and they've determined it to be a racing incident, because really Hansey was having his own moment. It just happened Jordan Johnson was sort of there alongside him, which was a real shame for him, because he was looking for only his second win in the category, and he had to start therefore a little bit further down the order today. But it's Oak Richardson who took that win, who I think the paddock weren't talking as much about as perhaps they should have been. Oak Richardson, who was right with them all race long, really, and then was able to pounce when they had that mistake. He's got less experience and hasn't raced as much with this series, but he's certainly going to be a championship contender. So he's there on pole with Hansey second. They have to go back to row 3 for Jordan Johnson, so he's just going to have to work his way through the order on this opening lap a little bit. Scott Leach was there or thereabouts, wasn't he, and then dropped off yesterday about 10 seconds or so. So he'll be hoping to keep in the tow today. So an interesting racing prospect again. Just the last car from this Sports 1000 just coming through into a safe place, and then we'll be able to get this race underway.
5-second board indeed is shown, so the race almost with us. 15 minutes of racing for the 5 Club MX5 Cup. Lights go out and away they go then for the second time this weekend, and it's Oak Richardson that seems to make a pretty decent start from the front row of the grid. Ben Hansey there in second place. Then you can see the familiar Scott Leach blue car with a yellow front and the red tongue sticking out as well. He's there in third place. That's Tom Holland, who's gone gravel tracking, and he's lost quite a bit of time because he started on row 2 of the grid and is now mired in the middle of the field. He will have work to do as this race unfolds. But it's Oak Richardson, number 17, with his father watching from hospital. He is leading the way then from in second place Ben Hansey, third place Scott Leach, and Tomlinson looks to be fourth, and then in fifth place it's the 50 car of Christian Young.
Good start for him. He's got himself up ahead of Jordan Johnson. Obviously the car that lost out was Tom Holland. We saw him through the gravel up there at the first corner into the S's. Flat out, I think, in these Mazda MX-5s. One car off though, that's the 90 car of Andrew Robinson, who started on row 8 of the grid. To Sunny, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars in a line with yesterday's long-time leader at the back and yesterday's winner at the front. Richardson at the front of the group then as they come into the complex, and no particular challenging moves yet we've seen out of this group. You'd have to think that Jordan Johnson wants to move forwards during the course of it. There's a good battle behind, which sees Matthew Neal making a move on Martin Vernon. And then that's Tom Holland, isn't it, trying to get positions back in the BS Motorsport car, so he gets himself up ahead of Martin Vernon. Then just behind him is David Brown, who I think's made quite a good start to this race. And there's, what, 3 or 4 cars still involved in that battle that I think is for something like 10th position.
Yep, so top 2 getting away here. That's Oak Richardson, number 17, and Ben Hansey, number 40. And a gap back to Scott Leach. At the rear of this group is the man that was leading for much of yesterday's race, number 92, Jordan Johnson. So he will have his eye on getting to the head of this group and then potentially taking the challenge to the top 2. Ben Hansey is going to have a look down the inside into Tower Corner to try and find a way past Oak Richardson. Hansey in the white car with the green mirrors, can't find a way through there, but still has the front of his car alongside the rear of that of Oak Richardson. Side by side behind as well, that's Christian Young, I think, trying to get past Ian Tomlinson. In fact, those 4 cars were basically 2 abreast, and there's a touch there through the Jim Clark S's. They've both gone wide. Scott Leach gets back onto the circuit as they approach Barkhoff, and he's still there in 3rd position somehow, Josh.
Yeah, I wonder if Christian Young's just backed out of that a little bit. He's having a good run here, though, isn't he? Finished 7th yesterday, did Christian Young. And was a little bit slower than this group, but he's right there today. And he so nearly took 3rd position. Ian Tomlinson, though, looking down the inside of him, he can't get through because they're battling so much. Jordan Johnson's been unable previously to make a move, but yeah, we still can't quite get alongside and ahead of Ian Tomlinson. But despite their battle, they're not losing the lead pack, so it's still 6 for the lead at the end of 2 laps of racing.
Ian Tomlinson is a wise head in Mazda MX-5 racing, very difficult to get past, as Jordan Johnson is now discovering, I think. That's the top 6. Gap back to 7th, which I think is actually Adrian Johnson, Jordan's father, about 3 seconds behind his son, I think. And it looks like Jordan Johnson has now made it through into 5th place at Clairvaux, by the way. This is the next group of cars that we're now seeing. We saw Tom Holland going through there. He is up to 10th position now, as the leaders nose to tail once again along the back straight, past the old pit lane and towards Tower Corner. Is Hansey going to have a look up the inside this time? He's leaving it fairly late, but no, he can't go through there. There you can see confirmation that number 92, Jordan Johnson, the sort of gunmetal grey car, is now through into P5 at the expense of Ian Tomlinson. Through the Jim Clark S's again, past that sort of tyre stack, marking the 2nd of the apexes. Then they run through the fast flat-out right-hander at Barkhoff, into the very tricky double right-hander at Sunny. Through the 1st and the 2nd part of it, then they squirt onto the power for a relatively short run to the complex. Oak Richardson, it is still that's leading. I wonder if Ben Hansey's going to try the same tactics as yesterday and effectively not really make any really bold moves until the final lap of the race.
Problem today is they're not pulling away from the pack, and you know Jordan Johnson is fighting his way through. On the last lap, Christian Young was the fastest driver, but on this lap he loses the position to Jordan Johnson, but then he fights back on the exit of the hairpin. Yeah, I think Johnson might be able to hang on when they get down towards Clairvaux. The 1:41.9 for Young that gave him the fastest lap. And in fact, his nose is on the head, but he's on the wrong line into the 1st corner, so Jordan Johnson does take it into 4th then, and it's his turn to set the fastest lap of the race, so 1:41.37, so he's about 0.3 of a second quicker than the leaders. And he's realising there's a gap now developing between 2nd and 3rd. So Jordan Johnson realising he wants to make a move, and perhaps this is the point where Ben Hansey can try a bit harder to get past Oak Richardson, because Richardson just felt the need to bring his car to the middle of the circuit a bit more than he has done at any point in this race into that corner. But again, no way through for Ben Hansey. Oak Richardson then still leading, so they come down towards the S's for the 4th time in this race, with Leach and Johnson not too far behind.
There's the battle then for 3rd position. Scott Leach, number 13, the driver from Bulkington, Warwickshire. just ahead of Jordan Johnson, the driver from Gloucester. Johnson very keen not to lose absolute touch with the leaders. We're still not halfway through this race, 8.5 minutes left to go. But Johnson will want to try and clear yesterday's third place man Scott Leach just as soon as he possibly can and get on terms with the top two, Oak Richardson and Ben Hansey. Wide open championship this year, of course. Ben Short, although it was on the entry list for this race, not taking part, instead focusing on running the BS Motorsport team for this weekend. Over the line they go to complete another lap then. That's lap number 4. And it is still Oak Richardson that leads. The gap between them is 0.4 of a second. Jordan Johnson on that lap did the best lap of the race, 1:41.04. And he's really piling the pressure on Scott Leach now as they head through Hawthorne.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get through there on the exit of Clairvaux, but it didn't work out for him. 1:41.0 for Jordan Johnson. They're about 0.7 of a second slower than they were yesterday, with a different driver leading the pace. With Oak Richardson out front. Here comes Johnson to the inside of Leach. A big moment for the leader, Richardson on the brake, so that's going to give Ben Hansey a chance to get up the inside. And this, ooh, they're rubbing a little bit there. This gives the opportunity for Ben Hansey to go through. I don't think he's ahead yet. And we saw him go side by side with Jordan Johnson through the S's yesterday. He hasn't raced against Oak Richardson much, but nevertheless they still run side by side through there. But Hansey and Richardson were slow out the corner, so Scott Leach round the outside through Barcroft. He's alongside Hansey, who locks up as they go down towards Sunny. Oh, they're all still in the same order, Ian.
They are, but yeah, those two scrapping and the mistake from Oak Richardson did very much bring Scott Leach and Jordan Johnson into the equation. So although Johnson's not yet cleared Scott Leach, he'll be happy now that it's definitely a lead quartet that we have. And actually Chris Young's not too far behind either, is he? In 5th place and Ian Tomlinson in 6th. So the lead 4 heading through the complex and towards the hairpin for the 5th time here. And still, anybody has raced this. You wouldn't want to predict who might win this. Richardson trying very hard. He's made a couple of mistakes, though, that we've seen. But Ben Hansey not able to capitalise. And indeed, Ben Hansey almost lost out on P2. Scott Leach up at the back end of the circuit on the previous lap. So it's 17 Oak Richardson the leader, 40 Ben Hansey in 2nd, 13 Scott Leach is 3rd, 92 Jordan Johnson 4th, 50 Christian Young in 5th, 9 Ian Tomlinson in 6th, then Jake Micklewright, Adrian Johnson, Matthew Pennefather Neal and Tom Holland rounding out the top 10 with 6 minutes of the race to go.
So they're on lap 6. We did 9 yesterday in the 15-minute race. And it's Richardson then who is leading. But it's Johnson who's on the move. He goes up the inside of Scott Leach for 3rd. And Jordan Johnson makes that move work into the corner. And I think he's going to hang on out of the corner. So the Gloucester racer, Jordan Johnson, a 31-year-old HGV mechanic, is up into 3rd. And he's behind the driver who was ahead of for so long yesterday, Ben Hansey. But this time they're battling over 2nd position.
That's right. And of course they're in the opposite order to what they were for the majority of the race yesterday as well. So it'll be fascinating to see what Jordan Johnson can do. It's been a good drive already to get from 6th on the grid up to 3rd position and be very much in the thick of the action here. Top 6 you can see are a long way clear of the rest. There's a 7-second gap back to Jake Micklewright in the 32 car. As we're watching now Jordan Johnson go around the outside of Ben Hansey at the first part of the complex. That gives him the inside line for the hairpin. Ben Hansey's trying to hang on in there, but he goes through. Just Jordan Johnson up to 2nd place. So is this going to be Jordan Johnson putting right what he would perceive as a wrong of yesterday and being able to get the win? He's still got Oak Richardson to try and get through, though. He's 6/10 behind as they go on to lap number 7, with probably 2 more laps to go after this one.
And for Jordan Johnson, it's a bit like the reverse grid race we'll have later, isn't it? He's just been picking them off one by one from a lower starting position. But what worked out well for him is there are no gaps that really developed. And immediately he's challenging for the lead on the outside line up towards Tower Bend. And can Oak Richardson hang on the inside line here? I don't think he can, so Jordan Johnson has to stay behind in P2. But then you've got Scott Leach there and Chris Young and Ian Tomlinson still pretty much making it a 6-way battle for the lead of the race. A tighter run out of the Essex for Johnson. Is that going to give him a run through Barcroft and into Sunny? No, he decides that's not the best idea. But the leader runs wide through the first part. So into the complex in. We saw Johnson make a move here for second 1 lap ago.
We did. Just to say, Tom Holland's made up a couple of places. He's up to 8th place now. They've been in 10th place for a lot of the race. Leaders heading into the complex once again, though. Pretty much single file at this point, though. We'll see if there's any moves made on the way into the hairpin. Move to the right-hand side of the circuit, the racing line, to get a tight exit from the corner. Who's going to get the better exit out of the hairpin? Yellow flags and a safety car. Oh, that's not what Jordan Johnson wanted with only 3 minutes of the race to go, is it? Safety car is being brought out, and I would think it's, well, we don't know why it's what it's there for
First
yet.
corner, there's a car in the gravel at Clairvaux.
Oh yes, I could just about see it. That's just behind the lights thing from where I am. 23. That's the car of Martina Ward, I'm afraid. So unless they can get that car out of the gravel track very quickly, I'm not sure we're going to get any more racing out of this. So that would be bitter news for Jordan Johnson. But Martina Ward there in the gravel trap, 35 years of age, lives in Staplehurst, but she was born and raised in Bulgaria, and it's her rookie season in racing, and she has made the switch from sim racing to real world racing in this BS Motorsport car. But she's in the gravel trap at the moment and is out of the race, and it's brought about the safety car.
She had got herself up to 17th and was going the best part of a second quicker than yesterday, so she was getting quicker, but unfortunately that's a little bit too quick, and has ended up in the gravel there. So are we going to get any more racing? Question mark. We've just under 2 minutes on the clock.
Well, snatch vehicles there already, and the safety car's driving at a really reasonably pedestrian speed.
Don't want to go too slowly though, we might run out of time by the time they get back round.
Yeah, so the snatch vehicle is dragging Martina's car away, and I think there's a chance that they might just about do this.
So did Oak Richardson watch what John Lisseter did in the Mazda 7s to make a restart work for you? Jordan Johnson has appeared to be the quickest driver in this race. His best lap's over half a second faster than the rest. Ben Hansey didn't make it too hard for him to get past, did he? So whether he's still feeling a bit guilty from yesterday.
Circuit's clear now, by the way.
So the safety car can speed up and make sure we get here before the minute's up.
That's right. So its lights were still on as we saw it head through the Jim Clark S's, but hopefully now it can just about get round in time for another lap. And we'll have hopefully a 1 lap dash to the checkered flag, as we did in the Mazda 7 race earlier on today.
Jake Mickelwright got up to 7th before the safety car came out, didn't he? And it was Adrian Johnson who was up in 7th, who dropped behind not just Mickelwright but Tom Holland as well.
Safety car lights are out then, and it looks like the marshals on the start line again to get ready with a green flag to go racing once more. So this will be the end of lap 8. We'll get again 9 laps out of it, albeit this time 1 will have been behind the safety car. So it's Oak Richardson, who is, I don't think he has done a Jonathan Lisseter, has he really? In that he's got Jordan Johnson right behind him as the green flag waves with 6 seconds to go. And the race is back underway. So can Jordan Johnson take advantage of this situation, this 1 lap dash, and get through into the lead? And going wide there at Clairvaux is the race leader Oak Richardson. That allows Jordan Johnson alongside him through Hawthorne, and Johnson goes through, and it might be that Ben Hansey can follow him through to second place as well. Through the chicane they go. Hansey, I think, has gone off there. Well, that's, well, where has Oak Richardson gone? He's still there in second place. Hansey's gone back to 5th. It's got Leach that's gone up to 3rd position, but Leach now is going to challenge Oak Richardson down into Tower.
Yep, where Richardson went was across the tarmac runoff through the cones, so he didn't go around the chicane.
Yeah.
You can't go side by side through the chicane, and Ben Hansey weren't backing out. I guess there wasn't too many other options, but Hansey lost positions, but he's fighting back, isn't he, alongside Scott Leach through the S's, and that means Leach runs out of road. Not for the first time, I don't think. At that part, they're still side by side through Barcroft. Leach stays on the tarmac there, which he'll be very pleased about. So the only change of position in all of that was Jordan Johnson taking the lead into Clairvaux. Everything else is in the same order somehow. Oh no, Christian Young's on the grass. and that's going to lose him a place for sure to Ian Tomlinson. But Jordan Johnson is in the position. He spent most of yesterday, he led a whole race basically, but taken 2 races to do it, and it's going to be the race he didn't lead much of, Ian, that he's coming through the final corner as the leader.
Great drive from 6th to get into the lead of the race. Oh, Richardson really pushing, gets a bit sideways out of the corner. That's not a particularly quick way of doing it though. So up to the line goes Jordan Johnson to take the checkered flag, and that is good for him after the disappointment of yesterday. Jordan Johnson takes the win then in car number 92, getting the lead at Hawthorn on the final lap from number 17, Oak Richardson, who took 2nd place. In 3rd place is number 40, that's Ben Hansey. In 4th place, number 13, Scott Leach. 5th to number 9, Ian Tomlinson. 6th to number 50, Christian Young. 7th was 32, Jake Micklewright. Tom Holland, number 230, was 8th. Adrian Johnson, 9th in 22. And Matthew Pennefather near rounding out the top 10 in 21st position.
So yesterday, Jordan Johnson led all the laps but the last one, but didn't win. And Oak Richardson led all the laps today but the last one and didn't win. So in the MX5 Cup, that famous saying of you don't want to lead onto the last lap seems to be pretty true. But a good couple of races this weekend from the 5 Club racing competitors, and there was good battle through the pack as well. And we look forward to a reverse grid race later, where plenty of excitement will come. But let's have a look at the results then for the 2nd round of the Switch MX5 Cup.
So Jordan Johnson it was that took that dramatic win on the final lap. Number 92, the winner from number 17, Oak Richardson. In 3rd place, number 40, Ben Hansey. He had his hands full on the final lap as well. Scott Leach took 4th in number 13, ahead of Ian Tomlinson. He got 5th place in number 9, away from Christian Young, number 50, on the final lap, with Young going wide on the run to the complex. 7th to number 32, Jake Micklewright, a 1-place improvement for him on yesterday. Tom Holland, not quite as far up the order as he was on Saturday. 8th place for him in car 230, ahead of number 22, Adrian Johnson, and 21, Matthew Pennefather Neal, who completed the top 10. Matt Short was 11th, David Brown, Samuel Gormer, and Martin Vernon. 12th, 13th, and 14th, Nick Favo, I should say, 15th. Then Philip Barrett, 16th, Adam Wardley, Andrew Robinson, Neil Burrows, and Mary Barnard rounded out the finishers. Mary not having such a good race as she did yesterday, with Martina Ward the only non-finisher. And there's another race for those to come later on, Josh.
Yeah, I think something must have happened to Mary Barnard on that last lap, because she was in the pack and then was a long way behind on that last lap. So perhaps a bit of a drama there, but learning still. As quite a lot of these competitors are quite a few fairly new to racing, and it's a great way to begin racing. And lots of drivers say how much good fun racing Mazda MX-5, particularly this Mark 1 Model R. Why there's so many of them that do go racing throughout the UK. And we'll see another race later. We'll also see Mazda MX-5 on the grid in the Club Enduro race as well. Not quite to this specification.
So we've got just one category that we've not yet seen today. That's going to be up next, the Freaky Parts Sport Specials Championship, the final different category for their only race of the day. Then we go back to the start of the programme with Mazda 7s, Sports 1000 MX-5s, before we conclude the day's action with the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. But now, let's head down to the MX-5 pit lane.
Well, a storming drive from Jordan Johnson in the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup. Jordan, I mean, redemption for yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah. Cheers. Yeah, I was pretty determined to get to the front today after what happened yesterday. A racing incident, but yeah, I had my angry eyes in today. I was getting there.
I mean, it was such a meticulous drive, just picking them off one by one, getting back up the order.
Yeah, well, I didn't get the start I wanted, really, so I knew that, and I was going to pick them off one by one as quickly as I could, get through. No mistakes. Very happy.
Of course, we've got the reverse grid coming up this afternoon as well. How do you think you'll fare there?
If we can get through the turn 1 chaos, then, which will be 10 probably, the draw, then we'll see how it goes. Hopefully another win.
All right, well, good luck for that. Congratulations again on the win. 2nd place was Oak Richardson in the number 17 car. A 1st and a 2nd for you so far this weekend, but man, what happened on that last lap?
I thought the race was over, so I wasn't quite ready for the restart, but one of them. It's all good, it's all fine. Still finished 2nd.
You live and learn, and of course you've got an opportunity in the reverse grid race coming up as well to make up some extra ground.
Yeah, very true. So all good.
All right, grand. There's lots of smiling faces in the Parc Fermé here at the moment. Ben Hansey in third place. Wow, it looked like you really, really had to fight for that one.
Yeah, that's proper elbows out stuff, and like had a few goes at Oak, and he held on strong, and then as Jordan comes through, I kind of owed him a bit from yesterday. So, and you could see he really wanted that. So I'm really proud and pleased for Jordan. So.
I mean, you were hounding the back of Oak's car throughout the vast majority of that race before the safety car came out, and of course you had pressure from Scott behind as well. So how do you handle that, being right in the sandwich?
Yeah, it was like, wasn't just Oak and I, it was kind of elbows out, and then obviously us fighting brought Scott into it. It was a bit of a surprise, and then it was kind of, I think on the restart I dropped down to about 5th, and so yeah, pleased with the podium.
Oh, that's great stuff. Congratulations to you, and all the best for the reverse grid race coming up now. Cars heading out on track for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship.
Thanks very much indeed, Chris Stevens. And it is the only race today for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. They had a race yesterday which was won by Andy Hiley. Again, dramatic circumstances, beating Paul Collingwood and Anton Landon. Stuart Much and Douglas Hanna winning their respective classes. The grid for this race is set by the second fastest times from qualifying in yesterday. So we will have on pole position the number 53 car. That's going to be Andy Hiley, yesterday's race winner, multiple champion in sports specials and kit cars as well. And it's his first race weekend as a pensioner as well. So an even bigger sense of achievement for him with that victory yesterday. Alongside him on the front row of the grid should have been the number 4 car of Lewis Ward, but he sadly has had to pull out of the weekend after problems yesterday. Row 2 on the inside should have 76 David Hughes and 64 Anton Landon. I was just hesitating because David Hughes was a retirement yesterday, but it looks like he's there. Third row is 11 Paul Collingwood and 7 Stuart Much. On the fourth row it's going to be 27 Andrew Hayward and 40 Darren Berris in the Westfield. Row 5 is 82 Rob Johnson in the Sienna and 158 yesterday's Class B winner Douglas Hanna. On the sixth row, number 1 Stuart Thompson, the reigning champion. 44 Marcus Roskill will be missing though after a fiery exit from yesterday's race. On the 7th row, it's 18 Colin Benham and 58 Mickey Scott. The 8th row is 65 Martin Hayward and 70 Trevor Harbour's Caterham. Row 9 is Sylvia Much in the Mev and Brad Snow, number 77, in the Silver Phoenix. And then on row 10, it's Alan Robinson, 26, and Neil Webb, number 9, in the Mev, and Gerard O'Donoghue, 69, rounding out the field. And Josh, a shame that we don't have Lewis Ward on the grid today.
That's absolutely right. Last year's Class A champion suffered a gearbox failure yesterday, and that's not going to be able to be fixed for today. So I think the Westfield racer very much on the back foot now for the rest of the season. But he said the car was quick while it was going, so he'll be one to watch. Yesterday, as you say, it was a great battle between Andy Hiley and Paul Collingwood. Initially, Paul Collingwood was in front and gone, and then went off the road, dropped behind Hiley, got ahead of him, and then through traffic, Hiley took the lead back. So a great battle. It looks like we'll get a gain between those two. And hopefully for David Hughes, he had a much better race yesterday. Qualified so well and then didn't make the lap, so watch out for him in the race. I think it's about to get underway.
Yeah, very shortly indeed. Now I've had the 30-second board. So the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, 3 classes. Class C is from Exocets. Classes A and B are based on a power to weight ratio arrangement. Red lights go on and they go out. Away we go then. So with that clear track in front of him, Anton Landon was possibly able to capitalise. Let's see where he is by the time they get down to the first corner. It's certainly Andy Hiley that's leading the way. Dave Hughes in second. Darren Berris in the number 40 Westfield has got away quite nicely. He's up into third position ahead of Dave Hughes, who's going to lose out on the Mev lead as well to yesterday's class winner Stuart Much, who took 5th place overall. But Andy Hiley getting a very good start to this race here, and he is pulling out quite an advantage.
Paul Collingwood, he had his arm out in the cockpit as the cars went down to Clairvaux, and he's slowly heading round at the back, so we won't get that battle from yesterday. For second place, Darren Berris was trying to get alongside Anton Landon, couldn't quite make that stick, so Hiley may not quite have the competition of yesterday, because the two of them They're, what, 15 seconds ahead of Anton Landon. They go through the S's here. Well up the order is the Class B driver, Andrew Hayward. He looked like he was in single 7th position there. But it's a 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They're all together. The 2 MEV leaders, Dave Hughes back ahead of Stuart Much, right on the tail of Darren Berris in the V8-powered Westfield.
Yeah, shame to lose Paul Collingwood. Got the lap record yesterday and has shown a good form towards the end of last season. But there's Darren Berris and the David Hughes MEV. They were going alongside into the complex for the first time. And Berris just getting a wheel on the grass on the exit. That's allowed Hughes back through. So it's going to be Andy Hiley leading at the end of lap 1 from Anton Landon in 2nd. And then it's going to be Dave Hughes 3rd, who's got the V8 Westfield bearing down on him, or getting alongside him. Will he get through on the way into Clervaux Corner? I suspect he might. Well, actually, there's not a lot between it, and that supercharged MEV going pretty well too in the hands of Dave Hughes.
It's been a bad start to the season for the champion from last year, Stuart Thompson. Probably not a good result yesterday, and he's in the pit lane at the end of 1 lap today. So into retirement, it would seem, for Stuart Thompson, the overall champion from last year.
Yeah, he was saying yesterday that it took quite a lot of effort and money to get the car down to the Class B, up to the Class B weight limit for last season, but it was worthwhile with that champion that he took last year, the overall championship and the Class B championship. Meanwhile, this scrap still goes on for 3rd position. You've got the 2 MEVs in there of Dave Hughes and Stuart Much. You've got Stuart Much actually getting ahead there of Darren Berris as well in the Westfield, and then you've got Rob Johnston, number 82 in the Sala. He's right with them as well. They're quite a long way clear now of Andrew Hayward, who's leading in Class B at the moment.
Yeah, Johnston's caught this group, hasn't he? It's Berris tries to fight back alongside Stuart Much, but can't make that work. Last year, David Hughes took 5 of the wins in Class C. Stuart Much took 7, so they had some great battles, and we saw contact there yesterday between 2 different cars. It wasn't quite as dramatic that time, but Stuart Much and Darren Berris both wanted the same bit of road, and both lost out because of that bit of contact they had.
Now, has that caused any damage to Berris's car? Well, it looks like he's heading down the straight well enough. So Dave Hughes now has Rob Johnston behind him as a result of all of that. Rob Johnston has got his way up into 4th position. He's been a race winner in the past, 49 years of age, from Stone in Staffordshire. Bought back this car from Mark Conroy and put a Ford Duratec engine in it. It had a Honda S2000 engine in it when Mark Conroy ran it. And he's under threat here from a twin MEV attack, isn't he? Down into Tower Corner. It's Stuart Much that has got through. Looks like Dave Hughes might follow. Let's see how that pans out as they head to the Jim Clark S's. No, he's got himself in as the meat in the sandwich there as Rob Johnston.
It really had a big old slide, and that has allowed David Hughes through into 4th position. Behind them, I think Doug Hanna got ahead of Andrew Hayward to take the Class B lead at the start of the lap. So Hayward, who made that such a good start, has lost out to the Pro Comp of Doug Hanna. You can just see that in the background as Rob Johnston still fighting away with these Class C cars. Much ahead of Hughes. Hughes is side by side with Johnston. Johnston on the outside, and Hughes defends up into the hairpin and therefore has 4th position once again. So this is quite the battle.
Yeah, absolutely right. Good scrap. There's very different types of car, aren't they? And that helps the MEV, of course, the kit car with the Mazda running gear.
Meanwhile, up front here, Andy Hiley's just set a new lap record. Collingwood lowered the lap record yesterday, but Hiley's gone even faster, 1 minute 25.74.
Yeah, so that's an excellent lap time, 88 miles an hour average, that is, around this Croft circuit. Meanwhile, side by side between Rob Johnston and Dave Hughes once again. And Johnston, for the moment, is prevailing in this fight for 4th position. Darren Berris is trying to get himself back on terms with them as well after that brush with Stuart Much a couple of laps ago. And behind them it is the Class B leader, Doug Hanna. Colin Benham, by the way, 3rd in Class B at the moment, former Sports Specialist champion.
So we're on lap 4. Hiley's just completing that, and Stuart Much is on the grass, heading out of Sunny. but that doesn't affect his position. Darren Berris is coming back into this battle, isn't he? So he's catching Rob Johnston. Not though, actually, behind all of them is Doug Hannah doing a great job in the Class B leading machine. He's done a 1:31.6, which is massively faster than he went yesterday. And therefore he has absolutely broken the lap record and lowered it by well in excess of a second. So Doug Hannah across the line there. He's found a lot of speed from yesterday, and a lot of speed we've ever seen from a Class B car.
Yeah, in a Pro Comp LA Gold. And yeah, he's a long way clear now of Andrew Hayward, about 5 seconds clear of him. So, well, Andy Hiley leading this race by 13 seconds, number 53, in the Kronos. Anton Landon in the Silent is second, number 64. And then it's this group that we see on screen. These 4 cars together, 2 Class C cars for Stuart Mutch and Dave Hughes, 2 Class A cars for Rob Johnston, the orange Sienna, the blue Westfield of Darren Berris. Then just in the back of shot behind them, about 2.5 seconds behind them, is Doug Hannah in the Pro Comp.
Heidi's gone even faster up front, a 1:25.38. So conditions good here. That record's being lowered and lowered, but this is a scrap for 3rd position. Stuart Mutch made that bold move down the inside to grab the lead of Class C, but David Hughes is trying to take it away from him, but he locks up into the complex, and that's going to allow Rob Johnston through into 4th position. So David Hughes challenging, but can't make the move work and actually loses out. So for Stuart Mutch, the driver from Gloucester, he's there in 3rd position overall, the director of MEV Cars, which he took over in 2019.
Johnston and Stuart Mutch alongside one another down the straight there, and it looks like Johnston has gone through into 3rd position then. So 3 Class A cars in the first 3 positions now. Stuart Mutch goes back to 4th position, but I have a feeling this race between them not over yet. It's very tightly matched between them. Rob Johnston with lots of experience under his belt, and some brisket F2 stock car racing as well between 1994 and 2004. He's been the Class A champion in Sports Specials, Class B champion as well.
I wondered, now he's ahead, whether he would be able to get away, but it's in a straight line that the MEVs was able to challenge and not quite get past Rob Johnston there. 1800cc turbocharged Mazda engines in the MEV for Rob Johnston, the 2-litre Duratec. And is Johnston then ahead in his own adapted Sienna Mark II? And is it this time Mutch's turn to perhaps lock up into the complex? But David Hughes breaks later and slides out wide. But hangs on to 5th actually, because Darren Berris dropped away from them from where he was at the start of the lap.
Yeah, Douglas Hannah in the Class B leading Pro Comp looks to be getting close to Darren Berris as well. If you stay with the shot, we'll see that, yeah, he's right with him now, isn't he? So they're coming up to the line, and I wonder if, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a change of position there for 6th overall. Douglas Hannah goes through, so I wonder if there is a problem for Darren Berris now, because his times are dropping away a bit.
And a Class A car shouldn't be passed by a Class B car in a straight line, so that would seem to be the case as they go through. Now Johnston is able to get away, isn't he, through that final complex. And he set, no, he didn't set a personal best actually on that last lap, but his best lap is about a second faster than the MEV, so that's going to let the Class C leaders battle it out to the end of the race. Stuart Mutch ahead of Dave Hughes. And their lap time is pretty much identical to Doug Hannah in the Pro Comp Class B leading car. Andrew Hayward still 2nd in Class B. Colin Benham in 3rd. So this is the best battle, I think, isn't it, for the Class C lead between Mutch and Hughes, this battle that we saw so many times last year. Stuart Mutch, the 45-year-old ahead, as they turn into the complex for the 7th time of asking in this race, and Mutch runs wide through the right hand, a huge amounts of opposite lock. You can really see the drivers working the wheel in these open cockpit cars, have to adjust the line as they're wheel to wheel into the hairpin. The outside line for the hairpin, though, really doesn't work, does it, for any body, any category, it's not a move that is really on. And equally, it's not really a corner you can get a cutback on either. Quite a unique corner here at Cross Circuit to end the lap. So Stuart Much again has opposite lock, and this time David Hughes has a chance, but they realise it's just a chicane. There's not room to go side by side through there. Perhaps the exit of the corner, Ian, is the place where the position will change.
It has to, yeah. He's gone through Dave Hughes now. Ex-Formula V racer up into 4th position in the Class C lead, of course. Half a dozen of these Class C MEVs this weekend. Mickey Scott 3rd, a bit further back down the order. Gerard O'Donoghue is 4th. The change for 11th place on that lap. Alan Robinson getting ahead of Martin Hayward for 4th place in Class B as well. But continuing to watch these two MEV MX150Rs at Sunny. Dave Hughes number 76 ahead of Stuart Much number 7 with 3 minutes of the race left to go, and the leader Andy Hiley he is well out in front and very much in among the traffic now as well.
Through the complex, lap number 8 about to be completed. Watch the hands at work for the Class C leader Dave Hughes. Then Stuart Much behind, lots of lock needed into the hairpin to the left, and then out of the hairpin to the right as oversteer, opposite lock is applied. And down towards Clairvaux, so the new Class C leader David Hughes. A bit of understeer through there. You really have to work at these cars, don't you, to get them round the circuit quickly. They look like a handful, but the drivers enjoy racing, and they're pretty quick cars too. Best lap of 1:31.0 for Hughes, which isn't quite as quick as they went last year. Probably because they're battling so hard here.
Yeah, absolutely right. Good scrap this for the Class C lead. They are, 40 seconds off the overall leader, Andy Hiley now, so getting on for half a lap that would be. Still Hughes ahead of Much, the man behind Freaky Parts, championship sponsor. Heading through Sunny and down towards the complex once again, just going past our commentary box window is the 2nd place driver, Anton Landon. And he in turn is a long way clear of Rob Johnston in 3rd. Here is the fight between the two MEVs coming into complex and down towards the hairpin. Is Much going to get a better exit from Hughes here and go through on the exit of the corner? The answer to that question seems to be no.
It never seems to work, does it, that approach? Driving standards flag going out potentially to one of those drivers, because it was then withdrawn after they went through. And they've got a car to lap as they go into Hawthorne. That's another of the MEVs, I think, isn't it? One of the drivers with a novice cross. That's Neil Webb making his debut this weekend, the retired firefighter. So good to see new drivers coming out in Sport Specials and in one of these MEV kit cars. Darren Berris is still going, isn't he? He's gone across the line now. He has dropped positions. He's now also behind Andrew Hayward. But on that last lap, the car was much quicker again after a good couple of laps of being well off the pace.
There's Andy Hiley. He's just going on to his last lap now. He's just lapped everyone up to including 11th place, because he's gone past Alan Robinson in the number 26 car, who's 4th within Class B at the moment in his Silver Phoenix. So Andy Hiley now at Hawthorne, working his final lap of the race. A long way clear of Anton Landon, who's just about gone through now for 2nd place, 20 seconds behind the leader. But Hiley, lots of experience in this championship, in this Kronos, which initially he struggled to make work in this guise, but the reliability came eventually to match the pace, and he has a very successful few seasons with the car, winning the championship in 2019, 2020 and 2021.
Change to the lead in Class C through the hairpin. David Hughes outbraked himself, and Stuart Much got up the inside, so they've traded positions on the start of their final lap. But for Andy Hiley, he's 20 seconds ahead a very different race to yesterday, perhaps more of a race that we've traditionally been used to for those drivers. It's all been about that Class C battle that are working their way through the start of their last lap, and they're going to go side by side down towards Tower Bend. The outside line for Hughes, the inside line for Much. Can Hughes get the position back here? Much is late on the brakes and hangs on for now.
Meanwhile, Andy Hiley is out of the hairpin for the final time, heading up towards the finish line. And he takes the checkered flag. Andy Hiley does the double at Croft this weekend in his home county of Yorkshire. Andy Hiley takes the checkered flag, but still this battle going on amongst the MX150Rs. So at the moment, it's Stuart Much that's ahead. It's not going to be for much longer. He spins at Sunny, and that allows Dave Hughes to go through and take the lead. And that, I think, has resolved that battle in reasonably spectacular fashion. Meanwhile, Anton Landon has gone through to take second place, to 19 seconds behind the winner.
David Hughes has been given a 5-second track limit penalty according to the bottom of my timing screen. So is he going to be 5 seconds ahead?
Not quite, I don't think. So Rob Johnston is going to come across the line to complete the podium. He takes third place overall in the number 82 Sienna. And then it's about keeping on the gap between fourth David Hughes, who's not pushing on fast enough as he goes. He's just waving. He's waving to his team on the pit wall, but that will cost him. It will cost him because the gap is not going to be 5 seconds. What's it going to be? We're waiting for it to come up on the screen. It's under 3 seconds, and he might have lost a couple of seconds there, easing off on the run through the line. What was his last lap time? It was a 1:35.44. He has no 1:31.03. Draw your own conclusions from that. So Stuart Much it will be that will get the Class C win, despite that spin at Sunny on the final lap.
So that didn't conclude the race as we thought it was. It was actually something that was done earlier, the track limit violations. So what actually was important, well, the other thing that was important there was how quickly Much recovered that, because as you said he was spinning, it suddenly then went in the right direction again, and he managed to get on with it. And then obviously the second thing that really concluded that one was when David Hughes shot himself in the foot a little bit by not pushing onto the line because he didn't know about the penalty. Obviously no pit-to-car radios here.
Just worth mentioning, Dorcana, it was that won Class B as well, with 6th place overall in the ProComp LA Gold. So let's have a look at the full results then of that Sports Specials race. We didn't see much of Andy Hiley. He was well out in front. We didn't have the challenge from Paul Collingwood, who retired on the opening lap. So 53, Andy Hiley the winner. From second, number 64, Anton Landon. In third place, it was 82, Rob Johnston. Dave Hughes, fourth across the line, but Stuart Much it will be that's classified as the Class C winner, because of the 5-second penalty for Dave Hughes. So fourth to number 7, fifth to number 76. Then sixth was 158, our Class B winner, Dorcana. Seventh, number 27, Andrew Hayward, ahead of Darren Berris, ailing somewhat towards the end. Ninth, number 58, Mickey Scott, and Colin Benham, third in Class B, rounded out the top 10. Scott, by the way, was third in Class C. Alan Robertson, Gerard O'Donoghue, Martin Hayward and Sylvie Much ran down to 14th. Trevor Harbour 15th in the Caterham, and Neil Webb, the only other finisher in that Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship race. Still 4 more races to go here at Croft this afternoon. We've got the Aim Shop Master 7s, their second race of the day, up next. Likewise for the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship and the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. But we'll conclude the day with the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. That is due off in just over an hour and a half from now. Already we have the cars going out onto the grid for the next race of the day though, which is for the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. Not the Yokohama, the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. We will do that at some point during the day. So we will have the third and final race for them coming up. Jonathan Lister it was that has had 2 wins already during the course of this weekend in the Yokohama Mazda 7s, and we'll see how the third race of the weekend pans out for those cars. That will be with us very shortly indeed. As I say, the cars already on their way out to the grid. Not sure whether we're going to get a chance to hear from our winners from the Freaky Part Sports Specials race with such a quick turnaround at the end of that race.
Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship race number 2 goes once again to Andy Hiley. Andy, very quickly, because we've got the Masters coming out already. A perfect weekend.
Yeah, it went better than I expected it was going to at the beginning of the weekend. So yes, absolutely fantastic, really.
Especially with so many changes made to the car, must feel great to see that they're working.
Yes, we've moved the car on as well. The car's a better car than it was last year, and eventually we could see it today. So yeah.
All right, great stuff. Well, we look forward to seeing you back out at a few other races throughout the year. Ian, Josh, let's get back up to you because it's the final race coming up for the Aim Shop Mazda 7s Championship.
Powney and 56 Daniel Sibbons. On the third row it's 99 Martin Shelton and 45 Simon Court. On the fourth row it's 66 Lucas Batt and 50 David Jones. On the fifth row it's 5 Ian Wells and 43 David Mason. On the sixth row it's 25 David Bowen and 21 Sam McKee. On the seventh row it's 47 Lewis Penstone Smith and 79 Ayrton Rogers. On the eighth row 88 Peter Wood and 7 which is Daniel Court. The ninth row is 3 Callum Barnes and 34 Matt Groh. And on the 10th row is going to be number 74 Stephen Manning, but a couple of cars not there. The red lights go on and they go out, and this Aim Shop Mazda 7 race gets underway, and it's a pretty good start from Martin West from the outside of the front row of the grid, and they head down towards the first corner. It's West that's got the lead of this race, then Jonathan Lister in second place. It looks like Martin Shelton has made up a good start and is up to third position. He started 5th on the grid, and Daniel Sibbons is in 4th spot as they head around Clervaux and Hawthorne for the first time in this race.
Doesn't feel like 5 minutes ago we were talking about Mazda 7 racing, does it? It comes thick and fast on this 750 Motor Club race weekend. And West then leads into Tower. There is 99 Martin Shelton, who started 5th, so higher than we've seen him over the course of the weekend, due to gaining positions towards the end of the earlier race. Through the S's they come, pretty much flat out, but it's the two quickest drivers I think this weekend who are right up front there. So Ben Powney didn't make a good start, did he? That's what's happened there. He's got for 6th. So it's West, Lisseter, then a gap back to Sibbons, and here comes Powney. He's trying to gain positions after not the best of starts. And he's alongside Martin Shelton, probably on the wrong line for the, he's just hit the grass there, got sideways. But I think he's actually still got the inside, so I think he will go through. David Jones is just behind. So he's again a little bit higher up. So the grid's a bit mixed up because of problems from others earlier on, Ian. So they'll be working their way through the order from further behind.
So Martin West, having made that good start, still leads this race from Jonathan Lister. The top two here, pulling away from the rest. There's 1.8 seconds back to Daniel Sibbons in 3rd place, number 56. Simon Court in 4th place, number 55. And Ben Powney 5th. And Martin Shelton in 6th place. I think we had 17 cars take the start of this race. A little bit of attrition as the weekend has gone on. But Callum Barnes back out for a 3rd go, having retired from the race earlier on. We're watching this battle with, well, we were watching the battle for about 4th, 5th and 6th. Simon Court, Ben Powney and Martin Shelton go through. Pick up on Lucas Batt, who finished 7th in the earlier race this afternoon. He's running in 8th position at the moment. So watch the leaders sweeping their way through. The Jim Clark S is through. Now the fast right-hander at Barcroft and up towards Sullivan's again. And Jonathan Lister seems to be staying pretty close to the back of Martin West's car.
And we heard that Martin West not so confident on the brakes as David Jones is off the road. Martin West not quite as confident on the brakes as Lisseter, so is that why Lisseter can gain a position? If Ben Powney goes up the inside of Simon Court for 4th there and gets through, so he's picking them off after losing out early on. And up into the hairpin they go, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th all together, but it's still Martin West then who leads up across the line at the end of 2 laps of this 15-minute race. But Lisseter's in the tow. He has a little peek to the inside into Clervaux, but that's not going to be a place to pass on this particular lap. He'll be conscious that nobody else is immediately behind, so he can challenge at this stage, Ian. And when he did get in front earlier, he was able to stay there as West was he a little bit sideways onto the run up towards Tower.
Looked like it to me, but it doesn't seem to have compromised him too much, although getting close to the back of him is Lister as they bear down on Tower Corner. Shelton and Simon Court there doing battle. Looked like Martin was trying to find a way past Simon as they went into Tower that time. There's a gap back then to, I think, David Mason, number 43, in 7th position.
Ben Powney has the fastest lap, 1:33.5. At this stage, he's about 6/10 of a second quicker than the leaders, and he's just got to get past Daniel Sibbons. Then perhaps he could work at catching them. And maybe while West is in front, that might help Powney. Now he's on Sibbons. He looks to the outside, so a different approach because of the defence from Daniel Sibbons, but that's not going to stop Ben Powney. He's just going to drive right round the outside of him.
Yeah, it was nicely done. Ben Powney goes through to 3rd place then at the left-hand element of the complex, and now he's got to get his head down to try to catch the 2 leaders who are getting on for a couple of seconds up the road at the moment. Martin West and Jonathan Lister. There's Powney, who's already putting daylight between himself and Sibbons, isn't he? You can see there, Sibbons under attack now from Simon Court on the way into Clervaux. Sibbons just going to wheel through the edge of the gravel trap there. Is that going to cost him anything? I don't think it is. It means, though, that we've still got Court very close to the back of him. This the leader, and it is now Jonathan Lister that's made his way through into the lead, so that's a change. He's got ahead of Martin West. And the 2-time winner already this weekend has the lead of the race. Can he keep hold of it? Not sure that he can, because as they come out of Tower, Martin West is actually alongside him still. And as they're going to go into the Jim Clark Essies now, I think they're going to be pretty much side by side, and Martin West has gone back through. So he was in the lead for about...
Runs wide. This is surely going to allow Powney to catch the 2 leaders. Powney set another fastest lap, a 1:33.46 last time. So surely this is going to bring him even closer to the top 2. They're battling behind as Simon Court goes up the inside of Daniel Sibbons and takes 4th place. But yeah, 2 seconds from 2nd to 3rd is not that large anymore. There's the Hill logoed Mazda 7 of the champion Jonathan Lister, right on the tail of the leader Martin West. He couldn't be too much closer coming out of the final corner. He catching in the toe. There's already driving standard flags going out after less than half of the race. But Lister looks down the inside into Clervaux. Martin West is going to have to give him space here, and he's going to run out of road is West, and that immediately is going to give Lister the biggest lead he's had all day.
He's also going to give encouragement to Ben Powney, who's now only about 2 car lengths behind the car of Martin West in 2nd position. And Powney has got a gap back now to Simon Court, number 55 in 4th, Sibbons 56 in 5th, and Martin Shelton 99 in 6th place. Then it's David Mason in 7th, very much having a lonely race as things stand. Leaders through Tower on lap number 5 of this race. Probably going to be a 9-lap race, I would think, for the Yokohama Mazda 7s here. Lister it is that leads, and well, actually, it looks like West has regained some of that advantage, or put down some of the advantage that Jonathan Lister did have.
Behind, not far behind, is Daniel Sibbons, Martin Shelton, and then David Mason. Those 2. I think Mason has just got up to 4th place. He's having his best race of the weekend, much more where he'd like to be. And then Martin Shelton's having one of his best runs too. So that's good to see. Yeah, David
Simon Court.
So that's because we've lost from our timing screen, the leader, who was the leader, Lister, hasn't registered for whatever reason on the last lap on the timing screens.
He's definitely there. He's coming out of the hairpin now and coming through to complete the 5th lap. Over the line he goes. We'll see if he registers that time through. No, it doesn't actually. So it's on the screen, it's saying Martin West is the leader, but Jonathan Lister, we can see, is there on the track from, in 2nd place, Martin West, 3rd place, Ben Powney, and then a gap back to Simon Court in 4th place. So 3 for the lead, 3 for 4th position.
Yes, the timekeepers will be figuring that one out, I'm sure. So bigger advantage for Liceta out of the chicane that time at the end of 5.5 laps. Behind, Martin Shelton has got himself up into 4th place. So this is the best we've seen out of Martin, which is great to see new drivers or different drivers getting further up the order. Flat out there through the S's for Liceta. Barcroft, that's right on the brink of being flat out in these cars, but that makes it so challenging. You heard, didn't we, from Martin West earlier? He said how surprised he was how quick they are. And a great progression from the low-cost championship.
Interesting that he recommended, though, that anyone that's a newcomer perhaps to go into low cost first and sort of build up your experience before moving on to something that is a good deal more challenging by the sounds of it to drive. So 4th, 5th and 6th on screen now, and it's Sibbons that is behind Simon Court there with Martin Shelton now at the front of that group. Jonathan Liceta it is that still leads, despite what your timing screen might be saying. Just looking to see if his car registers that time through at the end of lap 6, and nope, still showing us only 3 laps completed for Jonathan, so a glitch in the system there. But he is still leading out on track. A bit further back, Daniel Court, he went quite well yesterday, but he's only back in 8th place with Sam McKee and David Jones just behind him. But we're back with the leaders on the way down to Tower with Martin West about to make an attack. I can see for the leader, Martin West, you can't see this on screen, or you can now, has gone for the lead. He was alongside Jonathan Liceta, and he's not quite made it work in the end, so Liceta hangs on.
Your point about Daniel Court, he did start near the back though after retiring in the gravel earlier. It's side by side through the S's. Liceta has to give space there to West, but that's adjusted his line a bit and he's out over the curbs. West has a look into Barcroft. That's not going to be an overtaking opportunity here. And thanks to the timekeepers, Jonathan Liceta has reappeared as our race leader on the timing screen down on our graphic package. And Liceta then. And then West, and then Powney. It's still the same order. Behind cars jinking out of the toe, trying to make a move. That's Martin Shelton versus Simon Court. And they're side by side as they come through into the complex. That's where the leaders are on lap 7 of this race. And still going to have a few more laps to go yet, with about 11 minutes completed. 4 minutes to go then, so that'll probably be 3 more laps in.
Yeah, something like that. So top 3 going down towards that, but look at that side by side for 4th place there as they headed over the line. And who's going to emerge in 4th position at Clervaux? Wait for them, and it's Simon Court ahead of Martin Shelton once again. And then it's Daniel Sibbons in 6th position. Meanwhile, we've got a problem. Is that involving the leaders? Because Jonathan Liceta is now on his own, and Martin West, there he is. Martin West has had an off at Hawthorne. Is that a problem? Has he got either a flat tire? Is that a bit of Davy or something just flapping from beneath his car? But Martin West out of the equation now. It's just the 2 of them for the lead. A bit of a gap between Jonathan Liceta and Ben Powney. And that, what you can see on screen there, now the battle for 3rd position, headed by Martin Shelton.
The driver who finished 8th in the championship last season then, up ahead of Simon Court and Daniel Sibbons as well. But I think whatever happened to West has dropped Powney back as well, didn't it? So we'll get news of that post-race. There's the gap, yeah, so that looks pretty settled. But for 3rd position, it could be any of these drivers you would think. And not that far behind them is David Mason, who's having a much better run this time. And he started a bit further back on the grid as well after the incident towards the end of the earlier race. Up into the left-hander here, the hairpin that completes 8 laps of racing, and Simmons has a big slide there out over the curbs. Jonathan Liceta has got a transponder that's failed, so that will be readjusted manually. There you go. So the gap is 2.2 seconds with a couple of laps to go. And then that battle for 3rd place. There's great battles as well further down the order. See if we can pick that up perhaps for you before the end of the race. But Martin Shelton's 3rd, out over the grass is Court. So could Martin Shelton here be on his way to a first podium finish in Mazda 7 racing? But here's the battle behind then. So this is a battle for 7th position, which Martin West is involved in, is he?
But he's lost places, so he must have a problem of some description. He's lost out to Daniel Court and also Lucas Batt, and I think Sam McKee as well, yes, although Sam McKee's got a 5-second track limit penalty. So Martin must have think's got some issue that's going to probably ultimately rule him out of this race completely with, well, actually, it might not, because we're right at the end of the race, aren't we? But
there's McKee in that Mazda 787 Le Mans winning car livery, inspired livery on that car, enjoying his first weekend in an open top car after racing his BMW for so many years. He'll be after that again later in the season, I think.
So we should get one more lap now with Jonathan Lister coming up and over the line with 14 minutes and change having gone, and less than a minute of race time to go. So it's Lister leading, Powney second.
Daniel Court's also got a 5-second track limit penalty, so this could go the way of Lucas Batt again, just like it did in the earlier race.
Yes, because it's likely that he will lose out to Lucas Batt and Sam McKee here.
Well, McKee's got the penalty as well, so...
Yes, that's true. Into the pits has come Martin West, so it has ruled him out of the race. So, yeah, there's something, some kind of debris just dragging along on the left-hand side of the car there, so I'm not quite sure what happened to initiate all of that. Anyway, this is the fight for, what, 7th on the road, although it will be a slightly different order, I think, by the time we get to the end of the race, with penalties being applied to 2 of those cars, the one in 7th place and the one in 9th.
Yeah. So what Lucas Batt's got to be careful of here is not to exceed track limits himself on this last lap. Otherwise he will lose out. Nevertheless, I'm sure they're enjoying their battle. And Lucas is looking down the inside. Here's another driver who's really improved over the last 12 months or so. He finished 10th in the championship last season, I think. And he's trying to get alongside Daniel Court, and he's having a big moment and had to back out of that. So that's allowed Court just to get away a little bit. But he's kept Sam McKee behind as they come. Oh, and now he has mucked it up, hasn't he? Because he's gone straight on.
That's Sunny, and that's allowed David Jones, number 50, to go through as well. But Jonathan Lister completes a hat-trick in the opening meeting of the season for the Aim Shop Mazda 7 Championship. He takes the checkered flag and wins. Ben Powney, number 37, takes 2nd position. 3rd place goes the way of Martin Shelton, so congratulations to him on that podium.
Something happened to Daniel Sibbons on the last lap because he was involved in that battle, but he's dropped back. So Simon Court came through in 4th, David Mason came through in 5th, and Daniel Sibbons dropped to 6th.
And here's the battle for 7th over the line, and I think it's actually going to be David Jones that gets 7th place with the penalties applied to Daniel Court and Sam McKee, because he was within 5 seconds of them, and they both had 5-second penalties. And Lucas Batt, I think, did make it through as well in 10th place, although he will get 8th, I think, out of all of that once the penalty applied. But what a weekend for Jonathan Lister, Josh.
Perhaps you go quicker when you don't think you're going to do a full season. Triple victory then for Lister. I think, if I remember last year, it took a long time for anybody to win twice in a weekend. It was Lister right towards the end of the season at Anglesey who managed it. Well, he's managed 3 this weekend. It's easy now for the champion. So he will be delighted with this. A 2-second victory in that one. He had to work for that hard until Martin West had that problem. And I'm sure we're here with Chris Stevens, with our leading drivers, what they saw of that. And the other driver who'll be really pleased, I think, is Martin Shelton, with I think that's his first podium in Mazda 7s. And he had to fight for it. In the end, it was a bit of a gap, but Simon Court and Daniel Sibbons were both involved in that dice. So plenty going on there. One of our newcomers did well, Ian Wells. He finished 11th, so he will be pleased, I'm sure. But let's have a look at the full results.
Yeah, Jonathan Lister, number 71, the winner from number 37, Ben Powney, in 2nd, 2 seconds the gap. 3rd place went to number 99, Martin Shelton. 4th to number 55, Simon Court. In 5th place, it was number 43, David Mason. 6th to 56, Daniel Sibbons. Then 2 drivers with 5-second penalties. So it will actually be 7th to number 50, David Jones. 8th to number 66, Lucas Batt. 9th to number 7, Daniel Court. And 10th to number 21, Sam McKee. Ahead of Ian Wells, David Bowen, Callum Barnes, and Lewis Penstone Smith. And not forgetting Ayrton Rogers and Peter Wood. Martin West the only retirement from that race. Well, still a couple more races to go before we get to the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship, which is our finale this weekend. Next up, we've got the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, and then we've got the final MX5 Cup race of the weekend before we go endurance racing. And I hope you've enjoyed this weekend's 750 Motor Club action. 750 Motor Club's next event is at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time, where yet more of the club's championships have their first appearance of the season. And I think the Toyota Moto 2 Championship have their second appearance of the season as well, having got underway at Donington Park 6 days ago. So still 3 more races to come here this afternoon, and we will head down to the pit lane very shortly to hear from Chris with our race winner for the 3rd time this weekend, Jonathan Lister. We'll hopefully also hear from Ben Powney and Martin Shelton as well. Let's head down there now.
Jonathan Lister, I feel like we've been here before. I'm getting some deja vu. A hat-trick of wins. Fantastic.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I've got a bit of a cold. I can't believe it. Sorry.
Keep your distance.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. Yeah, it's unreal. What a race. Shane Martin disappeared. I don't know what happened to him. We were having a great race, and he was pushing me all the way. And but I can't believe it. I'm so happy. So happy. Can't believe we had a start like this. So yeah, again, thanks to everybody, TSR boys, working so hard. We made some improvements on the car, so it was much better. But there's still more to come. Still needs more hard work. So yeah, brilliant.
The battle looked very intense. I mean, where do you think you were able to make up the ground?
Well, I think I was trying to get a run on him out of the hairpin. I was better than him out of the hairpin, but everywhere else is pretty tight. I was just relying on the slipstream really, and we had a move down a tower and then one down here. So yeah, it was just good racing. It's just a shame he didn't finish, but no, great fun.
Sure, well, hopefully we'll find out what happened to him when we go and speak to Ben Powney. But in the meantime, Jonathan Lister, hat-trick of wins, unbelievable start to the season for you. Congratulations. Let's go and have a word with Ben Powney. So a 3rd and then a 2nd today. It seems like those overnight changes you made have worked out very well.
Yeah, I didn't think I would have, I'd have ripped someone's arm off if they had said 2 podiums today. I think after that first race yesterday, got a shout out to Chris Sellers and all the team back at TSR, because yeah, he'd found a few gremlins. We didn't really think we'd found it, in all honesty, but I should have trusted him more, because yeah, it absolutely meant it's not quite there yet, I don't think, but yeah, I need to find a little bit more to beat Jono, I think.
You were involved in the scrap with Martin West as well. Did you see what happened to it? We saw he was off, but we didn't see why.
Yeah, I think he had a little misfire going through turn 2, and then something's happened and he's obviously pulled off. But it was like the worst place from my point of view, because then Jono managed to get a bit of a break and get a little bit closer, and I might have sorted it out. But yeah, it was good.
All right, cool. Well, congratulations. We'll see if we can very, very quickly grab a word with Martin Shelton and celebrate your first podium in the series. Congratulations.
Cheers, thanks. To be fair, I don't know what to say. So first podium, and it was hard work out there. It's quite warm now, so yeah, it was sliding all over the shop. But yeah, it's I don't know what to say, to be fair.
Well, fantastic. We'll just say congratulations to you, and a very striking livery if you have as well, if I may say so. So Ian, Josh, let's get back onto you. Final race for the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship coming up next.
Let's give you the grid then for this one, the final race of the weekend for the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. It is on pole position, number 54, Ryan Yarrow, and besides him is number 3, Paul Smith. On the second row is number 98 on the inside, John Cutmore. Next to him is number 8, Dan Clues. The third row is 63, Colin Chapman, and 77, Matt Thomas. On the fourth row of the grid, it is going to be 72, Johnny McGill, and the 5 car of Ed Collins. On row 5, it's 44, Carl Austin, and 33, Daniel Ashby. On row 6, it's 21, Phil Hutchins, and 65, Matthew Booth. On the 7th row, 88, Richard Webb, and 69, Ian Hutchinson. Row 8 is 85, David Watson, and 34, Stephen Dean. On the 9th row, 28, Charlie Slatton, and 80, Carl Alaban. On the 10th row, 11, Stephen Hollock, and 15, Chris Wilkinson. Row 11 is 9, Charles Wright, and 43, Alexandra Aloro. And row 12, 78, Chris James, and 43, Paul Rogers. The grid for this, based on the fastest lap timers from the race earlier on this afternoon. So it is Ryan Yarrow who was the winner of that race that is on pole position. Again, it was a dramatic conclusion to that race. Paul Smith led most of it, but not the bit that mattered. He finished second, and Matt Thomas earlier on got his first podium. But the 5-second board is already being shown, so the race is about to get underway. Third and final race of the weekend for this triple header in the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. Red lights go out now, and not for Paul Smith, because he doesn't get away now. Does everyone manage to avoid him? Thankfully they do. His car just creeping forward, but Paul Smith, after, well, he says he's not really got the hang of these starts for the first 2 races. That's proved the point in race 3. There's the 33 car briefly going off through the gravel trap. That's Daniel Ashby in his Spire, but looks like Paul Smith has not got away at all, I'm afraid, Josh.
No, so we've got, and Clues is slowing. Oh, he's on the grass, that's why he's slowing. So Dan Clues has made a mistake out of the chicane. So John Cutmore has made a much better start than earlier. Can he go after the leader? Matt Thomas there was having a look up the inside of Colin Chapman. He couldn't quite make that work. So a busy start, but yeah, there was a couple of cars slow away, and thankfully we didn't have any incidents. I think the safety car is being prepared at when the leaders make their way towards the end of the lap.
Yes, and that's because Paul Smith's car is still stationary just beyond the grid, so it's going to need marshal assistance to move that. So hopefully they will have good sight of that as they come out of the head. And of course, they're still racing up to the point at which they see yellow flags, which they should do now on the exit of Sunny. So they will all hopefully get into single file. They will slow down, and they will, although some of them are locking up by the looks of it, and may be doing things that they shouldn't in some cases. But yeah, the leader, Ryan Yarrow, has now slowed them right down as they come onto the straight. I suspect he might have known what he was expecting to see there, with Paul Smith's car still stuck on the straight. It's now just actually been pushed into the pit lane exit. So ironically, we're now in a situation whereby we'll have probably one lap of the safety car, which wasn't really needed, and then we'll get going again.
But if the cars were coming at full speed, that car may have still been on the circuit.
Yes, so that's true.
That extra time was just allowed Paul Smith to get it off. When the cars were making their way up to the grid, there was lots of practice starts going on, and I wonder if that may have broke the drive shaft on Paul Smith's car. Chris Stevens isn't that far away, so I would suspect with Chris's sleuthing skills we might hear about that before the end of the race. But a real shame, because with the Sports 1000 races have been so good this weekend. Well, this one could still be good, but it's going to be a bit different perhaps. Someone that's not showing on the timing screen, but is actually in third position, is Jonathan McGill, who made a really good start from 7th on the grid. So, now he's been slotted in. So John McGill, there he is, 72 on podium position as it stands. There's Dave Watson, who leads the Cup 200 category. He's been good at getting these cars off the line, hasn't he? Hasn't been able to be right there come the end of the race as of yet. But yeah, I suspect the safety car is going to be in at the end of this lap. So we're still going to get, 11 minutes of racing. What this does mean is lap traffic may not come into effect as much as it has done in previous races. No,
because it will effectively shorten the race by a few minutes compared to the full 15-minute race distance, which we've seen early on during the course of the weekend. There's the Chris James car, the Rotor, going through. First time that's been on the grid this season.
And that's a car converted from hill climbs. So it's sort of another one that gets added to the one-off specials that we have in the Sports 1000 Championship. Lots of Mattels, lots of Spires, particularly, but good to have these one-off cars as well.
Leaders then are back with us. Safety car is in and the green flag is waved. We're going back racing then here at Croft in the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, which is being led by Ryan Yarrow at the moment. The number 54, the champion from 2020 and 2021, leads the way from John Cutmore in second place. The Class R champion, I think 2016 it was, did we say? And he's there in second place. Johnny McGill is third, and Dan Clues trying to recover after that off on the opening lap. He's in fourth place, and he'll challenge, I think, McGill as they go down to Tower. The Mattel, the blue and white car there on the inside line, goes through to third place. Clues, the F1000 champion from a couple of years ago, is back to third.
Yeah, Dan was telling me this morning the change of tyre manufacturer for this year is suiting his driving style. It's making the cars a little bit, the rear end of the cars a little bit more settled, and he said he's enjoying that. And obviously got that win yesterday. Obviously car issues this morning, earlier this afternoon. Oh, Paul Rogers, he's coming from the back of the grid, isn't he, after that gravel trap off. He got to 14th on the first lap, so how much higher can Paul Rogers get? Because his lap times were pretty good yesterday.
They were indeed. Meanwhile, it is still the same leader, Ryan Yarrow from John Cutsmore in second place. Yes, that change of tyres that Josh mentioned, the cars on Nankan rubber for this season. A lot of different championships having to change the tyre supplier because of sort of changes in the tyre manufacturer situation globally. There is smoke coming from the Matt Thomas car, number 77 in 5th position, so we'll keep an eye out on that as the race goes on. There you can see the 21 car of Phil Hutchins, and he's got one of the Cup 200 class cars just in front of him. In fact, he's got two of them there, David Watson and Richard Webb, with Matthew Booth. Where is Matthew Booth? He's a bit further down the order, in 14th in this race, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he made the best of the starts. So there are the top two. There's Rogers going diving down the inside, and the 5 there just about sees him coming. That's Ed Collins. So Ed just had to adjust his line. He had his birthday yesterday, didn't have a great day yesterday. It's going better though today. And for second, here comes Clues up the inside of Cutmore. Cutmore turns in, and Clues with alongside, and they make contact. And John Cutmore, as he comes across the circuit's been hit, I'm afraid, by Jonathan McGill. So that didn't go well at all. So what happened there was small contact between Clues and Cutmore. And Cutmore, as he spun across the track, got hit fairly heftily. And both cars are now on the opposite sides of the racetrack on the grass.
Yes, they are. Jonathan McGill really, I don't think could do a lot about that, because he was confronted by that out of control and damaged car of John Cutsmore. Here's Paul Rogers, meanwhile. He's making further progress up the order, and 21 now seems to have a problem as well, and now the red lights are on and the race being stopped, which is not a huge surprise given the damage and that situation up there on the exit of Sunny. So 2 cars stranded there up against the barriers. We could see the car of Jonathan McGill, number 72, and obviously John Cutmore's car was stricken as well on the inside of the circuit. Now some of the cars have headed down the pit lane, which is not what they ordinarily should be doing. They should be stopping on the grid. Now 98, the John Cutmore car, very badly damaged at the back of the car, but it is at least drivable back to the paddock. I wonder if that damage maybe would be actually more cosmetic than it first appeared, but we'll see about that. So we've got the you can see there the rescue vehicle heading out on circuit, and that's perfectly routine in these situations. And there you can see Jonathan McGill clambering out of his car, but you can see that very heavy damage to the front end of the car, and McGill no doubt will be a bit shaken and a bit sore after that, but thankfully he's out of the car, which is great news to see after such a heavy incident, Josh.
Such a shame for him as well, because he could have been on for a podium finish there after such a good start. But like you say, there was got a very fast corner, and then the contact that we saw. So nothing either driver, I don't think, could do about it. It was such a light touch. Let's actually check. There was a touch between Clues and... yeah, so Clues went down the inside of Cutmore, and Cutmore, I don't think, realised he was there. Turned in, Clues tried to back out of it, wasn't able to do so, and there was a contact. So that was a real shame that contact happened. And then as Cutmore tried to recover, the back of the car rolling across the circuit, and Jonathan McGill, fully committed there, hit the back of the Cutmore car. And I'm afraid Spire are going to have a couple of cars that need quite a bit of work before the next round.
That's right. Well, red flags, of course, waving, and we've got more of the cars coming in the pit lane, and Colin Chapman is sort of hesitating at the end, thinking, well, this isn't what we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to come into the pit lane when there's a red flag. We're supposed to stop on the grid. But I think he's decided in the end to just follow everybody else down the pit lane. I think it started possibly because Carl Alaban headed down the pit lane. He was the first car to come round once the red flags have been flown, and he headed down the pit lane, and sort of everybody else has followed. So it will mean that for any restart, the cars will need to be released out onto the circuit and re-gridded when they get there. So a hiatus here in proceedings here at Croft. It will take a few moments, I'm sure, for the circuit to be cleared. Only the one car to remove, that of Jonathan McGill. There's some of John Cutmore's bodywork. Marshall's already hard at work, and yep, there's the collecting Spire bodywork. Well, they've got a front end and a back end now, so they can possibly build most of a new Spire between them. But yes, we need to recover the McGill car. I don't think, well, I don't imagine there was any barrier damage or anything like that to contend with, so hopefully it won't be too long before this race can get back underway, Josh.
One of the Cup 200 competitors, which might have been Alex Alalora, was having a look at his car, and that car's been pushed out of the line now, so perhaps that's something not quite right with that one. But there's Chris James, British touring car racer of the past, in this new car that's not quite going as well as he would have liked, I don't think, this weekend. But I'm sure more development. He told me yesterday there's going to be a livery going on that car as well for the next meeting. But the Rotor making its debut in Sports 1000. I think they made Formula Fords back in the day, Rotor, looking at their website. There's Ian Hutchinson. Is it 9?
Yep, that's the number 9 car, which is actually Charles Wright, isn't it?
Yes. So is that Ian Hutchinson's car from last year? They changed cars around for this year. Well, certainly his livery, anyway. And the same number. Yeah. There we go. But that's one of the Spires. There's the Contour, the championship-winning car in the past, in the hands of Paul Rogers, who had worked up to 8th position in his run through the order. That's one of the Cup cars, isn't it? One of the MKs. Yeah,
that's the 15 car, which is Chris Wilkinson, who is a newcomer to racing, I believe.
There's another one. That is 80. So is that the one that came in the pits to start with?
Yeah, that's the head of the queue we've reached now, isn't it? Carl Alaban's car, number 80. So the cars are in the pit lane at the moment, and we'll see if we get a restart. We should do. We've got more than half of the race still to go when the red flags were flown, and hopefully the clearance work on the exit of Sunny can be dealt with fairly quickly, and if so, we'll be able to have a short race to the checkered flag. Already, of course, we'd lost Paul Smith at the start of the race, right at the start, because he didn't get off the line. Car had to be pushed into the pit lane exit. Had that brief safety car interlude, of course.
So here's the car that was leading, Ryan Yarrow. As you heard earlier, he was a bit disappointed with how last year went. At the start of this season's been more successful for the double champion. In this car that he's got his own developments in it. It's a Honda Superbike powered car that for the 2020 and 2021 champion, who was leading. And the marshals now are working out what the new grid may be, and I think that's how they're going to send the cars round, and presumably then they'll come on the short loop like they did on the original. Oh no, they're putting them in front of the pit lane for now, aren't they? So they're going to reorder the cars while they're in the pit lane.
Yeah, and then send them out once the circuit's clear, I would think. So yeah, be a grid that's based on the positions at the end of probably lap 3, I would think, which is the last lap that everybody completed. So it should be Ryan Yarrow, Dan Clues, Colin Chapman, Matt Thomas, Carl Austin, Richard Webb, the top 6, I would think. Just looking at the timing screen in front of me.
See a few of the Club Enduro drivers having a look at these cars, thinking if they ever want to change formula, that perhaps these cars might be of interest to them. Certainly something different, a bit quick as well.
So just waiting for the this regridding to be.
I think it was obvious what the top 2 was going to be, and then the rest is perhaps a little bit trickier.
Yes, because of course we've got cars involved in that, sort of John Cutmore and Jonathan McGill that
I
were involved there.
I presume because the Clues contact was so light that hopefully hasn't damaged his car.
It really was a very light touch, wasn't it? It's just enough to turn Cutmore around, and obviously ultimately into the path of Jonathan McGill. So a moment or two before this race will get back underway. You can see the work going on down in the pit lane there, for those of you watching on the live stream.
So Colin Chapman's going to have a chance at a podium, because it looks like he's was being ushered there into 3rd position. The flatbed truck is about to be joined by Jonathan McGill's car that's got the front left-hand corner hanging off it after that contact. It was good to see the driver get out the car pretty soon after the incident and be able to climb over the barriers himself. So yes, the front left of that car that's taken the brunt of the contact. So Tim Gray Motorsport are going to be busy before, is it Elton Park, I think, the next round for Sports 1000 cars?
Just checking that. Yes, that's right. So that's on the 3rd of June, next meeting.
We've got a bit of time then.
There's plenty of time, 6 weeks or so. If you're at Croft today and maybe looking to come back again soon for some more motorsport, then you've not got too long to wait. 3 weeks' time on Saturday the 6th and Sunday the 7th of May, so that's Coronation Weekend, isn't it? The TCR UK Touring Car Championship is here, so with a full supporting programme as well. So TCR UK Touring Cars here on the 6th and 7th of May. Then the Caterham Race Weekend, featuring all of the Caterham Motorsport Championships. That's here on the 20th and 21st of May. The No Limits Bike Racing here on the 10th and 11th of June, and the 750 Motor Club back here for a second visit on the 24th and 25th of June, so we'll look forward to being back here for that one. And lots more events to come. DDMC here in July, touring cars at the end of that particular month, Classic Touring Car Festival in August, Historic Sports Car Club race meeting in September, followed 2 weeks after that by the Autumn Race Weekend, and the Classic Motorcycle Club and the Classic Sports Car Club to round out the season, what is a pretty busy season for Croft Circuit. Some really good race meetings coming up here, so head to the Croft Circuit website for more information about all of that. So the recovery work's still going on. There is some, I think, some attention being paid to the barriers there as well, just to make sure that those are all in good order after that incident and before these cars are let back out for a restart in this Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship race. It's going to be Ryan Yarrow that's going to take up pole position, and it's going to be a 5-minute restart we're hearing, so that'll be enough time for 4 laps, I would think, for these cars. So a bit like yesterday we had for the Mazda 7s, a sort of real 4-lap sprint, Josh.
So it'll be important to get off the line well. The Yarrow v Clues, I can't imagine anybody else will get involved. I imagine Paul Rogers will be starting too far down the grid for that. Oh, it looks like they've got them in 2x2 formation already, haven't they? So once the track is clear, I think the safety car will lead the cars round to the grid. Oh, now marshals are being ushered into action. So why is this? Has someone got a problem? Yes, somebody near the front. Can't quite work out who that is from this angle. On the left-hand side of the circuit. Possibly one of the RLM Cup cars. You can see the higher roll cages on the 7 type machines. Big thank you to all the marshals here this weekend. I think there's quite a good number of you supporting the 750 Motor Club and becoming a vital part of this race weekend. Marshals are all the way through the country at all levels of motorsport, whether that be circuit racing, hill climb, sprints, trials as well. So big thank you to all of you here, and if you do want to get involved in racing and be a vital part of an event and get closer to the action, be involved, the marshalling website is a great place to look up how to get involved. But here the cars are being sent out then behind the leading car, and it will be Ryan Yarrow then who gets to try again from pole position. I think his starts have been pretty good this weekend. The driver from Greater Manchester, the electrical engineer. He started racing 5 years ago in this championship, and nowadays drives this Spire with the Honda CBR 1000 RR engine. A car that was originally raced by Billy Allbone, but he's had some modifications made to that since then, and is followed out then by Dan Clues, the 2020 F1000 champion, who's converting over to sports car racing on a more regular basis now with this Mattel. He runs within the Mattel cars awning. Then behind them, got Colin Chapman, the driver from Worcestershire, in 63. He's been racing mainly in this championship in RGB, then it's got 1000. We did a few things before that, raced Jaguars, raced Caterhams, and even raced in the Venezuelan Tin Tops as well. Probably the only driver in the UK who can say that. And then behind him is Matt Thomas, the engineer from London. Started racing back in 2019 after lots of experience in karting. He's in one of the earlier Spires, a 2015 car, but he's got a big diffuser on the back of that now. And he will therefore start alongside Colin Chapman on this restart. We're going to have a Cup 200 car well up the grid here, Ian, and they've made really good starts this weekend. And it's going to be Richard Webb, isn't it, who will start from the third row, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
Although I think they're leaving a space for where John Cutmore would have been, so actually there's only going to be Ryan Yarrow on the front row. But yeah, Richard Webb, how high up may he be by the time they get into the first corner, I wonder? And how high can Paul Rogers get in 4 laps? And who will finish on the podium? So lots of interest there. As well as, of course, will that race lead?
Yes,
which we expect to be Ryan Yarrow versus Dan Clues.
Should be. Yeah, Paul Rogers pretty helped by the fact that the field compressed again with a new start. Shuby can get away from the line fairly well. Still a good number of cars out here. It's so pleasing to see 24 cars on the grid this weekend, 18 conventional sports 1000 cars and the half dozen 1.3 litre Hayabusa engined Cup 200 cars, the MK chassis. And it's made for a very spectacular 3 races during the course of the weekend for Sports 1000 and Cup 200. Cup 200 drivers picking up points as well in Sports 1000 standings. They'll get their own award as well during the course of the season. So last car on the grid is going to be that of Chris James, I think. He's slotting into position now. Green flag's waved at the back. 5-minute race coming up for the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. And it gets underway now. And it's a pretty good start by the Cup 200 car of Richard Webb, as you thought. He might even be level pegging with the lead. In fact, he might get the lead as they head down to the first corner. He is still trying. He's still trying to get around the outside of Ryan Yarrow. He can't quite do it. So it's Ryan Yarrow that's going to lead this race, and it's going to be Carl Austin that's up into second position. And then it's Webb in third, Matt Thomas fourth, Colin Chapman fifth, and sixth is Dan Clues, who's now making a move on Chapman as they head down to Tower.
Ryan Yarrow got all too familiar with Richard Webb trying to get ahead of him last year. Matthew Boover, I wondered what he had a problem there. I think it's the mudguard that has come loose. For a moment, I thought the suspension had collapsed. I think it was just the mudguard that was moving about. It must have been, otherwise he wouldn't have made the corner. But there's Webb then. How can he stay up there? Well, he's got Matt Thomas up over the curbs on the inside of him, and Richard Webb touches the back of Thomas's car because there wasn't much control, I think, there from Matt Thomas as he was sideways, but he's got ahead of Richard Webb anyway. Can Cole Austin get his first podium then? Because he was right up there in second position with a bit of a gap back to now Matt Thomas in third position. Then Richard Webb has basically the rest of the pack trying to hunt him down.
Round the complex they go then for the first one in what's going to be a 4-lap race, we reckon. There's Colin Chapman up on the inside of Matthew Booth there. You've got 43, Paul Rogers coming through as well. Of course, he started the original race from the back, and he's looking to get as high up the order as he can in this race after the disappointment of race 1. There is the Richard Webb car, which is in third position at the fourth position at the moment. Or is he third? He is fourth, yes. So, I've just spotted the Matt Thomas car there. I was sorry, befuddled. We've got Dan Clues just about to appear into shot here, going up on the inside of Richard Webb for fourth position overall. He's going to get that done. And Paul Rogers tries to get up on the inside of Colin Chapman as well, and he goes through. So Paul Rogers, I should say, up to 6th.
There's Cole Austin going really well in P2, the driver from Devon. Up there in second position, the ex-Matt Higginson car. There's Rogers, so he's worked his way through really well. He started originally last. He had a face full of MK there as Richard Webb was sideways. And that is the battle for 5th position because Dan Clues has got ahead as well. And Clues is trying to get himself onto the podium. And Chapman fights back, there's not much space there. Richard Webb's doing his best to get the best overall result possible for this car, but locks up a bit, runs wide, and this is going to give Rogers the inside line. A lot more downforce in the conventional Sports 1000 machines as they go up towards Clairvaux for the penultimate time in this race for 3rd position. Matt Thomas coming under pressure in from Dan Kluge, yesterday's winner.
Yeah, Matt Thomas 3rd in the earlier race as well, but now under pressure from Dan Kluge, who's been pretty strong over the weekend. The gearbox issues persist for the 28 Sabre of Charlie Sladden, having his first race weekend, but there's the battle for 3rd into Tower Corner. Paul Rogers there in 5th, Richard Webb comfortably leading the Cup 200 CAS cars in 6th place, just ahead of Colin Chapman at the moment, and a very sideways moment for the car behind him, which is Ed Collings, I think, number 5.
That was pretty well saved. For Chris James, he's facing the wrong way, coming out of the chicane. He was in 16th position, the highest he's been this weekend, but he's now stationary, not far off the circuit. For 3rd, can Dan Clues make a move on Matt Thomas? Wonder what might happen with that car off the road. Well, he's gone down the inside, he's got 3rd place. Clues, has he? Because Thomas fights back. Clues, yeah, he's ahead then. He's into that 3rd position as the race leader goes up across the line to start the final lap of the race, I think, for Ryan Yarrow.
Yeah, and Carl Austin there in 2nd place still, and then Matt Thomas in 3rd position. So Dan Clues now in 3rd position. Double waved yellows for the cars coming off the chicane as they go past that stricken Chris James rotor. There's 44, Carl Austin in 2nd position. Driver from Newton Abbott, a long journey for him, but hopefully he's going to be rewarded with 2nd place here. And yes, then Clues is 3rd, Rogers 4th, and Matt Thomas now back to 5th.
So can Austin hang on to 2nd? He started the lap 4 seconds ahead, which is pretty promising, I would have thought. Ed Collins did lose some positions, didn't he, after that big slide? He's dropped to 12th in this little pack. There's Thomas. He's behind Rogers as well now, isn't he? Can Rogers do anything about Dan Clues? Possibly not. There's Matthew Booth with that mudguard that's hanging on for dear life. And he's up ahead of Phil Hutchings. But for 2nd, Cole Austin is being clawed in by Dan Clues. It was 4 seconds. It's a lot less than that now, but that's none of a worry for the race leader in.
No, not at all, and it won't be too much worry for Carl Austin either, I don't think, because Ryan Yarrow comes up to the checkered flag to take his 2nd win in the space of about a couple of hours. He wins round 3 of the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. A disaster for Phil Hutchins on the last lap. He's off on the grass at the complex, but it's Yarrow that wins. Carl Austin, a great result from him, his best ever result in the championship. Number 44 takes 2nd place, Dan Clues 3rd, Paul Rogers 4th, Matt Thomas 5th, Colin Chapman 6th, and in Cup 200 it's Richard Webb that wins once again from Matthew Booth in 2nd, and Daniel Ashby and Ian Hutchinson rounding out the top 10 at the end of that very short and sweet 4-minute or 4-lap race for the Sports 1000s. After that red flag, and we wish the drivers involved in that incident well, of course, but Ryan Yarrow will be pleased to have a second victory of the season under his belt already. Actually, some of his opposition managed to rule themselves out one way or another from that one, but he'll take that, I'm sure. So that's the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship, and as we said earlier, it is quite a long break for the next round at Alton Park. Confirmation of the results then. Ryan Yarrow the winner, number 54 in the Spire from 44, Carl Austin in 2nd place. Another Spire, 3.9 seconds behind the leader. In 3rd place it was number 8, that was Dan Clues in the first of the Mittels. And 4th, number 43, Paul Rogers, having had the ignominy of starting at the back of the grid for that one. 5th, number 77, Matt Thomas, and rounding out the top 6 was number 63, Colin Chapman. Richard Webb was a 2-time winner this weekend in the Cup 200 class. He was 7th overall, ahead of number 65, Matthew Booth. Daniel Ashby was 9th and Ian Hutchinson 10th. Further back, Chris Wilkinson completed the Cup 200 podium, I should say, in 14th overall. And Carl Alaban was 15th, and Stephen Hullock, Charles Wright and Charlie Sladden, the final finisher, with Chris James failing to make it to the checkered flag. So just 2 more races to come this afternoon here at Croft. We're going to have the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup next in just a few moments, and then we'll round out the weekend with the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. We've got cars heading down the pit lane at the end of that race. And very soon we'll hear from as many as we can as our top 3 before the MX5 Cup race gets underway. Reminder that you can get all of the information about this weekend's racing on the programme, the digital programme. That's available at the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. You'll find out all of the information about the 20 plus different championships and series that the club offers these days, and all of the race meetings that are held throughout the season. So do head to the website 750mc.co.uk for lots more information about all of the club's racing activities. Down to Chris.
Back-to-back victories today for Ryan Yarrow in the Absolute Alignment Sports 1000 Championship. Ryan, it looked pretty simple out there, especially after the red flag.
Yeah, I don't actually know what happened behind me at all, but it was simple, but at the same time, you know, you can do another standing start, your chain can break, or you can fluff the start, and, you know, it's everything you don't want to happen. I just thought, I'll call it a day there.
Well, I'll tell you, penny for your thoughts when Richard Webb drew up alongside you on the restart there.
To be honest, I don't know. I was expecting more of a delay, and then the lights just went out, and I wasn't ready at all. Yeah, and I thought this is going to get tasty, but I knew Richard wasn't going to go out of his way to damage my car, and I wasn't going to do the same to him. So, yeah, it was good. It was good fun.
2 victories, an additional podium as well. This is a very good bid for a 3rd title.
Let's hope. It's early days. Yeah.
All right, well, all the best for the rest of the season. Let's have a word with Carl Austin. 2nd place, pretty chaotic stuff out there, but you've come through and finished in 2nd place. Well done.
That is unbelievable. I can't believe it. I don't know what happened. I don't know how I did that. I don't know anything. I've got to watch the footage back to see that. It's just bizarre. I should never be there.
Well, you've made it, and you know, car looks good. It's all in one piece still. Yeah. Same can't be said for everyone out there. So you've done a cracking job.
Yeah, it's amazing. Just thanks to Paul and Tim Gray Motorsport and that, I wouldn't be here without it. I was going to retire this year, and then I come back with a 2nd. I can't comprehend it. So.
You've made the right call to carry on going there, so well done to you. Now, where has Dan Clues gone? Is Dan around anywhere? Dan, hi.
Hi there.
Yes, so 3rd place, and but a bit of an incident there earlier in the race. Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, there was a bit of an incident. I've just been chatting through it with John there. Yeah, I was catching John into sort of through the S's and down into Sunny in, and tried to look down the inside going into Sunny out. Thought John had seen me and left me room, and then the door closed, and unfortunately just turned John around.
I mean, it's a shame, but a good result for you in the end.
Yes, yeah, not a bad result. Not a bad result. A little bit messy on the restart from my part as well, but yeah, we got back up to third in the end, and the pace is in the car. So
great stuff. Well, congratulations to you on another podium. Ian, Joss, let's go back up to you. Last race for the 5 Club Racing MS5 Cup coming up next.
Yes, indeed, and the cars will be with us very shortly for this one. So on pole position, it's number 9, Ian Tomlinson, and beside him, it's number 13, Scott Leach. On the second row, it's number 40, Ben Hansey, and number 17, Oak Richardson. On row 3, it's the race 2 winner, number 92, Jordan Johnson, and 50, Christian Young. On row 4, it's 32, Jake Micklewright, and 230, Tom Holland. 22, Adrian Johnson, and 21, Matthew Fennefather-Neal on row 5. Matthew Short, number 72, and David Brown, number 27 on row 6. 7th race, 128, Samuel Gormer, and 99, Martin Vernon. 46, Nico Favreau, and 191, Philip Barrett on row 8. Row 9 is 592, Adam Wardley, and 90, Andrew Robinson. Row 10 is 31, Neil Burrows, and 29, Mary Barnard, and 23, Martina Ward. On row 11, it rounds out the starters, so it's the top 5 that have been reversed for this third and final race of the weekend for the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. And it should be an interesting race because Jordan Johnson in the previous race showed his credentials, coming back from 6th on the grid to take the victory. Let's see if he can do the same again. This time he starts from 5th position. So I would think there's a good chance of him being able to reprise that victory from earlier on. But Ben Hansey and Oak Richardson in particular will be trying to stop him. Scott Leach has been on the podium during the course of this weekend as well, and Ian Tomlinson is always a difficult man to get past as well. So 5-second board now being shown to the drivers. The race about to get underway, and it is the red lights going on now. And they go out, away they go then. So Ian Tomlinson and Scott Leach on the front row of the grid. Looks like Tomlinson just about hanging on to the lead there. The cars from row 2 and 3 not doing anything particularly remarkable there, kind of holding station as they go through. So it is Tomlinson, Leach, Hansey and Oak Richardson side by side there through Clervaux, and Jordan Johnson in 5th. His father Adrian looks to be in 6th spot as they head around Hawthorne for the first time onto the backstretch. So Tomlinson here has the lead from Leach as they head down to Tower.
Much less cars reversed than what Jordan Johnson feared there would be, didn't he? He thought he'd be much further back on the grid than this, so it's made the start probably a little bit more settled than it could have been. You were saying earlier how experienced Ian Tomlinson is in these cars, and he's got this opportunity then to win a race. He's right at the front.
You'd argue Scott Leach is probably even more experienced though, isn't he, in MX5? He's been doing this for a very long time.
So both of them should be hard to get ahead of, but behind a bit fast this weekend. And now that Ben Hansey's played a little bit softer with Jordan Johnson in that last race, where he didn't make it very hard to beat him, or as hard as he could have done. I wonder if Ben Hansey now be looking for a win this time.
Gloves back off possibly. Leaders back at the complex for the first time in this race. Probably going to be 9 laps, I would think, that we get out of this. They're turning their way out of the hairpin, and the order is as it was. So that's Tomlinson, Leach, Hansey, Richardson, and then Jordan Johnson. Adrian Johnson in 6th after a little bit of a gap. But now Scott Leach looks to be pulling out of the tow here. He's alongside Ian Tomlinson on the run to Clervaux, but he's on the outside line, so took back in behind. So no change in the order there.
No, Tomlinson did pretty well to get the car turned in okay, because it's not the easiest line to approach Clervaux with. But this has allowed Ben Hansey to be right on the bumper of Scott Leach, and a double tow. Therefore, now it's side by side for the lead. Leach goes to the outside. Hansy's not really sure where to go, so he just follows Tomlinson. That could give him the opportunity, though, to get past the Scott Leach driven car for second place. They're still side by side, though, as they come down here to the S's. I think they might be. So Scott Leach, he's going to try and muscle his way in front, and he does so. So he's held on to P2 and lets Hansy deal with the line he was on, which meant that was a bit slidey. But it's a bit like the earlier races, isn't it, where the first lap or so, everybody doesn't try too hard to gain a position. We saw that in race 2, the one earlier today, where Jordan Johnson stayed in 6th place for quite some time, and then sort of each lap towards the end he picked off a place.
It's all been kind of respectful so far, hasn't it, on this opening couple of laps. Leaders are back at the hairpin for the second time.
Thomas Holland up to 6th here. I wonder, because remember he was off in race 1, whether he can chase this leading group now and make it at least one more car involved. Christian Young's the one who's not had a good start to this, isn't he? Because he was involved in that leading battle earlier.
He was almost in second at one point, wasn't he, in the earlier race?
So where has he got to?
Well, I can't see him on the timer screen at all. So did he even start the race? Didn't spot anything going on with the number 50 car. Anyway, we'll not worry too much about that at the moment, because we've got a race going on, and we've got still Ian Tomlinson in the lead of it, car number 9. From Scott Leach in second place, and Ben Hansy third. Ian Tomlinson was 6th in the championship last year, with 10 finishes inside the top 6, but none of them on the podium last year. So looking to put that right here. Got a good chance to do so, but it's by no means a foregone conclusion, especially the way Scott Leach is going. He's good at this part of the circuit, isn't he, Scott Leach?
Yeah, this is very held Hansy off a lap ago. This time it goes down the inside of Tomlinson and goes through. Scott Leach takes the lead then. So is this going to hurry up Ben Hansy at trying to get past Tomlinson? Tomlinson finished 2nd back in 2019 when Ben Hansy won the championship, I think. So they know each other well. The practical liveried car there of Tomlinson up ahead of Hansy, and Leach is going to try and break away while he can before Hansy gets second, but Hansy's going to have a go immediately around the outside into the complex. That doesn't work out for him terribly well. There's a green flag waving on the exit of Sunny, so is there a problem? Someone a bit further back there?
Could be. So Scott Leach it is that leads. He did have a couple of podium finishes during the course of last year. Both of them came at Donington Park in August. And watching the cars as they head down. Now, is Scott just a little bit further forward? Yes, he is. So just out of this camera shot, there he is. Then it's Tomlinson in 2nd, Hansy 3rd, Richardson in 4th, and Jordan Johnson 5th. So whereas he was methodical in picking off cars in race 1, Jordan Johnson, he's not set about doing that yet in this race. And we've already had 5.5 minutes of it, so only about 2/3 of the race left to go. Here comes Ben Hansy and Richardson trying to get past Ian Tomlinson on the way down towards Tower Corner. They might both make it through here. Let's have a look at they turn in. Yes, they do. So Ian Tomlinson's been mugged. He goes down to 4th place. He was in 2nd at the start of the straight.
Ian Tomlinson's the latest driver whose transponder has stopped working, so we now ignore the fact that he's not being shown on the graphic. He will be put back in now. So he was 2nd, as Ian said, but he's dropped back, and now it's Jordan Johnson's turn to go past him. Tomlinson had a few laps out front, but that's now seen him drop to the back. I wonder if that green flag being waved was perhaps Christian Young was off down there from the opening lap, but that's now been withdrawn anyway. So there's no yellow flags down there anymore, and that's why that overtake could happen.
Yeah, that's right. He's going back to the complex then. So Tomlinson doesn't look like he's going to end his podium drought after all. So he has led this race. He's gone back to 5th. Didn't get a podium at all last year. Has had plenty of them in the past, of course. Now Ben Hansy starting to nibble at the back of the race leader Scott Leach here as they come through to complete lap number 4 of this race. So probably 5 laps to go. Heading down the start and finish straight towards Clervaux Corner for the 5th time. There's the confirmation of the order change. Hansy up to 2nd. Richardson 3rd, Johnson 4th, and now Ian Tomlinson down to 5th position. Here the tyres screaming on the limit of adhesion through Hawthorne there, now towards the chicane and onto the back straight. car getting raced past our commentary box is number 31, and that's Neil Burrows, the Chichester driver. So he's dropping towards the back of the field now. As in Jordan Johnson, is he about to make a move? It is Ben Hansey about to make a move on the leader, Scott Leach. He is. He's gone through at Tower Corner, but now comes the part of the circuit where Scott Leach seems really strong. So can Leach fight back the driver from Warwickshire on Northamptonshire man Ben Hansey? Not through the Jim Clark S's this time, it seems. So it's Hansey, the new leader, third different leader in this race then, after Ian Tomlinson and Scott Leach. Are we going to get any more? We've got Oak Richardson and Jordan Johnson in third and fourth positions. They'll have something to say about that, I'm sure.
Yeah, they'll be conscious that they don't want Ben Hansey to get away and break the toe. As Scott Leach, was he defending or attacking? Probably defending.
Tom Holland's coming into this nicely as well, isn't he, in the 230 car? So we've got the race leader Ben Hansey then from Scott Leach in second, and now Oak Richardson there in third place.
Yeah, so they come up across the line then, and Ben Hansey ahead, well, a few car lengths, and is Richardson going to be able to fight? Oh, no, Leach brakes extremely late. Can he get the car turned into the corner? Yes, just. If anything, though, he may have gained a bit of time, so he may have found how late you can brake into Clairvaux and get through the corner, but that was probably on the edge of adhesion there.
I think he's opened himself up to attack here from Oak Richardson, though, along the back straight. Richardson now is diving out of the slipstream to the left-hand side of the circuit. That's going to be the outside line for Tower. Is Richardson going to be able to get past him here under braking for the right-hander? No, he's not, but will he get a cut back on the exit of the corner? Scott Leach does run a bit wide, so I think Richardson's going to get alongside here, but we're going through this part of the circuit now where, we've said it before, Leach is pretty strong. He just try and stay side by side, but I think he's going to lose 2 places here. He runs wide on the exit of the corner. He's gone down to 4th, so it's Oak Richardson to 2nd now, and Jordan Johnson into the podium positions.
Second ahead at this stage. So is this enough? Perhaps to make it 3 different winners. But whoever's led on to the last lap so far this weekend hasn't won it, so that's not the best place to be. We shall see. As you say, Tom Holland a lot closer. Matt Short's up to 7th, isn't he? So he's had a good run here.
Yeah, he's got ahead of Adrian Johnson now. He's in 8th place. Matthew Pennefather on 9th. Martin Vernon completing the top 10.
Oh, we've had. Oh, and he's off. Matthew Short's off the road. So was that a commentator's curse there?
I think it probably was, Josh.
So he's rolling backwards. Not sure if there was any contact involved there. Heard lots of tyre squeal behind the commentary box. But he's away now. He's lost lots of positions. So is that going to promote Adrian Johnson into P7?
Leads are on to lap 7 now, though, and Ben Hansey's just in the best lap of the race, a 1:41.37, and he's pulled out a gap of 1.17 seconds now over the rest of the field. Now, could this be decisive? They're on to lap 7. There'll be 2 more to go after this, and Jordan Johnson realises that he needs to make a move now on Oak Richardson if he's going to win this race.
Oak Richardson so late on the brakes into Tower. That was his advantage in race, or the earlier race. And why Hansen couldn't get past him, I think. And again, he's proved to be very strong at that part of the circuit, Ian.
Certainly has. So it's Hansey leading, Richardson second. So the 2 winners from yesterday and earlier on this afternoon are 2nd and 3rd at the moment. We're going to get 3 different winners from the opening round of the season. We thought it was going to be wide open this year in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. And
well, since last year, Ian, whenever Ben Short was there, we didn't have any other winners. It's quite a big improvement, isn't it?
Certainly in terms of the level of competition from a sort of third-party vantage point, as it were. Look at that gap between Tom Holland and Adrian Johnson. It's about 8 seconds between 6th and 7th position. Just about saw Adrian Johnson appearing in the back of shot coming out of Sunny there. Well, what's Ben Hansey's lead going to be? He's going to have 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. It was 1.17 seconds. I've got the feeling it might be a little bit more than that now. Over the line they go. And waiting for the timing screen to update itself. It's 1.51 seconds now. So, if anything, it's getting tougher for Jordan Johnson to secure his 2nd win of the season. And it's looking more likely that we do get 3 different winners out of the weekend.
Driving standards flag going out. Don't think we've had a penalty in the MX5 yet this weekend. A big bump over the curb for Matthew Pinefather-Neal there. But I think he's okay. So he continues his battle. He's got Jack's novice cross on the back of Jake Micklewright's car behind him. And Adrian Johnson just ahead. Martin Vernon not far behind as well in this little scrap for P7. 8, 9 and pretty much 10th as well from Martin Vernon. Then I get back to Samuel Gormer, who's there in 11th position, the driver in his second season from Suffolk. But big challenge around the outside into the S's for Neil, but he can't quite do it. Adrian Johnson, the driver from Gloucestershire, then hangs on to 7th. So turn here down into Sunny. He's been racing MX5 throughout 6 seasons now. Adrian Johnson, and I'm sure he'd be absolutely delighted for his son, won't he, after Jordan's win earlier on this afternoon.
Absolutely right. Anyway, we're about to get the last lap underway, and the gap has come down, and it's Oak Richardson still in second place. So what was 1.51, I'll tell you what it is as we see a mistake from Matthew Pinefather-Neal there, loses a bit of time. 1.51 has become, waiting for the screen to update itself.
Change for second, Ian, into Clairvaux. Jordan Johnson's got down the inside of Oak Richardson, who kicks his foot in across the curb, and that means he can get the car tightened up through Hawthorne, side by side into the chicane. Doesn't normally work out, and yeah, Johnson goes the wrong side. Leach goes the wrong side of the bales as well. And, well,
Johnson's come out in front, hasn't he?
Yeah, by a larger margin. And behind them, Thomas Holland's got the better of Ian Tomlinson, so that got all a little bit busy, which surely will mean Ben Hansey has extended his advantage.
Somewhat academic now. It was 1.29 seconds the gap at the end, so it had come down, but with that those various offs, that's not going to change. Tom Holland, you can see ahead of Ian Tomlinson now. Adrian Johnson's got a 5-second penalty, so he won't finish 7th as things stand, because he's got a whole gang of cars behind him, so he'll lose several places once that penalty has been applied. But still got to sort out the overall top 3. And they are up at Sunny now.
Yep, and looks settled for Hansey and Johnson. Looks like Richardson's there in 3rd position, doesn't it? So they're having the 3 quickest drivers this weekend, although Ian Tomlinson's got the fastest lap in this race, so 1:41.36 last time. It's going to be 3 winners this weekend at Croft.
Yeah, in the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club is Ben Hansey, number 40 then, that comes up to the line, and he will take the checkered flag. Congratulations to Ben Hansey. Jordan Johnson it is in 2nd place, and Oak Richardson in 3rd. So he has 3 podiums during the course of the weekend. Scott Leach takes 4th, Tom Holland 5th, and Ian Tomlinson 6th. 7th on the road is going to be Adrian Johnson, but where is he going to be on adjusted times once that 5-second penalty has been added? We'll figure that out in a second. Is going to be probably 10th, I would think, at best. Yeah, 10th place he will be, so it will be a promotion for Jake Micklewright to 7th. Got the 23 car that has gone off on the final lap. That's Martina Ward, again, unfortunately, towards the end. 8th place went to Jake Micklewright, 9th to Matt Neal, and 10th to number 99, Martin Vernon. And I'm afraid it also looks like Mary Barnard has had another unfortunate end to the race, because she's just pulled into the pit lane, having failed to take the checkered flag, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. So disappointing end for a pair of drivers there. But not disappointing for Ben Hansey, because he is a race winner here at Croft in the 3rd round of the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing.
Ben Hansey, then the winner, number 40, 9 laps completed, and he was 1.4 seconds ahead of number 92, Jordan Johnson. 3rd place went the way of number 17, Oak Richardson. 4th to number 13, Scott Leach, and 5th to number 230, Tom Holland. The early leader, Ian Tomlinson, number 9, took 6th. Then we need to add 5 seconds to Adrian Johnson's time, so that will drop him to 10th place in number 22. 7th will be 32, Jake Micklewright. 8th, 21, Matthew Pinefather-Neal. 9th, 99, Martin Vernon. Then 10th, Adrian Johnson. Then it'll be Samuel Gormer, David Brown, Nico Favo and Matthew Short after his spin at the complex mid-race. Andrew Robinson, Arden Wardley, Philip Barrett and Neil Burrows. We lost Mary Barnard and Martina Ward right towards the end of that race as well. So that's the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club, and that's their first 3 rounds of the season completed. They'll have another triple header for their next meeting. That's at Anglesey in 4 weeks' time. And then they go to Mallory Park and the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. They have double headers at both of those venues before going back to triple headers for their final 3 events of the year at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, Silverstone on the international circuit, and at Donington Park as well. So lots of racing as ever for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and we look forward to seeing them in action again at Anglesey. And that means that we've just got one more race left to go for this weekend. That is going to be the feature race of the weekend though, the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. Very shortly we'll head downstairs though to hear from our top 3, and we can go down to Chris Stevens right now to hear from Oak Richardson, Jordan Johnson and Ben Hansey.
There's 3 different winners in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and Ben Hansey, you've been threatening to do this all weekend. You finally managed to do it.
Yeah, the reverse grid always helps a little bit, mix things up. And it was a good little battle for the first couple of laps, and then a bit more short-esque. I checked out and then watched them all battle on behind me.
I mean, just talk us through that initial battle. It looked fairly intense.
Yeah, Scott's a wily old fox. He's been doing Mazdas since I was a kid, I think. So he's got a few tricks up his sleeve, but he managed to tuck himself up a little bit up at Tower, and I got the run on him, and then, as I say, checked out.
It's great stuff. Congratulations. 3 podiums for you as well this weekend. Great weekend overall. Jordan Johnson in 2nd place. Another cracking drive where you managed to just pick off cars one by one. Seemed like you were going for slightly more aggressive moves this time, though.
Yeah, again, I didn't really get the start I wanted to, and I was trying. It wasn't going as easy as it did in the last race with the moves. So yeah, I had to get my elbows out a bit. Me and Oak had a good battle at the end there. I don't think I put him in the gravel too much, but I was trying to keep my car on the track as well. So yeah, good battle.
Yeah, it seemed like initially you were just finding your rhythm, finding your pace, and then you just start striking.
Yeah, that's it. I always feel like my car's a bit better in the second half of the race. So I think if I just don't overdrive it in the first half, I can start picking off in the end, second half of the race, and that's what I've been able to do today. So well happy.
Great stuff, well done. Congratulations on 2nd place. Let's grab a very quick word with Oak Richardson. Oak, I mean, you scored a few podiums last season, but you've managed to do 3 in 1 weekend here.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? Could have been better, could have been worse. Quite close on the last lap. There was nearly a big shunt, but Jordan backed out of it, so all's good.
Expecting this form to continue throughout the rest of the season?
Well, can only hope, can't we?
Great stuff, great stuff. All right, I'd love to chat more, I really would. But as you can hear, the next group of cars are already on their way out. Coming up next is the main event of the weekend, the one we've all really been waiting for. It is the start of the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship.
Yes, the first round of the 2023 season for the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship is shortly to get underway here at Croft. A 2-hour race ahead of us. We saw qualifying earlier on, and the car that we thought was going to be on pole position actually isn't because of a technical infringement, more of which anon. So it means that on the front row of the grid we have the number 1 car, pole position of the reigning champions. Carl Swift will be starting the car and handing over to Rob Baker, but it's a new car for them this season. Besides them on the front row is number 27, which will be started by Mark Grice in the Seat Cupra. The second row on the inside is going to be number 14, that's going to be Adam Bessel starting the Ginetta, besides number 6, which will be started by Dylan Brichter in the Audi TT. Row 3 on the inside is going to be number 2, Joel Oswick, the reigning Class C champion, and number 69, Matthew Hampson, who will be starting the BMW. On the 4th row, on the inside, it's going to be number 87, Brad Kaler, starting that car, and next to him is the solo driver, number 51, Luke Handley. On the 5th row, on the inside, it's going to be number 82, that's the car of Ben Williams, the Cupra. He'll hand over to Christopher Wallace, and next to him is number 15, that's the Colin Gillespie car, the Cupra, the driver from Scotland. Row 6 on the inside is the Lotus of last year's Croft race winner, number 48, William Stacey, and besides him is the Porsche Boxster of number 43, Steve Cheetham. On the 7th row it's going to be number 22 on the inside, that's Luke Browse in the BMW, and 89, Scott Parkin, our Class B pole position car in the Volkswagen Golf TDI, the diesel car. On the 8th row on the inside is going to be number 70, Colin Wilmot in the Seat Super Copa, and 91 is Christopher Plaskett in the Golf GTI. On the 9th row it's going to be 235, that's Charlie Dark starting the BMW M235i, and next to him should have been Joe Williams, but he's going to be a non-starter after an issue in qualifying. The 10th row on the inside is number 29, Andy Roby in the BMW 1 Series, and 78, that's the Team Dynamics Audi, I should say, started by Matthew Stockford. On the 11th row on the inside it's the number 8 Ginetta G40, Chris Webster starting that car, and 71 is the Class B Mazda MX-5 Mark 1, Ben Short, who will hand over to the man who's just won the MX-5 race, Ben Hansey. Row 12 on the inside is the solo driver, number 76, Michael Downey in the Porsche Boxster S, and 59, making his Club Enduro debut in a Lotus Elise, it's Jim Benson. On to row 13, that's the number 10 car, the Ginetta G40 will be started by Rob Fennick, the fastest car in Class C, and alongside him is number 16, John Peerless. On the 14th row, on the inside, it's number 23, ex-Castle Combe hot hatch racer Matthew Baldry, but the car started by James Johnson, and besides him is number 11, Dan Orsano in the Honda. On the 15th row, it's number 17, that's Spencer Fortag in one of the F Enduro cars, and 56, David Lawrence in another of them. And then at the back of the grid, the final of the Hondas, Vytautas Pipiras. So 31 cars we should have had, 30 we will have because we lost the Joe Williams number 88 car. Here is the car on Class B pole position. That is Scott Parkin, and he is pretty much well up there on row 7 of the grid, more or less in the middle of the grid. Good to have the onboard camera there. But Josh, we should probably just explain what happened to the car that we thought was going to be on pole position.
Yes, that's right. James Collins and Nigel Greensill qualified fastest, we saw this morning. After each session, cars go to Parc Fermé. They make sure the cars are within the regulations, and that car was below its weight limit. So therefore the car got excluded from qualifying and will have to start from the pit lane. New pit lane regulations for this year. Like last year, the pit lane opens after 30 minutes, but if the safety car is out, the pit lane will be closed. So that's a new regulation for this year. Massively competitive qualifying session. And now we look forward to hopefully just as competitive race over the course of the next 2 hours.
So safety car pulls in. It's the number 1 car started by Carl Swift on pole position. Besides him is number 27, Mark Grice. The red lights go out and 2 hours of racing underway at Croft Circuit for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. Don't forget, we've got the fastest BMW from qualifying due to start from the pit lane as well, so we'll see what happens there. But it's Mark Grice that's gone into the lead of the race at Clervaux Corner, then from the outside of the front row of the grid ahead of Carl Swift. Swift and Baker switching from the Seat to the Golf for this season. It looks like everyone is safely through the first couple of corners. And then it looks like it is the car started by Dylan Brichter in 3rd position, the Audi TT, having got ahead of the Ginetta piloted by Adam Bessel. That's dropped back down to 4th position.
I think Dylan Brichter is now due to drive 2 cars because he's also going to share Brad Kaler's Audi, so he's going to be busy during the course of this race. But for 2nd place, a big challenge from him in the TT, all over the back of the champion, Cole Swift. And we can ride on board with the Audi driver now, the Dark Side Developments Audi TT. The leader's off, the leader is off the road. So that is Mark Grice in the Seat. It's gone straight on down there at Sunny. So into the lead, familiar sight from last year, is Cole Swift. The Seat only now rejoining the circuit.
Yeah, so probably something like about 7th or 8th position. I wasn't quite sure whether it was going to get back on the road at all or whether it was going to get into the barriers possibly, but fortunately for Mark Grice, he avoided that. So end of lap 1 is going to be 2 VAG group cars, 1st and 2nd, and it's going to be Dylan Brichter that's going to have the lead, I think, as they go over the line at the end of the 1st lap. Yes, he does. So the Audi gets ahead of the Golf of Carl Swift. That goes down to second. It's the Ginetta. In third of Adam Bessel, number 14. And fourth place is that Joel Oswick, I think. Yes, it is, number 2. Last year's Class C champion, having his first race in a Class A car.
Absolutely right. So plenty going on. Luke Handley's made a good start because he started 8th and is up to a 5th position there. And good to see Rob Boston Racing got the William Stacey car out after it had a head gasket going quali. So getting the bad luck out early. And what can Will Stacey do? Last year's winner of this race there in the Lotus Elise S2. Field make their way here down into Tower Bend, looking out for the Class B leader there. It's Scott Parkin. A big lock up from the RS3 Audi of the newcomer there. Driving it, Matthew Stockford, but he managed to get the car stopped at the end of the straight. But yeah, Class B leader there, Scott Parkin, only just ahead of Chris Plaskett in the Class B specification, Area Motorsport Volkswagen Golf.
And of course, Scott only did a handful of laps in qualifying this morning before deciding to park it, thinking that he had done enough. Now that is the 89 car of Parkin, and he is getting past there the number 82 car, Ben Williams, in the Seat Cupra. So it looks like he's made up a couple of places on this lap, Scott Parkin, as the leaders come through to complete another lap. He's changed in the top 4 at the end of that. Mark Rice, of course, came across the line in 8th place at the end of lap 1, having had that off at Sunny, but he's still in 8th position now, as we now move on to lap 3 of the race.
And they turn their way through Hawthorne. There's Stacey right on terms there with Colin Gillespie, who I think is now also due to drive a second car in this race, because he's going to take over from Ben Williams rather than Christopher Wallace. So we'll check that all happens a bit later on. According to my timing score, I think this might be a glitch, that the MX-5's got the fastest lap, but I'm not quite sure that's actually accurate. We'll see as the race goes on, whether that car moves up the order. But there for second place, now the Ginetta coming into contention. Adam Bessel really pushing on, and the smaller cars coming good, because Will Stacey as well really putting pressure on, although saying that, he himself is under some kind of pressure from yesterday's Road Sports winner, Mark Rice, who had that off on the opening lap of the race. But now that Dylan Bruchetta is ahead of and he is not putting away, we've got 8 cars in a line making their way through the complex.
Number 17 from Class C, Spencer Fortak, has come into the pit lane very early on in this race. So we're watching for the leaders coming through, and that is the Spencer Fortak car getting some attention.
And it's absolutely side by side on the other side of the circuit. You saw in the background between, here we go, Will Stacey being squeezed up against the pit wall by Colin Gillespie. Now, can Stacey get around the outside with the light Lotus? No, he can't. Can he get the switchback? No, the car's so small, there's nowhere to get past this big Seat in comparison. If you're on the road, you wouldn't really think a Seat was that big, would you, Ian? But next to a Lotus, it looks to be.
It certainly doesn't. It's higher. It's the height of the car that makes the difference, really, doesn't it, to perception there. Of course, the Lotus being much more low slung. So we've got a really good race on our hands here. We've got Stacey there, winner here at Croft last season, trying to attack and defend all at the same time. We've got Mark Rice behind him. We've got Colin Gillespie ahead of him. Luke Handley in front of that in the Golf. There's a little bit of a gap before we get to the top 4 cars. And who is the fastest of those top 4 cars at the moment? It is the race leader, isn't it? The Dylan Brichter Audi.
Only slightly, though. And I wonder if Adam Bessel could find a way past Cole Swift, whether the Ginetta could go any quicker. Oh, it's got a big slide on there through the complex. But certainly, Bruchetta not getting away here from the leader from Cole Swift in P2. It's out the hairpin. That's where the Audi TT gained the lead, and that's where he seems to just be able to pull clear from the pack. How's James Collins getting on from his pit lane start? Well, he's got himself into the top 25 now as he works his way through the order. And this is the race leader's view.
Yeah, that's right. And that's the car just heading around Hawthorne. Now, already there's going to be some traffic to deal with before too much longer in the form of Vytautas Pipiras in the Lithuanian coloured Honda Civic. Lithuanian flag coloured Honda Civic. That's just a bit further up the road. but the first 4 seem to have settled down somewhat. Not the case in the next 4, because Mark Grice, after that off halfway around the opening lap, is desperate to try and make amends for that, isn't he, and recover some places. And he's not yet been able to do so. Still there in 8th position. The cars file through the Jim Clark S's for the 5th time.
And then into Barcroft, down into Sunny. This is where the Sayat of Grice looked like he could challenge, but they never can. As Will Stacey breaks late into there. Now they've got the traffic soon, but before they get to that, the top 3 look well. Yeah, they just got past that traffic, hadn't they? That's put the top 3 right together. Brichetta, Swift, Bezel, as they make their way through. And this is where the Audi is quick off this corner. And I wonder if it's the front-wheel drive Golf, just can't put all its power down there. Meanwhile, behind, Will Stacey's got up alongside and ahead of Phil Driver, ahead of Colin Gillespie, I should say, in the car he shares with Phil Driver. So if a big slide there for Swift, he saved it, but what's happening behind? Gillespie's gone straight off, and is he going to go into the tyre wall, Ian? Not quite.
And you can see there is some bodywork missing from the front of the Sayat there, the 15 car, so I think there was a little bit touch between Gillespie and Stacey there, and Gillespie is the one that's lost out, dropped down to 8th position, fallen behind the Cupra of Mark Grice now as well.
Looked like Will Stacey had his hand out the cockpit there, so there was a touch. Is there a problem there with the Lotus as well?
I'm just seeing if there's any evidence of a touch on the back of that car.
He's immediately on to Luke Handley, isn't he? So I think there's lots of pace in that car. And when we get to clear road ahead of Will Stacey at some point, so we'll see if he can unlock that pace. Potentially. But there's Luke Handley, the Class B champion for the last 3 years, having his first go in the Class A spec car. Same car, just bigger turbo, more power in the top class, therefore. Not that far behind this group is Brad Kaler there in 9th place. Here comes Stacey trying to get alongside Handley, can't quite do it. Both these drivers have been in Class B before, haven't they? Will Stacey started off there, and here he comes down the inside of the Golf. He made a move lap ago at that corner, and now he knows how to make it work. Can, though, Will Stacey hang on up towards Clairvaux, because it's the end of the straights where the Lotus Elise hasn't got the power, but I think he had such a good run through the final corner. Will Stacey then is up to 5th, and how quickly can he get onto the back of the rest? There's a big dive up the inside there from Mark Grice to follow him through. He's into 6th, who equally should be quick after qualifying at the top, or in the front row of the grid anyway.
Yeah, it was actually 3rd fastest in qualifying that car. Although, of course, we had the car that was taken out of the qualifying results because of the underweight issue. That car's just going past our commentary box now, actually. The Collins and Greensall BMW. Here's the leader, and a bit more pressure on the 2nd placeman now. Carl Swift from Adam Bessel and Ginetta, and William Stacey trying to go after them. Stacey did a PB on the last lap.
Big slide from Mark Grice through Barcroft. He's really pushing on, trying to cling with Will Stacey, but Stacey is going away and catching Joel Oswick, who was a 2.5 ahead at the beginning of the lap. He's pretty much there now, so this is a good chance to be the fastest lap of the race, I would think, from Stacey, as the leaders are in traffic once more. And one thing I've noticed about Cole Swift's car, that Golf moves around a lot more than the car they've raced in the past. But there's Stacey right with Joel Oswick. That appears to be the quickest car, as we have issues in the pit lane here.
Yeah, that's last year's Class C champion, Dan Orsano, in the Honda S2000 in Class B this year. His teammate Joel Oswick is up in 4th place overall, racing in Class A this season, but he's being caught by Stacey, who's just in the best lap of the race, 128.32, took a 2nd out of Oswick, so it might be worth having a look at the battle for 3rd and 4th, which is now heading down towards Tower Corner, because we can see if Will Stacey in the Blue Lotus can catch the BMW. Well, there they are, just coming into shot now, and the gap between them at the start of the lap was about 0.5 of a second. It's still roughly that now. It's equally close, isn't it, for 2nd place, because Adam Bessel giving Carl Swift a really hard time. We're going to get it, and again, 2 very different cars here.
Yeah, we've got 6 cars. Oh, there's a big slide again for Cole Swift. That's through Barcroft. Bit of car, not where it should be, off the car and on the side of the road. But I was going to say, Joel Oswalt's doing a really good job, isn't he? In the first time in a Class A car. For second, though, let's go to that because Adam Bessel is trying to go around the outside of Cole Swift in that Volkswagen Golf that is sliding around a lot, but using its tyres up as well, doing that. But he's hanging on to second, he's hanging on to the back of the leader. But here comes Adam Bessel, then he looks up the inside, he locks up, though. He knows this isn't a short, sharp Mazda MX-5 race, doesn't want to get damage in that little Ginetta. It probably weighs at half the Golf. That is up ahead of it, and behind Will Stacey's alongside Joel Oswald, but surely the BMW has more power for the driver who's just 20 years of age, one of the youngest drivers on the grid, Joel Oswick, and he turns through. He's still there in 4th place. His car much quicker than anything he's raced before, but he's doing a good job in it.
You've got 2 of the youngest drivers on the grid together here as well, haven't you? Will Stacey in his early 20s as well.
Brad Kaler is very slow coming off the hairpin. Not sure if he had an off at all, but he's lost, well, I think was 8th or 9th position to Steve Cheetham, and a couple more got through as well.
Back to this battle for second place between Carl Swift and Adam Bessel. I think it's actually going to become a 4-way battle for second place, possibly, because Joel Oswick and Will Stacey were both a little bit faster than the cars ahead of them on the previous lap, so it could become a 4-way scrap. And actually, it's only a 9 tenths per second lead for the race-leading Audi TT TFSI as well. So there's the car in second place at the moment. In fact, that gap of 9 tenths looks to have come down as well. So it might be a 5-car lead scrap before much longer. Really good, close racing this. We thought it would be a good battle after qualifying. I think the top 6 or 7 cars separated by only about 1.2 seconds. And it's turning into a really good endurance race.
We're going to have 6 cars in the lead scrap here. This is certainly the most competitive opening stint of the Club Enduro race yet, which is great to see. And lots of different types of car. They're all 6 of them are different, aren't they? You've got Audi, Volkswagen, Ginetta, BMW, Lotus and Seat, all to different specifications. Joel Oswick, rather than losing a place, is having to go at gaining a place because he's gone around the outside of Adam Bessel's Ginetta, and he goes through then. Ahead of the Ginetta, which I think will be the oldest car in this group, won't it? And we've got the 2 light cars together now. It'll be interesting to see how they react as we come up to a bit more traffic through the chicane. A slightly bigger gap for the leader and problems for one of the contenders in the race here.
Yeah, Colin Gillespie into the pit lane. And actually, yes, he's been shown the black and orange mechanical warning flag, so he's not chosen to come in. He's been told to come in by the officials. Something has been spotted amiss with that car. It's probably that missing bodywork off the front that the scrutineers want to have a proper look at.
Yeah, he went through the gravel. Right, Jim Clarkett is traffic, Class C leading traffic as well, I think, here. And is everyone going to get through there okay? I think they are. Was it still the Class C leader? Yes. The Ginetta leading the class there, which is driven in this open stint by Robert Fennick. But there's Oswick, 3rd, 4th, Bessel. There's the Ginetta G40 that leads its class. And this group then go through with Dylan Pachetta's 1.3 second lead, possibly reduced. A big dive up the inside by Mark Grice, and he just about avoided getting into the side there of Will Stacey. What a battle this is. This has been 15 minutes, which has been the same distance as all the other races we've had today, but we've got 1 hour and 45 minutes to go, and the 2 lightweight cars are side by side here.
I don't think we've had a 15-minute race where the top 6 have been this close either, have we, so far during the course of this weekend. And now we're going to get a challenge for second place from Joel Oswick. He's putting alongside Carl Swift. It's going to be on the outside line for Clervaux Corner, but I think he's done it before they even get to the turning point. Yes, he has. So the 20-year-old mechanic from Cheshunt, the winner of the John Miles Award last season as the most promising young driver within the whole of the 750 Motors Club, he goes to second on his first time out in this German Autoworks run car owned by Steve Hutchinson, driven by Joel Oswick. He is going great guns, isn't he? Will he be challenging for the lead before much longer?
And he got Will Stacey trying to follow him past Cole Swift, and he goes right around the outside at Tower Bend, and he does it. Great move there by Will Stacey then to get to that position. So it's Brachetta from now Oswick, Stacey, the sideways Swift, then Bessel and Grice, 2.6 seconds separated the 6 of them. A look up for the Ginetta there of Adam Bessel, but he got the car stopped. The traffic's not been too congested so far. That may change as the race goes on though. And they turn then the 6 of them together into the complex. And Joel Oswick's right with the leader now, Ian.
Certainly is. And he's obviously been thinking very carefully about this. He's not gone right at it from the off. Look how out of shape he's there. He's going to lose out He's lost to the position to Will Stacey there, but I think he's going to get it right back again because he's so much faster in a straight line than seemingly anybody else out there today. Joel Oswick gets back into second place, but he has, because of that, lost maybe the best part of a second to the race leader, Dylan Brichter. He's still got the Will Stacey car behind him. Then it's Carl Swift in fourth. Fifth is Adam Bessel, and sixth is Mark Rice. Top six separated by only 2.8 seconds at the end of lap number 11. And they head down to Tower Corner once again. Absolutely wonderful stuff, this. Luke Handley's about 6 seconds behind this now in 7th place. He in turn is 11 seconds clear of Steve Cheetham in 8th. The Luke Browers car, number 22, is in 9th, and Brad Kaylor, who had some problems a while back that you mentioned, Josh, he is still there in the number 87 car in 10th position.
Yeah, there's Joel Oswick late on the brakes into Sonny in this BMW M4 with its twin turbocharged inline 6-cylinder engine, and that's producing probably more power than anything else. That does mean it's heavier though. It uses its tyres up as well, perhaps a bit more because of that, but the 6 of them, they're separated by less than ever, I think, as they come into the complex this time. Dylan Procetta, who was quick in the early stages, is no longer able to get away. Here comes Will Stacey right round the outside of Joel Oswick. He's got to be careful here because he knows Oswick got sideways a lap ago, but he knows he won't be able to hang on. He tries to defend, but that 6-cylinder turbocharged BMW is able to pull clear. It's a great example here of these different types of cars that have different qualities in different places. They don't need a balance of performance in the way more international racing does. All it is a power to weight ratio. It's simple to understand, and we're side by side through the chicane, and Will Stacey takes second place.
And is the BMW going to lose another position here? It's got Carl Swift pulling up alongside it. He lost a bit of time there, and Mark Grice is trying to make a move on the inside as well. It's Swift around the outside of Oswick here, the two champions from last season from Class A and Class C. Grice getting involved as well, but Oswick's managed to hold on. But he's literally holding on here. He's lost ground to Stacey now. He's got Swift climbing all over the back of him, and Grice is going to try to get involved as well. And Adam Bessel, of course, back to 6th position, so that is a change. Grice getting ahead of Bessel since the start of this lap.
Car into the pit lane is the car that had problems in qualifying, Charlie Dark's BMW M2. So that car has pulled in from something like 19th position, I think. There's Luke Handley. He's having a lonely race, isn't he, compared to the top 6? He's not that far behind them.
And is there a driver? No, is that much of a spectator walking past? I saw a driver out of a car in the background, and the car had parked up. Anyway, leaders over the line again, and there is not that much of a gap between Brichter and Will Stacey now. It's 0.57 seconds. Stacey took 3/10 out of the leader that time around.
We've seen this before. Mark Grice is driving through the gravel at the first corner. That's a suboptimal line, and now there's contact with a Ginetta. I not want to bet on the Ginetta coming better off of that.
No.
So Adam Bessel was trying everything not to touch the Sayat coming back onto the circuit. Luckily, it wasn't too hard of a hit. The top 3 have got away because of all of that.
They have. It has split the sextet up into 2 3s, really. There's Bessel then in 5th position, chasing after Carl Swift. It'll be interesting to see how these two driver teams split the driving, of course. Carl Swift often does most of the driving in the pairing with Rob Baker, but it will just depend on the strategy. Of course, you mentioned at the beginning of the race, Josh, the rules around pit stops not being able to take place behind safety cars. That does change things a bit, doesn't it? Because sometimes the strategy would be, if there's a safety car, you take the pit stop, then come what may.
Change
for the lead, in fact, as they come down there. Will Stacey, round the outside into the complex, has got ahead of Dylan Brichter there. So Will Stacey, last year's winner, he was 7th in the early stages of this race, up into the lead of it. That's an excellent effort from him.
Remember, he started 11th as well, Will Stacey. Now he's ahead. Will he be able to pull clear? Because we have seen him go over a second faster than anybody else in this race. Battle for 4th, Adam Bessel trying to get ahead of Cole Swift. That's not coming to anything as it stands. That Gulf looks like a bit difficult to to drive. It slides around a lot. Obviously still in very early development phases, but then there are a few other cars out there that, like Joel Oswick's BMW. Again, that's been a bit sideways. It hasn't done much racing, but then there are other cars like the Sayat, that's obviously fully developed to its full potential. That's been a car that's gone through the gravel a few times.
There is the 71 car that we're seeing, the MX-5. That's Ben Short in that car at the moment. The Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 of the multiple MX-5 Cup champion. And he is in 21st position at the moment within that Class B car. As off has got Adam Bessel in the Ginetta. Sonny, back onto the circuit now.
We've got a problem with the hairpin. There's a car stopped on the apex of the corner. It's the BMW 1 Series of Andy Roby, so we've got double waved yellow flags down here. I think we'll probably pick on that as the leaders go past that slower car. Look to the left, and there's a BMW stopped on the circuit. And the safety car's coming out.
Yeah, so safety car out with 23 minutes of the race having gone. It is going to pick up the leaders. Well, it's actually just picked up one of the back markers ahead, or one or two back markers ahead of the leaders, but they'll wave the back markers through.
With one back marker between the safety car and the leader. There's a safety, as you see in front of the car we're on board with here, there is a back marker between Stacey and the pack, which could be important on the restart.
It could certainly be important, and that's the nature of things that you get in this racing.
It feels like we just spoke about safety cars, and then the safety car came out.
Yeah. Well, and it is interesting because, of course, they wouldn't be able to take a pit stop yet anyway, because we weren't 30 minutes into the race.
Oh, and the car's got back going now. That's caused the safety car.
So it probably will be one of these one-lap safety car jobbies.
And Andy Roby's not pitting, so he must have been working on the electronics there. Control-Alt-Delete a few times, perhaps, and eventually it came into life. Now, are we going to try and get the whole pack behind the safety car before we restart? Well, firstly, we're going to have to get the recovery unit back off the road that's been set off.
I imagine that will turn off onto the short circuit link, won't it? That's in this queue. You'll see the orange flashing light heading down towards us now on this shot, heading down towards Tower Corner. Let's just give a rundown on the order then. 48, Will Stacey it is that is leading this race. In second place, it's the number 6 car, that's Dylan Brichter and Dan Sylvester. Third is number 2, Joel Oswick. In fourth place, it's number 1, Carl Swift and Rob Baker. Fifth is number 27, Mark Rice and Will Beach. Sixth is number 14, that's Adam Bessel and Alec Livesley. In 7th place, number 51, Luke Handley. 8th is number 43, Steve Cheetham. 9th is number 22, Luke Browse and Paul Browse. And 10th is number 87, Brad Kaler. Now, those are all Class A cars. In Class B, the leader in 12th place overall is number 89, Scott Parkin. From in 2nd place, number 91, Christopher Plaskett. And a long way back in 3rd place is the Chris Webster and Matthew Tidmarsh Ginetta G40. In Class C, the leader is number 10, that's the Rob Fennick and Andrew Shepherd Ginetta G40. From in 2nd place, David Lawrence and Erla Krylov in the Honda Civic Type R, and then it's James Johnston and Matthew Bawtry, number 23, in 26th position. So that's the order as things stand at the moment. Safety car lights are still on unnoticed, Josh.
I think they are trying to bunch the pack up, I suspect then, aren't they, before we restart. Everyone did well as well there, didn't they? Because it was quite a late call for the safety car to come out to react. I guess pick-to-car radio here helps with that a lot as well. So the team can let the drivers know what's happening. So we're going to get another lap behind the safety car. Oh, the car stopped again.
Yes.
Andy Roby. So that was probably not wise to carry on past the pit lane. So that means this safety car period is going to last a little bit longer, which will give us a chance to head downstairs and have a chat to Chris Stevens.
Yeah, I'm joined by Mike from Rob Boston Racing. Mike, your boy Will's doing a fantastic job out there in the lead at the moment.
Fantastic job so far. It was a bit nervous at the start. Had some work to do, but after the qualifying we had, got to be happy so far. Yeah.
You told me that there's been a lot of changes to the car, a lot of development. How are they all working out so far?
Well, in qualifying we had another head gasket fail. Typical Lotus problem. We sorted it out. We're out there. It seems to be working for now. Just keeping developing it, really. That's as much as we can do.
And of course, you mentioned those issues in qualifying. Is there any chance they might rear their heads in the race as well?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. We've resorted back to a previous development stage of the engine. We started with a new development on quali. Didn't seem to work, so we've resorted back to our known working one.
Great, well, fingers crossed that holds up. Where do you think the competition is mainly coming from? I mean, Class A looks so competitive this year.
There's so many of them, isn't there? Those TCRs are fast. I noticed we came together with Gillespie at the beginning. I don't know what happened there fully yet. But yeah, those TCRs, that BMW, they're all so fast on the straights, but we do what we can.
Yeah, we'll certainly making up for it in the corners, yeah?
Oh, you're not kidding. We've seen some of those overtakes. Unbelievable. So, yeah, we seem to have it in the corners. Yeah.
Great stuff. And of course that means it's good for the complex around the back of the circuit. Seems to be where he's making up most of his time.
It is, yeah. It's just, like I say, it's just this straight. Coming off that final corner, down this straight, they seem to get us. So as long as we can get a gap on them around the back of the circuit, we're fine.
Well, we're hoping that the car holds out for the rest of the race and that Will can keep it in a competitive position.
Fingers crossed.
All right, cheers for chatting to us, mate. Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you.
Thank you, Chris. And news of a drive-through penalty will be for car number 70. That is Colin Wilmot in the South Super Copa. That's for repeatedly exceeding track limits. And that can't be served while the safety car is out. So, race has just under half an hour gone. And I would think by the time that the safety car comes in, it'll be pretty much time for the pit lane window to open, Josh.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if anyone chooses to do that. One car this has made or advantaged is James Collins, because he's kept it on the lead lap. Now the field has bunched up. He's got up to 14th as well. And, OK, they've had to put some ballast in to make sure they're at the right weight for this race. But Nigel Greensall was the fastest driver in qualifying. Depending how big their fuel tank is, will depend on how early Nigel can get into the car. But that car could be one that comes into contention as this race goes on. Particularly, say, if they can get that driver change done earlier than the sort of the mid-distance. But anyway, James has done a great job in the first half of this race for a newcomer.
Safety car lights are out, and the Andy Roby 1 Series BMW has been towed into the pit lane, so we're able to get going again after 2 laps behind the safety car, and the drivers will do 1 more lap, and then at the end of it, the pit lane window will be open should they want to take advantage of that. So safety car peels in, and Will Searcy does have that advantage of that Type R behind him. And that is proving quite crucial because it didn't want to get away particularly quickly, and it's side by side for second place then as they go over the start line at the restart. And is it going to be Joel Oswick that gets through into second place down at Clervaux Corner? Not quite. It is still the Audi TT ahead of Dylan Brichter, but that was a close run thing, and that's really given a big advantage to Will Stacey there with that back marker. Not necessarily wanting to get going when the green flag was waving.
Well, he wouldn't have the power, so I don't think he did anything wrong there. How many times have we seen Mark Grice on the grass in this stint? Well, he's on the grass again there, and is he lost out there to Luke Handley, that's made a really good restart, because he's not just past Mark Grice, who was on the grass, but he's also past Adam Bessel as well, and Bessel's lost out here to Grice. He might lose out to Steve Cheetham as well if he's not careful in the Ginetta G20. Something that Joel Oswick, though, did really well was not pass Dylan Brichter before the line. He was 100th of a second behind. He timed that as perfectly as he could do, but he wasn't able to make the move work for him as the field flow their way here through Barcroft. And there's our Class B leader. That's Scott Parkins. So his big lead he had has disappeared. Chris Pluskett, second in the class. Third in the class is Chris Webster in the ex-Rothko Ginetta G40. As the cars come through, pit lane window now open.
Yep, board being shown from the finish line to let everybody know that is the case. And also a board out to say there's a drive-through penalty as well. That, as we say, is for car number 70. So, the race goes on then. What's Will Stacey's lead at the end of that lap? It is 3.63 seconds over Dylan Brichter, and then there's another 1 second back to Joel Oswick in third place.
82 off Ian. Ben Williams, the Capture Sayat on the grass here at the complex.
Yes, so that's the Cupra that's in trouble. Into the pits has come number 59. That is Jim Benson. Now this could be for his mandatory stop. His driving solo is Jim Benson, the man from Huntingdon in the Lotus Elise. His first time racing in Club Enduro. Of course, a long-time racer in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. There's the Williams car coming rather slowly back round. Into the pits again has come number 235. That's the Michael Dark, Charlie Dark Crown Paints livered BMW.
So a big challenge from Mark Grice to get past Luke Handley at Tower, but he can't get through. And I think the M2 may go no more because it's going into the garage, I'm afraid. As Ben Williams is pitted, a muddy complex there for Dylan Brachetta as he turns his way through, still ahead of Joel Oswick. Gets his car turned his way through. So now we've had a clear lap. What are the lap time differences between Will Stacey and the rest? Well, Will Stacey did a 1 minute 28.9, which is quicker by, again, the best part of a second over the chasers. There's a change there for 5th up towards Clairvaux because through goes Mark Grice up ahead of Luke Handley. Adam Bessel, probably the biggest loser in the starting of this restarting because he's lost a couple of positions.
Yeah, back down to 7th position. Steve Cheetham behind him in 8th. There's the Williams car being checked over after it's off. We've also got the 70 car in, I think, for its drive-through penalty, although it's not actually driving through. He's stopped there to talk to his teammate, I can see, beneath us. We're watching the Williams car on screen now.
Side by side through the S's behind the batter we're watching, as not quite getting through was Adam Bessel, but let's watch this battle for a second then between Dylan Brachetta and Joel Oswick. Brachetta's raced all kinds of cars in the past, but I think this is his first time out in the Audi TT, certainly in this series. And then Joel Oswick behind in the German Autoworks BMW M4 that hasn't done very much racing at all, this particular car. And Oswick all over the back of the Audi TT, so you've got two rear-wheel drive cars here together, turning out of the hairpin, but they will be all too aware that race leader Will Stacey is pulling clear, and a very different feel to this restart to the initial start to the race here.
Yeah, that's right. It was very intense, wasn't it, with those well, sort of 8 cars going at it initially, but things have become a little more spread now. I can see also that Scott Parkin has got a Class A car hit between himself and Chris Plaskett. Now that's actually the James Collins Nigel Greensall car that's between the two of them in 12th place, I think, now.
Mark Grice has just become the second person joining Will Stacey in the 128s. So Mark Grice, who's had an eventful stint, he's been on the grass at least 3 times, or through the gravel, but he is the second quickest car out there. Let's have a look at our Class C leaders here, Ian.
Yeah, this is the battle for the lead, isn't it? Between Rob Fenwick in the Ginetta and David Lawrence in the Honda. And it's Fenwick that's got himself back ahead, I think.
Is that a back mark in Honda?
It might be.
There's Lawrence.
Yes, there's Lawrence. I did see him at the head of the Ginetta, and then a similar coloured car appeared in shot. But yes, there's not too much to choose between those. So it is Lawrence that's ahead. That's a back marker. But there is the Ginetta just behind. There's the back marker going through shot. That's the 23 car, James Johnston. He'll hand over to Matthew Baldry, sometime Castlecombe hot hatch racer.
That has been a change, as David Lawrence has got past sometime recently,
yes,
because he was behind Fenwick in the first part of this race. And there's the little G40 in a GT5 specification, I think.
That's right.
Nearly as many of them here as there was at Alta Park last weekend.
Cool. Over the line goes the James Collins car, which is one to hand over to Nigel Greensall. Looking out of our window, we can see that Mark Grice has got a 5-second penalty, but he's now bearing down on Carl Swift as well for 4th position on the road.
But it's not terribly surprising he's got a track limit penalty, because it seems like whenever we see that car, it's not necessarily on the circuit, although I don't think he gained advantages on those particular occurrences. Scott Parkin, the Class B leader, has just done a best lap of the race within his class, a 1 minute 31.34, not quite as quick as we've seen in the past. In the race, he's only been half a second quicker than Chris Plaskett, not as big gap as there was in qualifying. I think Chris Stevens is down there in the pit lane. Let's see what he knows.
Yeah, I'm joined by Jay Dargano from the German AutoWorks team. Jay, a very eventful start to the race for Joel, but you know he's living up to the name he was given at the awards night, the most promising young driver out there.
Yeah, well, we actually name him Wonder Boy. He's doing a fantastic job out there. Can't ask for anything more from him and the car. We had a few issues between now and qualifying in the race, but I think we sorted it, and we can really go out there and battle with the big boys, and that's what we wanted from this season. We really wanted to get up there and show that we as a company and our team can battle with the big guys.
Of course, you fought Rob Baker and Carl Swift last season for the title, but you were in Class E, you're now in Class A. It's a new car, a whole new challenge for this team.
Yeah, definitely, but we've all rose to it. The guys are so supportive. I can't thank us, our team and the sponsors, even guys from the USA, you know, I know they're watching, so thank you. But yeah, Joel is out there putting smiles on all of our faces. We can't ask for more than that.
So what are you expecting to happen by the end of the race?
Top 3. I'd love a top 3, so fingers crossed.
All right, we'll keep them crossed for you as well. Cheers for talking to us, Jay. Cheers. Ian, Joss, let's go back up to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Chris. So we've got the race continuing. So what I can see has got a driving stance flag. I think that is. Can't see the whole flag out, but I think there may be a driving stance flag out for someone again.
Another driver into the 28th, Ian, is Adam Bessel, because he's got ahead of Luke Handley and some clear road. He is pushing on. Also, it's Joel Oswick, who's looking up the inside for second place into the hairpin. He's alongside Dylan Pachetto. He didn't get through, though, quite. So the second place battle continues. They are falling a long way, though, behind the race leader, Will Stacey, now, who is getting towards 10 seconds ahead. Then the battle for fourth. The Mark Grice-driven car, which has been the second quickest car in this stint, but they're both now being caught by Adam Bessel in the Ginetta G20, who is probably at the moment now the second fastest car on the road, just slower than the leader lap on lap. Now he's got clear track to work with.
So there is Carl Swift in fourth position, car number 1. And he's being chased down by Mark Grice, number 27. But Grice with that 5-second penalty that he has incurred for exceeding track limits. And Bessel in the Ginetta chasing after them.
Of course, it's a turnaround from yesterday, isn't it? Because it was the Gulf drivers who got the penalty for track limits. And today it's Mark Grice. And Mark Grice and Will Beach got the Road Sports win yesterday because of that penalty for Rob Baker and Cole Swift. I thought there was a little bit of banter on Facebook where Area Motorsports sent a note saying you needed a time penalty for a TCR car to beat a road car, but they're both built to the same power to weight regulations. They make their lap times very differently. It does appear, though, in that Volkswagen Golf at this stage with the current setup on it with not very much development, is quite difficult to drive. It slides around a lot, but Cole Swift and Rob Baker drive very well. Adam Bessel was 2 seconds behind these two. Now he's challenging them. He's on the inside of Mark Grice, heading up towards Clairvaux Corner. The Ginetta, is it still on the inside? I don't think Adam Bessel fancies his chances too much to alongside the Seat, because he knows if the Seat turns in like it did there, the Ginetta will be in big trouble.
Yep, so Bessel deciding that discretion was the better part of Fowler there, but good to be. There is one car through the gravel trap at Clairvaux, though. It's come out of the other side, though, so that's good news. We're not going to car Beach down there. Try and work out who that was. Was that I think it's the Brad Kaler car, was it not? Yes, it was. That was off through the gravel trap there from 9th position. I think he's held on to that place, though.
I suspect Adam Bessel is learning a lot here, racing against different cars. I think probably for the first time, or especially of this significance, where Will Stacey's had a season or two now, hasn't he, learning how to get a car that hasn't got as much straight line speed, but a lot more corner speed through, and that's what Adam Bessel is learning during the course of the last 40 minutes.
Will Stacey's lead has been steadily increasing over the last 10 minutes or so since the safety car went in. It's now 9 seconds or so over the Audi, which has got its hands full, really, of Joel Oswick, and not too far behind that you've got the Dex Trio battling. Those are the 3 in shot now, for those of you watching on the live stream. The dark BMW, by the way, is back out into the race by the looks of it, having had some work done on it in the garage.
Oh, and it's Cole Swift turned to run a little bit wide when dirty tyres means a sideways run through Hawthorne. He's able to keep ahead of Mark Grice. They flick right, then left, and then power their way up towards Tower Corner. Good exit there for Cole Swift. Adam Bessel gets close to the back of the Cupra, but then doesn't have the top-end speed of the cars ahead. But that car's going really well, isn't it? The Ginetta G20. Obviously, with lots of development since that car originally was built quite some time ago.
Yeah, that's right. There's Grice heading through in 5th position on the road at the moment. Turning their way through Sunny, back down towards the complex, and already the hairpin is the race leader, Will Stacey. So we're getting into the middle third of the race now, so it's going to be prime opportunity for pit stops. The 70 car is back in, and this time it is looking like it's for its mandatory stop, because I think we're going to see a driver change there, possibly, or possibly not, because the second driver's not yet got his helmet on. There's the 76 car of Michael Downey. He's been a big supporter of the Tagirwa Club Enduro Championship pretty much since it started, in his orange Porsche Boxster there, and he's just ahead there of another Class B car. That's Ben Short in the Mazda MX-5.
The two Class C leaders are side by side, heading up towards Tower Corner, because Robert Fennick's got the Ginetta back ahead of David Lawrence, I think. There we can see them on the screen now. There's much smaller Ginetta G40 back ahead of the Honda Civic. The battle for 20th overall, but more importantly, the Class C lead.
Yeah, you can see that on screen now. So Fennick there in the black Ginetta ahead of the red Civic FN2. And what's gone on there? Oh, Steve Cheatham's pulled off in his Porsche. He was in 8th position, number 43, former Porsche 924 champion from Manchester. Yeah, he's pulled off into the old pit lane exit.
That Class C lead battle now is getting lapped by that group of cars from second onwards, so that's going to be an interesting moment, I would imagine, for Fennick and Lawrence as they work their way here up into the hairpin. Rob Fennick, the driver from Buckinghamshire, about to be lapped by Dylan Brachetta's Audi. You can see the extra power of these Class A cars, and being lapped is obviously a skill as well as getting lapped, and it seems like Rob Fennick is dealing with it better at the moment. He's pulling clear of David Lawrence then as the cars dive up the inside of him. Firstly Swift, then Grice, then Bessel, who's up over the curbs through Hawthorne Corner. But we've just had a new fastest lap of the race by the race leader Will Stacey, a 1 minute 28.25 to extend his lead out to 12 seconds over the continuing battle for second position between Dylan Brachetta and between Joel Oswick, as now the next group of cars make their way up ahead of the Ginetta G40 of Rob Fennick. It looked like it got quite close to the side of Adam Bessel's car there, the two Ginettas, as they make their way through another lap of the race.
Yep, so there's the GT5.
Steve Cheatham's back going again, by the way. He's just been lapped by the leader. It looked like the car was being pushed behind, or was going to go behind the barriers, but perhaps he's been able to sort the problem out in the cockpit. Here's the battle for second place. Joel Oswick's seen a lot of the back of the Audi TT over the last few laps, Ian. He can't find a way through as of yet.
He can't, and to the line they come, and over it they now go. And the gap between those two cars is about 0.6 of a second as things stand between Bridgton and Oswick, who's got a 5-second penalty now for exceeding track limits. So Joel Oswick picking up a 5-second penalty for track limits infringements, I'm afraid. Hard to know where that's going to leave you at the end of the race, with still an hour and a quarter left to go.
But if it remains at 5 seconds, that's something you probably can deal with. If it starts getting worse, we've already seen a drive-through penalty for such an infringement. and that will happen if Joel Oswick were to continue to do track limits. We've missed Ben Short in the MX5 Cup races. It's his turn now, rather than running a car in, to drive one.
Yeah, absolutely. He's driving it pretty well there. He's having a good race in 16th overall, I think that is. He is at the moment, going pretty well in the Mark 1 MX5 that's in Class B specification for these purposes. Just behind him is the number 76 car of Michael Downey, who is a lap behind according to the screens.
Yeah, I guess where the safety car came out, that would have split some of the Class B cars up. So Ben Short there putting a lap on the Porsche.
Steve Cheetah was flashing his lights as he came across the line that time, so whether that was some kind of signal to the team as he went past, I'm not quite sure. Watching the cars go past, 4th, 5th and 6th, still right together, Swift, Grice and Bessel. There's quite a gap back now to Luke Handley in 7th place. And Brad Kaler in 8th place, just going through there in the Audi as well. The next car through is the orange BMW. That is the Matthew Hampson car that is in 9th position, and then completing the top 10, the green BMW, just going through a shot of Luke Browse.
Someone that's doing a decent job here is Matthew Stockford in his first race. That car didn't qualify very well at all in 20th, but he's worked the Audi RS3 up to 13th position and is improving. So that's one that's been moving up in order. As you can see, just behind the BMW there is the Class B leader, who's now up to 11th position, Scott Parkin, in the Volkswagen Golf TDI, and has made a 12-second gap over Chris Plaskett's Volkswagen Golf GTI. Then third in Class B is Chris Webster, 4. And I think the last car on the Class B lead lap is Ben Short. But there is Scott Parkin, the class leader.
Yeah, the man behind Dark Side Developments. Going well, and we're on board with him now, up to the right-hander, Sonny. And back down towards the complex, the spectator banks on the left-hand side of the circuit. That's a copse of coniferous trees ahead of us, and he's got one of the FN2, the F-Enduro Hondas that he's lapping. He's not too far away from the back of the 10th place car now of Luke Browse, is he? So he's catching, he's sort of lapping in very similar lap times. Luke is up to 130.45, Parkin on 131.4.
Problem for Joel Oswick. The BMW M4 that was in third position is slowing on the run up towards the Jim Clark S's. There it is. It's already lost third, 4th and 5th positions. And Joel Oswick will be bound for the pit lane, I suspect.
Yeah, that's a great shame, isn't it, for Joel, who was showing such pace on his first race in this Steve Hutchinson-owned car. We'll see if there's anything that the team can do to get him back out for the rest of the race at some kind of pace, but I think the hopes of the top 3 finish the team are hoping for, they are diminishing, it has to be said. He's heading into the complex now, and is he going to head for the pits? It doesn't sound particularly healthy, does it, Josh, as it comes past our commentary point?
One good point of view for that team is we are in the pit window.
Yes.
So if that car can be fixed in 3 minutes, they might not lose as much time as they otherwise would do, but is the problem larger than that? That is obviously the thing that Chris Stevens will be finding out down there in the pit lane. There is Joel Oswick. The team goes straight into the cockpit. They are prepared with the fuel. Joel gets out the car because, of course, you can't have a driver in the car while it is being refueled. So that will be done first. Nothing else can happen while it is refueling. And then they will work out what to do next. The other option here, Ian, obviously this is a new car, or a pretty new car. It's a problem if this is the case. Was it running out of fuel? Was it getting fuel surge? If that is a problem, it's not going to get to the end of the race in one stop.
No, exactly.
Let's see if they do anything else once the fueling is complete.
No, we'll keep an eye on that. That was the car that was in second position, of course. And yep, doors open, and Joel's getting straight back into the car. But yeah, what happens next though? And Will Stacey's just gone across the line again. It's complete lap number 32 in his case, and the second place car is only just coming out of the hairpin now in the shape of Dylan Bridgetup.
Some news from Chris Stevens down there in the pit lane. We've seen the Dark family BMW make quite a number of pit stops. That's had a loose booster pipe, so therefore it was lacking power. And we saw Andy Roby stop a couple of times, and the team think that's some sort of ECU problem with that car.
There's no obvious further work going on the German Auto Works BMW.
So is it fuel? And if that is, it's not going to do 2 hours on one stop. Assuming they filled it up at the start, which you tend you would do.
So we'll see where he comes out in on all of this. The race continues though. Of course, it's, as we say, 1 3-minute pit stop that has to be made during the course of the race. Can't make them the last 15 minutes of the race either. So they've got about 50 odd minutes still to make their stops.
About to get busy for third place battle. There's a couple of cars to lap there, and Cole Swift worked that really well. And Mark Rice therefore has to follow Ben Short through the Sunny complex. Then Ben moves to the left hand side of the circuit, lets the cars with more power go through.
The leader's in, the race leader is into the pits. On lap number 33, Will Stacey, number 48, into the pits, and he'd got a good lead of 15 seconds when he came in. There you can see him heading down the pit lane now.
So that means Dylan Procetta retakes the lead of the race. There's the Team Dynamics Audi LRS3, driven by Matthew Stockford in this opening stint. We'll hand over to Honda 8. Alan James, and he's having a problem for the leader here, Ian.
Yeah, it's being pushed back up the pit lane. Now, did he overshoot his slot? But that means that it's going to be a longer stop, come what may.
Well, yeah, because it's from where the car stops in the... Yeah, good point. That car just weighs 730 kilograms, so a lot lighter. Joel Oswick's on his way. Will Stacey gets out. Yeah, because this, unlike most race series, is stationary time rather than pit in to pit out, isn't it? So that's a very good point you made there. Yeah. It's not a particularly busy pit lane at the moment, so that's an interesting situation to have missed your pit box. Were the team not prepared? Are there problems here? It wasn't a particularly slow in-lap for Will Stacey.
Off has gone Adam Bessel in the Ginetta up at Sunny. And that car is on the grass between the current circuit and the old circuit, and that is in a relatively exposed position.
And there's damage on Mark Grice's front left corner. I'm not sure if that's from earlier or if that is related. Into the pits now comes Bacchetta, because of course if you get into the pits before the safety car comes out, you will be able to do your 3-minute pit stop where nobody else will, and that is also why Mark Grice is pitted. But the race champions from last year have not come in, so staying out is Cole Swift. So they will be praying the safety car doesn't come out in the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, we need to perhaps see what's going on with Adam Bessel, but in has come the leading Audi. The Bessel car is still there, stationary on the grass. We can see on the inset the pit stop going on for the Dark Side Audi that was leading this race. Driver out of the car while the refueling takes place, of course. But we do still have that stationary Adam Bessel car up at Sunny. There we can see the Mark Grice car, and look at that, Josh. We got any damage there?
There was a tyre problem. Yeah, they've got a new tyre ready, haven't they? And that's the side, I think, where the damage was. See Simon Chapman and his 750 Motor Club rescue team coming to the rescue up there at Sunny. Now the marshals are there as well. So I think we can do this under local yellow flag. So great work there by the rescue team and the marshals at Sunny.
Yes, they're going to get ready to take that left front off, aren't they? Now the refueling is completed.
To be fair, the Audi TT team are doing front tyre change as well. So perhaps this was part of the plan. Perhaps new front tyres is necessary.
You can see how worn those are compared to the tyres that they're putting on, can't you? So they have taken quite a beating, the tyres, it would seem. Obviously Mark Grice has got out of the car, He's handed over to William Beach. Dylan Brichter's handing over to Dan Sylvester, who we saw out in action in Hot Hatch and Scottish MR2s at Donington Park last weekend. Busy boy, the YouTuber. So a lot of activity going on in the pit lane at the moment. So it's Carl Swift that leads the race on the road at the moment. Luke Handley will be up to second. Josh?
So Joel Oswick is reporting the car is down on power. They did wonder if it was low on fuel, but he's still reporting the same to his team. So some reason, lack of power for Joel Oswick's BMW M4. And he's back out on the circuit, but he is lapping significantly slower than what he was previously. So we'll keep an eye on that one. So Area Motorsport have gone for a different strategy here, Ian, haven't they? They stayed out, which potentially was a risk, but they obviously had trust in the 750 Motor Club marshalling team here at Croft. A safety car wouldn't be necessary. James Collins is into the pit lane now.
Joel Oswick's back in as well. So Joel Oswick back into the pits. So I think we're down to sort of testing mileage now for that car, but if it's down on power, it may well be that they decide to call it a day. So relatively busy pit lane now. There's the car. So pretty much this car is going to be split 50-50 between the two drivers, isn't it? The very experienced Nigel Greensall will get in for the second part of the race. Where's that car in the order as things stand? It is 8th at the moment, obviously with quite a few cars ahead of it having made their stops.
As will Stacey rejoin the race in his Lotus. I think he has. Can't see that car in the pit lane, so we'll see where that... Oh, here he is now. So Will Stacey comes out, but he's behind. He is behind the two other stoppers. So there out of the pit lane goes Dan Sylvester, but he has dropped behind Will Beach, who's taken over from Mark Grice. So I think it is a total turnaround from our three early stoppers. You noticed it, Ian, as Will Stacey went and missed his pit box, so that would be a longer pit stop, and that has cost him a couple of places at the very least.
Ben Williams into the pits for presumably this is going to be the mandatory stop this time. That car's already been into the pits after that car was off earlier on in the race. So Rob Boston, not Rob Boston, Will Stacey in the Rob Boston Racing car is heading off up to Tower, and we're heading off into the pit. And hold on 1 second, there's a car that's massively locked up, and it is the Luke Browse car that has locked up and is off the circuit at Tower. But let's head down to the pit lane and Chris.
Well, having been a relatively quiet pit lane for the race up until this point, it's an absolute hive of activity in here now. There was very nearly a collision between your car, Mark Grice, and the Darkside car as they were pushing theirs out just now. But you seem to have a very eventful first stint there.
Yes, it was. The opening, I got into the lead straight away, which was great, and then I come into Sunny Inn and I was like, oh, I forgot I've got 100 litres of fuel on board, and I was like, I'm not going to stop. So I sort of went wide, and then I lost all my places, gained a few back, and yeah, it was very eventful. It was a bit deja vu, dicing with Carl rather than Rob, but seeing the same car as yesterday. So, but yeah, really eventful race.
Of course, you won the Road Sports race yesterday in the car that Rob Baker and Carl Swift ran for the last few years. It's obviously a very rapid car. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, we haven't had much testing. We've had probably one dry test session coming up to this meeting. The Road Sports was the key one yesterday, but the car feels good. It just stays underneath you for all my stint. So, yeah, so I'm really happy with it.
What do you think Will can do in the remainder of this race?
Well, Will's showing good pace this weekend. He was quicker in qualifying in Road Sports yesterday and in the race, so he's actually had a bit more pace on me this weekend, but I managed to get a lap in qualifying this morning, which was good, and so I'm hoping he's going to keep it up now, and it looks like we're going to get some safety cars.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? Thanks for chatting to us, Mark.
Thank you.
Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you.
Yes, we do indeed have the safety car out for the second time in this race. That is because the Luke Browse car is off at Tower Corner and needs to be recovered, and that's come just pretty much exactly halfway through this 2-hour race. That car, by the way, of Luke Browse was going to have to serve a stop-go penalty anyway for an overtake under yellow flags.
An importantly, neither of the Area Motorsport Golfs managed to get into the pits before the safety car came out. I don't think anyone did, actually. So it's not going to particularly advantage anyone at this stage, I don't think.
This could be an interesting thing as the season goes on. If you get a situation whereby a safety car comes out and you are tight on running out of fuel, that could be an interesting dynamic as the season wears on. We'll see if that's something that comes into play during the course of this race.
Well, I guess you could pit, but it wouldn't be your mandatory stop.
Wouldn't be your mandatory stop, yeah.
I would imagine. So out of the pit stoppers, it is Mark Grice and Will Beach who are ahead, but this probably won't actually help them, will it? Because their 5-second penalty will bunch up the drivers behind, who pit stops weren't quite so quick. So Dan Sylvester and Will Stacey. But obviously we'll have to wait for the full pit stop cycle to be complete, which may take some time because it may be towards the end of the race. You know, you have to do it before 15 minutes to go, but it could be some time before everybody else makes their stops, because we've still got out there Cole Swift, Luke Handley, Brad Kaler. Still on the lead lap is Matthew Hampson, who's done a good job here. Scott Parkin also still on the lead lap, as is Matthew Stockford. So that's the top 6 all on the lead lap. But down in the pit lane is Chris.
I'm here with James Collins, who's just done his first ever Club Enduro stint, obviously starting from the pit lane after the exclusion from qualifying. Yeah. But how did it go out there?
Yeah, it was good. Obviously didn't expect to be underway, but we removed some parts before coming here this weekend, the rear diffuser and that's where we've lost our weight, but drove well from the back, made way through the grid, and that. Nigel's in the car now, so we should start seeing it push up a bit.
Where do you think he can get up to?
I don't know. We've got a gearbox issue, so I don't know. He's some pilot, so we'll see where he gets to.
How have you found your Club Enduro experience so far as a rookie?
It's competitive. It's fast. There's some fast boys out there, but everyone's very courteous. Everyone gives you room and that, and it's not like Dodgems. Everyone's nice and friendly out there, so it's good. And we'll be back again.
I was just going to ask, have we convinced you to stay for a season?
Well, we've booked Spa. I think we're going to do Alton Park, maybe Anglesey. I need to speak to Johnny next week. He's currently on holiday, so enjoy your holiday anyway, John.
All right, well, we hope to see you out many more times this year. Ian, Josh, back up to you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. Still, the Luke Browse car has yet to be recovered, so safety car staying out for a little while yet.
James Collins just mentioned Nigel Greensill into the car. They just missed out on getting ahead of Cole Swift and therefore coming to the back of the line. So in some ways that was more luck than anything, isn't it? That could have worked really well for them, but as it stands, probably not ideal. So they're not a lap behind Mark Grice, the leading stopper, but they are the best part of a lap behind. So if they weren't, I think Nigel Greensill could have been in a very good position to bring that car forward, but instead it's going to be a little bit more hard work than what it could have been, but that's how it runs in these types of races.
Let's give a quick rundown on the order. Not that it means too much at the moment, with some drivers having made their stops and others having not. So it's Rob Baker and Carl Swift. Carl Swift at the wheel leading the race, number 1. Second is 51, Luke Handley. Third is 87, Brad Kaler. Fourth is 69, Matt Hampson. Fifth is 89, our Class B leader, Scott Parkin. In 6th place is number 78, Matthew Stockford. 7th is the number 15 car of Colin Gillespie. 8th is the number 8 car, which is being driven by Chris Webster. 9th is number 71, Ben Short, and 10th is number 27, Mark Grice, of course having made the stop. So it's Parkin from Webster from Short in Class B, and in Class C at the moment it's Rob Fennick still leading in the Ginetta G40 GT5 from David Lawrence in 2nd place within that class, and 3rd in Class C at the moment is Vytautas Pipiras. I don't think he's yet made his stop.
Recovery coming towards an end. I think now they've got the M3 out of the gravel. That car's been able to drive off in its own power. A few of the stones drop out the car, but that car will hopefully, he lights up the rear tyres, and I think then about the rest of the gravel trap thrown out the back of the car, he'll be able to make his way to the back of the queue, and we will be able to get the race underway in just a few moments' time.
And of course, what it means is that the pit lane activity can resume again, can't it? I suspect it will, because right in this middle chunk of the race where teams will have been wanting to have made their pit stops, and possibly we've had roughly half of them that have so far.
It definitely changes things from how things worked previously, and I think it's a fairer way of doing it, isn't it? Because then you're more likely to split your driver time up more evenly. But of course, as always, there's nothing you can do about it. There are lucky moments, and if you were to pit before one of those windows, you would be able to gain an advantage, but that's how they work.
Right at the towards the back of the group, we've got the two Class C leaders. That's 10 and 56. That's the Rob Fenwick car, and also the David Lawrence car, the Ginetta and the Honda 15th and 16th overall. There they are, as you can see, going past the shot now. Just to outline the rest of the season, after this they go to Anglesey in 4 weeks' time for another 2-hour race, then Alton on the 3rd of June, that's also a 2-hour race. Spa-Francorchamps on the 14th and 15th of July with 2 100-minute races, with the results aggregated to give one set of championship points. Then it's back to a 2-hour race at Snetterton on the 13th of August, the same at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit on the 24th of September, and the season concludes on the 29th of October on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone with the shortest race of the year, shortest standalone race of the year, a 100-minute encounter.
Had the 23 car come into the pit lane. That was James Johnson, who was a fair way up the Class C order, because you can't pit under safety car. So is this the problem? Ian wondered if you are running out of fuel when the safety car is out, or is there another problem with that Honda Civic that was running so well within Class C? There it is. Has it got a tyre issue?
Yeah, now are they going to make a driver change
well, they shouldn't do that.
Anyway? They shouldn't do. And that, it looks like James Johnson still is in the car. I guess there is a gamble to be taken, because it's just a question of what penalty you're going to get effectively if you do make a driver change. Either way, you're going to lose out by making a stop or having a penalty, so you might want to take a gamble. Anyway, safety cars coming in. Race about to get underway. And the green flag waves once again with 51 minutes of the race remaining. And it's Carl Swift heading down to the first corner.
And the cars across the line now are two leaders who have pitted, and that was Dan Sylvester on board now, goes down the inside of Will Beach, so it's not for the lead of the race at the moment, but it could be later on. He hops over the curbs and he goes through, so Dan Sylvester takes that position up ahead of Will Beach, which for now is for 10th position, but it could become more important later.
There's the Class C lead battle as well. That's the number 10 Ginetta of Rob Fenwick, the 56 Honda of David Lawrence, newcomer into racing, and he is having a really good first outing. It's been doing time attack before this, and used to an automatic box, switching to a manual box. I think they're putting a lap on there, one of the other F-Enduro cars as well. There's some refuelling going on. That's Colin Gillespie, who'll be handing over to Phil Driver for the second part of the race. And also Scott Parkin, our Class B leader, is in the pit lane as well, number 89. So he's made the decision to go into the pits just as soon as the racing got back underway.
Dan Sylvester's absolutely flying in the Audi TT on this restart. He took the fastest lap yesterday in Road Sports. So he knows he needs to get on with this, because not that far behind is Will Stacey, who's been so quick over the course of this. And his teammate, Dan Sylvester's teammate, Darkside Developments, the Audi RS3, is trying to hold Will Stacey off at the moment and keep him at bay. But on that lap, Sylvester does the fastest lap of the race, a 1:27.70 for the Audi TT TFSI.
So 49 minutes of the race to go, and it's going to be quite a race as well. We'll keep an eye on what Nigel Greensall is doing as well in the number 40 car. Well, that car's just on its personal best lap of the race, a 1 minute 30 dead, but still that's 2.3 seconds outside what Dan Sylvester has just achieved. But I'm sure there's more to come from Nigel Greensall as well.
Class C leader into the pit lane. So Rob Fennick will hand over to Andrew Shepherd. This pair of drivers raced a Lotus last season. More tyre changes in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's the Scott Parkin car. It's having the work done on the right front at the moment. Well, that car's going to go back out into the race. We've got coming into the complex, the race leader, Carl Swift, being chased by Nigel Greensall, albeit they're on different laps at the moment. 40 car showing us 3 laps behind on the sort of screen here.
If you are changing tyres, you'd think you'd want to pit halfway through the race, really, to get the best out of the new tyres, wouldn't you? So whereas Cole Swift is staying out, do they change tyres or not? Because further you're into the race, surely less advantage you're going to get from newer tyres.
You would think so. 69 is into the pits. That's Matthew Hampson coming in to hand over to Andy Schultz for the second half of the race. Andy, generally the quicker driver of that pairing, so we'll see if he can get the car further up the order. It's 4th going into the pit stops.
Yeah, Matthew Hampson did a lot of driving there, didn't he? But Andy Schultz has got the lap record here.
56 has come in. That's David Lawrence from second place within, well, briefly the lead of Class C. We're looking on screen now at the number 23 car that's gone back out into the race now, having made that, we think, unscheduled stop. So that was James Johnston in the first half of the race, Matthew Bawtry, his co-driver.
So Michael Downey, I think, will take the Class B lead over, won't he? But he has yet to make a pit stop. Plenty to work out in this. Nigel Greensall's got himself onto the tail of Cole Swift now, and Mark Grice is getting himself up ahead of Luke Handley, but importantly he's been caught by Will Stacey. So Will Stacey is following that Seat again, although with a different driver aboard it now. But here's Greensall trying to unlap himself from the leader of the race. Greensall's into the 28s now, on 28.32. But Will Stacey has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 27.64, and he's currently 5 seconds behind Dan Sylvester. They are the 2 quickest cars out there, and potentially, when their cycle's out, that will be the battle which becomes for the lead of the race. But for now, Nigel Greensall, a historic racer nowadays, but double Euroboss champion back in the day in this big BMW M3, chasing after Cole Swift, who won this championship over the last 3 years. He's taken with Rob Baker 17 victories in the Club Enduro Championship. Can they win number 18 today? They've only lost on 4 occasions in the last 3 years. Today, they've found it a lot harder, I would suggest, here than they have over the last couple of seasons.
Certainly have. This change of car, of course, from what they've been used to screwing most of those wins in over the past few seasons. There is Will Stacey now in the number 48 car. So he was leading, of course, going into the pit stops. We saw that situation where he sort of overshot his pit by the looks of it, and had to be pushed back into it. Had to drive in at 45 degrees, of course, so that, we think, lost him a bit of time. He's up to 6th place now, and he is, I think, about 6 seconds behind the nominal race leader, with the first 3 cars in the timing tower having yet to make their stop: Carl Swift, Luke Handley and Brad Kaylor.
After the pit stops, I think, in Class B, Chris Plaskett is ahead of Scott Parkin. Assuming Chris Plaskett has made that pit stop.
Well, he's showing in 7th place overall, so I question that. But we will see how that all pans out.
Scott Parkin's only 12 to 13 seconds behind him.
You might be right then. So it could be It was a longer stop for Scott Parkin, and Plaskett's made it through.
We saw that tyre change. Perhaps they couldn't quite do the tyre change in the minimum pit stop time.
Maybe so.
Feeling a bit like the start of the race again here into the complex, with 4 of the top Class A cars all together. At the back of it is the quickest of this group of cars, Dan Sylvester, who's absolutely flying this weekend in this Audi TT that Darkside Developments have got going. Just behind him there's a battle developing between Will Beach and Will Stacey. This is a battle for position, and really this is the battle for second of the pit stoppers, and they're absolutely wheel to wheel as they go across the line. We know the Seat's got a bit more straight line speed, but can Will Stacey hang this out round the outside? He brakes really late in the Lotus Elise and he goes through. So for now this is for 5th position, but it will be for a more significant place as the race goes on.
Certainly will be. So that's Will Stacey up to P5 ahead of Will Beach. So Scott Parkin clear Michael Downey as well within Class B as well. Still that damage on the front of the Gryson Beach Cupra, now driven by Will Beach, of course. Just a bit of trim hanging off, really. So now we've got to see whether Will Stacey can catch Dan Sylvester in the number 6 car. Well, last time through, Stacey did 1:28.61, Sylvester did 1:28.48, so very similar lap times. Michael Downey coming into the pits, number 76, to serve his stop, as is the 17 car Spencer Forte, which has been in a couple of times already during the course of this race, I think. There is on screen, though, for those watching on the live stream, number 48, Will Stacey. And he is doing his best now with a bit of clear track to chase after the Dan Sylvester car that is in effectively the lead of this race. But let's head down to the pit lane now and find out some more from Chris Stevens.
I'm joined by Ben Shaw. Ben, it feels strange to have had MX-5s out this weekend, and yet I haven't spoken to you at all. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going well, thank you. Yeah, we are only going to do, or myself, sorry, is only going to do a couple of the MX-5 rounds this year. We've also been really committed to that over the past 5 or 8 years, and we're looking to do a couple of slightly different things this year, including Club Enduro.
Yeah, so what inspired you to team up with Ben Hansey and to do Club Enduro?
I've known Ben for a long time. We've raced together competitively in the MX-5, so you know I know he's a good driver and I rate him highly. He's a safe pair of hands as well. Looks after the car. We just felt that we've both won the championship a few times now, and it was time to try something different, something a bit quicker. So we just took one of the old championship cars and bolted a Subaru Turbo on it, basically.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. Tell us more about this car, because it isn't just your bog standard Mark 1 MX-5.
So yes, it is. And it suffers a wee bit in the corners because it's one of the only cars here without aero or a wing or something like that. But it's pretty strong now in the straights, and the car's becoming more and more reliable as we use it more and more. So now reliability issues are hopefully, touch wood, put to bed. We can start to think about you know, bolting bits of wood to the front bumper and all that sort of stuff.
We'll keep our fingers crossed for you. Cheers for chatting to us, Ben. Ian, Josh, back to you.
Thanks, Chris. Into the pits again as Covent Car 69. So that's Andy Schultz back in. He'd only been out there for a few moments. Meanwhile, Will Stacey has eaten in a bit to the advantage of Dan Sylvester. The gap was down to 4.6 seconds. Just waiting for the screen to play. It's down to 2.7 seconds. So Will Stacey really on a charge now.
Yeah, and that is partially because Dan Sylvester is stuck in traffic. The traffic being Joel Oswick and Cole Swift. So quick, but not quick enough that he can keep this gap to Will Stacey, but not slow enough that he can get past it. So, as I say, it's a bit like the beginning of the race all over again. There is the race leader, basically, Cole Swift, but there, number 6 is our leader in reality, Danny Sylvester, but there is the car chasing Will Stacey, who set another fastest lap of the race, a 1:27.20. We're on board with Sylvester now. He's quicker through the S's than Joel Oswick, whose BMW M4 is back up to speed. Through Barcroft, a big chunk of brake there for Oswick, before then braking much harder down into Sunny. But if you look in the mirror, you can see the Lotus Elise there. If you look to the top of your picture in the rearview mirror, you'll just make out the shape of a Lotus Elise, which is Will Stacey catching this Audi TT, and then you're going to have a really cracking battle, I think, between these two cars here.
Well, we sort of saw these 4 cars together, more or less, didn't we, in the early part of the race, in a different order and on different laps, or on the same lap, now on different laps. But effectively, this is the battle for the lead. We've got the race leading car, Carl Swift, pulling into the pit lane now, so that simplifies things a little bit. Just Joel Osric ahead of him now. And as you say, that car which he was complaining of being under power does seem to be back up to some kind of speed now. There is Sylvester lapping Ben Hansey in that Subaru turbocharged RX-5. And then it is behind Osric on the road. You've got Sylvester and then Will Stacey. So a real interesting look to this race at the moment.
And after the 3-minute pit stop for Carl Swift handing over to Rob Baker, we get an idea where that car is in relation to these cars heading through Tower Corner now.
Luke Handley will take over the lead of the race. Brad Kaler made his stop a few moments ago. Is he still in the pit stop still? Yes, he is. But he'll be back out shortly.
It's getting busy. Here comes Stacey up the inside of Sylvester. This is for basically, we think, the lead of the race. And through Barcroft, are we going to see a Lotus ahead? Just about. So through goes Will Stacey in traffic there into Barcroft. A bold move. But now he's going to have that BMW M4 ahead. So probably he won't be able to pull away in.
Wouldn't have thought so. It was, I think, the Paul Browse green BMW that they were just lapping. The Jim Clark S, I think Paul must have got in that car now to take over from Luke. So that battle down at the complex, it'd be great for Will Stacey if he can clear here the Joel Osric BMW, but we've seen that car, when it's got its power, is quick in a straight line, but it's out of the corner comes Will Stacey. He's alongside the BMW. He's level pegging with it. The BMW, this is a car that's a few laps down, remember, is still there on the inside. Is it going to let Will Stacey go? Well, whether it does or not, Will Stacey goes through, and now he's got a car between himself and Dan Sylvester, who's in effectively second position.
Yeah, Sylvester will be frustrated, won't he, that he hasn't been able to get past Oswick, whereas Stacey did it immediately, and the Browd car back out the pit lane is back off the road, I'm afraid. Paul Browd's a bit smoky there through Hawthorne. Meanwhile, there's Stacey and Oswick and Sylvester, but can Area Motorsport get Rob Baker out ahead of this pack of cars? That could bring that car back into contention. So there's Stacey, just behind Sylvester.
Joel Osric now 15 seconds of time penalties. He's exceeded the track limits again, but it's pretty academic from a point of view of results. He's down in 15th position.
Okay, so into the complex comes Will Stacey and Danny Sylvester. Area Motorsports pit stop still ongoing. They need to get this car out of the pits. We'll just wait a moment, wait for an interview with Kristen. Hang on for 30 seconds just to see if Will Stacey does get out ahead of the Area Gulf. I think he's going to. So Will Stacey a couple of times has had to work his way through the order, but in reality he is the new race leader with Danny Sylvester in second and Will Beach in third, and the Area Motorsport Gulf, the pit stop still continuing. So as Dan Sylvester tries to chase back after Will Stacey, let's head down into the pit lane and catch up with Chris Stevens.
I'm joined in the pit lane by Matthew Stockford, who's just completed his first Club Enduro stint. How did it go?
Yeah, it was brilliant. Really enjoyed it. Glad the track was dry. It was pretty busy out there, but incident-free, and I think we moved from 21st to 13th, so can't grumble with that.
And you shared with me some of your ambitions earlier. You're getting your signatures for your licence. What are you hoping to end up in?
Hopefully we'll be doing Brit Car by the end of this season, but we'll do a full season of Club Enduro because it's great racing. It's really close. It's good.
Yeah, that's great to hear, and it's been so competitive just today already. It bodes really well for the season. Can you give us a little bit of insight into what adaptations have had to be made to the car for you to drive it?
Yeah, I've got push-pull accelerator and brake with a upshift on the top of the accelerator, and then downshift is a flappy paddle on the left-hand side. So yeah, it's all hand operated, so it can get quite busy in there, but yeah, it's all good. It works very efficiently. It's a DSG gearbox, so that's pretty quick.
Yeah, they were telling me a lot of the times you end up one-handed on the wheels, so mad respect.
Yes, well, try not to do that too often, but definitely when I'm braking, which should be in a straight line, then yeah, there's only one hand on the wheel, but yeah, incident-free.
All right, awesome. Now, what are you expecting in terms of a result from this race now?
Oh, I mean, Alan's a very good driver. He's out now. If he can pick up a few more places and end up top 10, that'd be a brilliant result for us.
Awesome. Well, thanks for chatting to us, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you.
Thank you, Chris. It looks like the Browse car is going to be pushed back into the garage and out of the race. You can see that, those of you watching on the live stream. We've got just over half an hour left of this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race. Luke Handley it is that is still, I think, still out there at the moment and leading the race, but it will be Will Stacey that takes over when he inevitably has to make his pit stop, Josh.
In Class B, Chris Plaskett's lead is down to 7 seconds back to Scott Parkin. So there's a real chase now on in Class B, as well as Class A battles. In Class C, Andy Shepherd has taken over the Ginetta of Rob Fennick and is just 5 seconds ahead of the Honda that they've had the race-long battle with. So all 3 classes, when you combine the gaps, doesn't come to much more than 10 seconds.
No, very exciting racing indeed. So past the commentary box now goes the race leading car, effectively the race leading car of Will Stacey, and the car in second of Dan Sylvester, Mark Grice in third. So what is the between the 3 of those? Not very much at all, 10 seconds roughly. That is the Scott Parkin car, which is now 8.5 seconds behind Chris Plaskett in their fight for 7th and 8th overall, and also the Class B victory. It's a slower lap that time from Scott, but he is capable of lapping 7/10 of a second faster than Plaskett. So it's touch and go whether he's going to catch him, I would think, before the end of the race.
Yeah, it's a real battle, isn't it? Between the Area Motorsport Golf, the car that is still in Class B specification, the petrol Golf, and then the diesel Golf of Darkside Developments and team boss Scott Parkin. Meanwhile, Nigel Greenstall's had an off at Sunny. That doesn't happen terribly often. He had just been lapped by Will Stacey. Nigel's going to get the car back on the road, I think. He had worked his way into 9th position, was just 6 seconds ahead of Alan James. So there you can see Alan James back into 9th position. So Matthew Stockwell is on for his target of a top 10 finish.
Yeah, certainly looks to be, which would be a fantastic result for them. Leader's just, or the leader-elect has just gone across the line again. I'm trying to work out where on track. There's Luke Handley right behind us in the country box. Is he going to make his pit stop anytime soon? He's got 16.5 minutes left in which to make it, but he's going to dive into the pit lane right now, and so I think that will be anybody who's anybody that has, everybody who's anybody, I should say, that has made their stop, and that will mean that once everything sort of filters its way through, Will Stacey will be back into the lead of the race proper, if you like.
3.7 seconds ahead of Sylvester. He's slowly pulling clear. Interestingly, the front-wheel drive cars have been dropping away, haven't they? Will Beach and Rob Baker. Towards the end of Cole Swift's stint, I think he was struggling. And if anything, they lost out perhaps a few seconds in that safety car period because the others brought down the gap a little bit, but not so terribly significantly, I don't think. So probably it's always in this period where there's a safety car possible. Well, I would imagine it's better to pit early rather than late because you're more likely to gain something.
There's the Class B leader, Chris Plaskett, on screen now in the 51, so the 91 Golf, the Area Motorsport run car. As I say, it's the Darkside diesel Golf that is his challenger. The gap back down to about 7 seconds again between them.
I think it was about 18 seconds, wasn't it, at the beginning of this stint. So he's halved it in probably about half the time.
That's Michael Downey, another of the Class B cars, but a little bit behind because he was. They've all made their stops now, of course. And the other car that you can see in the shot there is the 17 Spencer Fortag Honda Civic.
Class B cars are going to be well up the overall order as well, aren't they? Now in 7th and 8th.
Yeah. Class A cars have gradually slipped by the wayside for various reasons.
There's Scott Parkin, 7.2 seconds behind at the start of this lap. Plaskett did a PB on the previous one, a 31.4. And Scott Parkin now does the fastest lap of the class of the race, so 1 minute 30.79, which brings the gap down to 5.7 seconds. There's Nigel Greensall. His car now, the grill is full of grass after the spin he had. He rejoined in 10th place, 5 seconds behind Alan James. He's lapping quite a lot faster than Alan James.
Yeah, I mean, that's not 5 seconds now, is it? You can see the gap visually on screen there, so we'll see how that pans out.
Sylvester into the pits. The car, and off into the gravel. The car off at turn 1. Who is that?
We can't quite see.
Chris Webster's Ginetta, the Rothko car, I think, now driven by Matthew Tidmarsh. But why Sylvester in the pits? That's the drama to follow. The car that should really be in second place, but it won't be anymore.
We'll see. Oh, we've had a spin for the Honda Civic.
It's all going on.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's the...
Yeah, it is the Ginetta that I thought it was, which was well up in Class B, this car. It was in 3rd position, Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. So this will promote Ben Short and Ben Hansey's Mazda MX-5 onto a class podium position.
Luke Handley's back out into the race, but I think Dan Sylvester's still down there in the pit lane, so not sure if we can pick up on that car that's down there, and see if we can figure out why it is down there as well. It is parked in at 45 degrees, so it's not getting any kind of penalty, I don't think, or anything like that. It's parked in its regular position in the pit lane. Was that spinning the multicoloured Civic we saw was Vitautas Piperas, but yes, now the safety car is coming out to recover that Ginetta. This is with 27 minutes to go. There is the 6th car, Dylan Britt and Dan Sylvester. Dan Sylvester was at the wheel of the car. They reckon it's a drive shaft issue, so that brings their chances very much to an end in this race. Looks like they're going to try and get the car back out into the race, but it's obviously not going to be challenging for positions. You can see driver out of the car, team working hard on it, Josh.
If Luke Handley could have stayed out for a few more minutes and got out, come into the pits just as the safety car, or before the safety car was coming out, we could have had a very different complexion to the remainder of this race. But
we could have done.
But in each of these safety car periods, no one particularly has been advantaged, I don't think.
No, 82 car going down the pit lane as well. That's the Ben Williams car, making another stop. It's been in about 3 times, I think, during the course of the race.
Nigel Greensall's spin, I think, put him a lap off the lead. And if he didn't have that spin, he would have brought himself right to the back of the queue. But again, that's ifs and buts, isn't it? That doesn't come to anything at the end of the day.
So let's have a rundown on the order as it is on the timing screens at the moment. So it is number 48, Will Stacey, that is in the lead. Now up to 2nd place is number 27, Will Beach and Mark Rice. They've got a 5-second penalty though from earlier on. 3rd now is the number 1 car, that's Rob Baker, having taken over from Carl Swift. In 4th place is number 51, Luke Handley, but he has a 5-second track limits penalty as well. In 5th place is number 87, Brad Kaler in the Audi RS3. In 6th place is number 91, Chris Plaskett in the Golf GTI leading Class B. Ahead of 7th place, number 89, Scott Parkin in the Golf TDI. 8th place on the screen at the moment is Dan Sylvester, but he'll drop down the order. That will promote James Collins and Nigel Greensall car number 40 up to 9th place. Up to 8th place, I should say. Up into 9th place will go number 78, Matthew Stockford and Alan James. And up into the top 10, despite his car stopping on the back straight at one point, Steve Cheetham in the Porsche Boxster, but he does have a 15-second penalty now. So Class B is 91, Christopher Plaskett from 89, Scott Parkin, and Ben Short and Ben Hansey are 3rd within Class B. And then in Class C, it's David Lawrence and his co-driver Ilya Krylov. And then the 2nd place car in that class is number 10, which is Andrew Shepherd, now having taken over from Rob Fennick. And Vitautas Piperas is 3rd within Class C as things stand. And we have further drama for Car 6. because there is going to be, which is the Dan Sylvester car, they're going to have 2 laps added at the end of the race, and that's because of an infringement during their mandatory pit stop as well. But it's going to be academic now, I think, with that car being worked on in the pits.
Well, that's a big story if they didn't have that issue. So in some ways this helps Will Beach get closer to the leader, but equally it allows Rob Baker to get closer to him, and Mark Grice and Will Beach have this 5-second penalty. So could that allow Cole Swift to get close enough by the end of the race to perhaps gain a position? The other car that would be pleased how this has worked out is Scott Parkin, because he wouldn't have been that far away from being lapped, and if he did and the safety car came out but when the safety car was between himself and Chris Plaskett, he wouldn't have had a chance, would he? But now they're going to be pretty close to one another, and that Class B battle is going to be very competitive, I would imagine, on the restart. While the safety car's out, let's head down to the pit lane with Chris.
Well, Danny Sylvester, the car in the pit lane, not on the track where you want it to be. What's happened?
I just come around the last corner there. I think I was in P2 and just bang from the gearbox or drive shaft or something like that. So, yeah, something's let go. And it's a shame because the car's been really strong all weekend in testing in road sports yesterday as well. And yeah, I think we were on for a good result, but unfortunately had a mechanical failure by the looks. So.
Yeah, of course, we were running in a very competitive position before that happened, and some really strong pace in the road sports yesterday, so it must bode well for the rest of the season.
Yeah, for the car, I'm not going to do every round. I'm just filling in for Ryan Parkin. Hello, Ryan, this weekend. So, yeah, Ryan, the car's got pace, but yeah, it's a shame. Looks like something mechanical let us down, but it's very rare for one of these cars to do that, but sometimes it does happen. So.
Now, of course, a YouTube sensation, so is this going to make the channel?
It's good for content, this, isn't it? At the end of the day, I'd prefer to be having the car's first trophy though, but yeah, it'll be good for the channel maybe. So.
And what else can we expect to see you in this year?
So I'm still racing MR2s this year, and also racing the 750 hot hatch as well, both 750 things. So yeah, you'll see me in them all year for the season.
Cool, great stuff. We look forward to seeing you out in those.
Cool, thank you.
Cool, cheers. Ian, Josh, let's go back up to you.
Thank you, Chris. So safety car continues, but possibly not for very much longer, because the recovery at Clairvaux is complete. That means the safety car lights have been extinguished and the race will get underway. We're going to have a 20-minute sprint race then at the end of this. We've still got 7 cars on the lead lap, and Will Stacey has 2 Class A cars between himself and Will Beach, and then there's a few more cars between Beach and Rob Baker. And then you've got Luke Handley on the lead lap, as well as the car that was started by Brad Caleb. We believe that Dylan Bruchetta got into that, who started the Audi TT, so he could still have a good result. But the green flag is waved then, and the race gets back underway with a gap of just 2.8 seconds between Stacey and Beach. And then Cole Swift on the restart had to wait for a Class C car, so it's dropped 5 seconds or so. Here are the Class B leaders though. This I think will probably be the battle to watch in these final 20 minutes. There is Scott Parkin, and just ahead is Chris Plaskett. So these 2 Volkswagens, as it's busy at Tower, as Will Beach goes around the outside with about 3 cars there, I think, and has passed them all. So he can now set off after this car, the race leader, which is the Lotus Elise of Will Stacey, which is heading through Barcroft Corner. There in second position is Will Beach, still with that bit of trim hanging off the front left-hand corner of the Cupra. Not an unfamiliar sight for a TCR style car to have that bit of damage.
Not really. And a reminder, Will Beach not only needs to get past Will Stacey, if he's going to win this race, he needs to pull out a lead of 5 seconds as well. So that's quite a tall order, because I would say it's probably 5 seconds behind the car. Now is about 3 seconds behind at the start of the lap. So he really needs to make up 10 seconds in the next 20 minutes. It's going to be a big ask against the very talented Will Stacey.
There's our Class B leader, the Class C leader, I think just behind Scott Parkin then. He works his way here up to the final corner. second place in Class B, I should say.
Exactly. Although, how far behind is he now? Not all that far, I don't think. In fact, it has changed.
Yeah,
it has
was
changed.
The class leader.
Yeah, that's changed unexpectedly on that lap. Chris Plaskett losing out by a few seconds there. There he is, and there you can just see the briefest glimpse of Scott Parkin having gone through. So we didn't see how that had happened, but Scott Parkin has gone through to take the Class B lead, which I guess is what we're expecting after his qualifying performance this morning.
It's not been as dominant as that, though, has it?
No.
Chris Plaskett's been much closer. Pit stops worked in his favour. Here with the Class C leader, I think, in the background, which is Ila Krylov, only a second or two ahead of Andy Shepherd's Ginetta. So Class C is still to be contested. There's the Class C leader. There's Ginetta just behind.
Yeah, that's right. And then another of the Class C cars behind that. Spencer Fortag, very experienced driver now. A number of different categories is Spencer. Meanwhile, the leader's gone across the line again. His gap was 4.86 seconds. Will Stacey over Will Beach. Get an update on what that gap is any moment now. 4.14, so it has come down, and Will Beach is just on the car's best lap of the race, 128.26. So he started to eat into Will Stacey's lead.
What he's also obviously trying to do with that penalty is make a 5-second gap over Rob Baker so they can hang on to second place. And it's about that now.
And the car that is second in Class D, in Class C I should say, the car on screen now, that's going to get a 5-second penalty for track limits infringements.
Another one to add to the growing list. And that will help further the car of Ila Krylov. They were the one from slowest car in qualifying, Lawrence and Krylov, so they've got some big gains since then. But they're now leading the way ahead of this Ginetta G40.
Yeah, and Spencer Fortag's actually got ahead on the road of the Ginetta as well. So there is Class B leader now, Scott Parkin, and he's now just about 2.5 seconds up the road from Chris Plaskett. Closing in on the road on the Steve Cheatham car, which is actually a lap or so behind. There's the Brad Kaler car, which I think has now been handed over to Dylan Richter in 5th position. Joel Oswick still circulating as well, and he's just a personal best lap of the race, actually, 128.53 in that car. So if it wasn't for that strange period in the middle of the race where he was down on power for some reason, he would certainly have been in contention for the victory, although he has got these 15 seconds of track limit penalties as well. But possibly he may not have incurred those had he not been pushing on so much in this second part of the race.
Yeah, that's right. There's Parkin. He leads Class B now by 3 seconds. Both Parkin and Plaskett both did PBs last time. Just 0.4 of a second between their best laps, where in qualifying it was in excess of a second. Parkin's done a 30.49 best, which is a new lap record then on that last lap for Scott Parkin, a new lap record in Class B. Meanwhile, the car that was third in Class B, Ben Hansey, is in the gravel.
What were the use that Ben Short used to describe Ben Hansey? Safe pair of hands, was it? Off into the gravel trap has gone, I'm afraid. Ben Hansey from a strong position. And also, actually, there's 2 cars there, because the Michael Downey car is there as well.
Who was 4th in Class B. So that's 3rd and 4th in Class B. I think they're the only cars left in the class that are both in the gravel. So the safety car comes out again and will pick up the race leader.
This is the 4th time, isn't it, the safety car has been out?
And where's the... Oh, yes, sorry, the second place car is right behind. But obviously with that penalty, that's going to bunch them up then.
It is. It's going to make life sort of interesting, isn't it?
So so these 2 cars in the gravel are battling for 3rd in class.
Yeah.
Are they allowed to rejoin if they get dragged out of the gravel or not?
Don't know.
Anyway, might be a race to who can argue to get dragged out first.
Ben Hansey's getting out of the car, and then he's seen the cavalry arriving.
Oh, is there one for each car? So is this a race then?
Yeah,
for third in
looks
Class
like,
B?
and now it looks like Michael Downey's going to have to head back to his car. Now he realises he's going to be.
Oh no, so I
recovered.
think there is a lap between them. So did Downey go off and then Hansey? No. Well, perhaps they were together on the track. There is a lap between them. I didn't realise that before.
Yeah, no, I think maybe right.
What's that on the track?
Yeah, I can't see. There's some kind of debris down there.
Joel Oswick's to be different. Drives over the top of it,
Yeah.
and now it's disappeared.
Yes. So we're probably going to have about 10 minutes to go once the race gets back underway, aren't we?
I don't think there's actually many cars still running, is there?
We could probably count them as they go past. I will endeavour to do that.
Probably only about 15 or so.
Right. One. This isn't going to make good telly, so you talk, Josh.
Ben Hansey's car's being dragged out of the gravel. As you can see, like Ben Short said, it's a pretty standard MX-5 as you look at it, but with a much more powerful engine. And already the Porsche, I think, is out of the gravel, so this shouldn't take too long.
17, I think. 17 cars out there circulating.
It's been a bit of a traditional, not just this race, but the weekend, because we had cars testing that withdrew after problems. We've had cars have problems in road sports yesterday that have now withdrawn. We've had cars have problems in qualifying that then withdrew ahead of the race, and then during the course of the race, cars have been withdrawn. But however, it's still been a very competitive race despite that.
It has.
Because there are still 7 cars on the lead lap, so more than a third of the cars still running are on the leading lap of the race.
Yep. And we started with 30, I think. But we've lost a number during the race. Going backwards in terms of number of laps completed, Dan Orsano, Michael Dark and Charlie Dark, Andy Roby, Jim Benson, the Wilmot car, the Livesley and Bessel Ginetta, the Browse and Browse BMW. Spencer Fortag still circulating actually, but we've lost Hampson and Schultz. We've lost actually Abortry and Johnson still out there. They possibly are. But we lost Tidmarsh and Webster, of course, as well. We've lost Sylvester and Brichta and various others. Safety car's going to do one more lap, I think. Although the circuit does now look to be clear down at Clervaux Corner. So, best lap of the race, that's gone to Will Stacey earlier on, a 127.20, 86.70 miles an hour. 800ths inside the record set by Andy Schultz last year. Best lap in Class B, that's gone to Scott Parkin, I think a 130.49. That's also a lap record, 300ths faster than Chris Freeman's lap record last year. And Class C, I don't think we are troubling the lap record in that particular class on this occasion. So 11 minutes to go. There'll be maybe 9.5 minutes by the time the cars come back round, and so probably get something like 7 laps out of that.
Hopefully.
Assuming we have no more caution periods, of course.
2 Class B leaders are back together, aren't they?
Yeah, that's true.
So that is one to watch. Scott Parkin, can he hold off Chris Plaskett? So lap times have been fairly similar in the end. And our Class C leaders are still fairly close as well. Class A is a little bit more set because of the penalty for Will Beach, otherwise this would have been quite an interesting restart, wouldn't it?
It would have been very interesting indeed. I'm sure Will Beach will still try to find a way past at the start. Safety car lights are out. Will Stacey is hanging well back from the safety car, the driver from Whittam. And it looks like he's going now. And can Will Beach go with him? So he hung back slowly and gave the safety car plenty of clear air. And it looks like he's made a pretty good restart actually to this one, Will Stacey. And it was going to be just about 9 3/4 minutes in fact left to go as he comes across the line this time with the green flag waving. So the gap between first and second, there's about a second between them, 1.17 in fact. So Will Beach needs to make up about 6.25 seconds then to win this race in the remaining 9.5 minutes.
Will even finish on the podium, because as it stands, the Baker and Swift car will be second, and third would be Brad Kaler, who would think is sharing with Dylan Pachetta in this race. So they come through. Time to fight for Will Beach in these final 9 minutes. There's Luke Handley, who's also got a penalty. That's why the Kaler car, just behind it on the road, could be moving up the order once penalties are applied.
In fact, John Elsey gets a bounding. There's pictures all around the circuit. So if the most clip photographer, his images on social media and his website in the next few days.
When I left the circuit last night, he was working on those pictures he made, and he was still in the same spot when I arrived this morning.
He never sleeps, that man. So dedicated is he to the cause. So there is Chris Plaskett then. He is just behind Scott Parkin, I think. Yes, there's one car between them in actual fact, that being the number 82 Class A machine. At the end of the lap, the gap was 1.17 seconds between Stacey and Beach, and at the end of lap 64 it's 1.72 seconds, although Will Beach is just the best lap of the race for that car, 127.92. Stacey still pulled out about 5 or 6 tenths.
And he's building a gap, isn't he, to Cole Swift. It's not yet 5 seconds, but it's heading in the correct direction as far as Will Beach is concerned. So that is potentially good news for that team. Through there goes Alan James in their Audi, the Dynamics run car. There's the B battle then. Diesel power ahead of petrol power at the moment, but not by very much. Chris Plaskett, who hasn't done very much racing, the driver from Surrey, second in the class, only started racing last season in this 2-litre VW Golf GTI prepared by Area Motorsport. Bennett turns up racing, he only started back in 2019. And they turn their way through Sunny and up here towards the complex. They're the only 2 cars still running in the class, and they're about a second between them. So we've lost quite a few in Class B.
We certainly have, and hopefully we'll have more out to start the next race in a month's time. There's the view from the pit wall.
New fastest lap, new lap record for Will Stacey. 127.11 to extend his lead.
Light fuel load and clear track, all working in his favour there, of course.
Obviously the tyres have held on pretty well. Being a lighter car, you'd think the Lotus should look after its tyres better, particularly than the heavy front-wheel drive cars. Which, okay, the rear tyres probably okay, but not so much the fronts.
There's Phil Driver going through shot. There's Steve Cheetham. He's in 10th position. A lap down in the Porsche. And there's Chris Plaskett. 1.5 seconds only behind, 1.3 seconds only behind Scott Parkin now.
He was quicker on the last lap by half a second.
Is there a late change there in the offing window between the two of them?
That could potentially better than Parkin. We can't make any errors. Right on the edge of the track there. The gap second to third then is 3.7 seconds on the road, which translates to 1.3 seconds after penalties. Can Cole Swift hang on within 5 seconds of Will Beach? There's the B leader then. Scott Parkin turning into the final corner.
Yeah, he's about to go on to another lap. 5 minutes to go in the race. Well, Stacey leading by 3.57 seconds now over Mark Weiss, but it's over Will Beach today. But it's more importantly now the gap behind Beach, and the gap from second to third is now nearly 5 seconds.
Lots of understeer there for Scott Parkin. He ran very wide through Hawthorne, but probably didn't lose too much. He's a couple of seconds now ahead of Chris Plaskett. The other thing that also Scott Parkin will be aware of is to make sure he doesn't exceed track limits, because that would change the complexion of this race.
Absolutely right. Needs to keep it neat and tidy. Gap between them was exactly 2 seconds, I should say, at the start of the lap. So it's just gone out slightly. There he is, heading around Barcroft towards Sunny. He's got Cheatham a lap down ahead of him. Well, Will Stacey's coming through with about 4 minutes to go, so probably going to be 4 more laps actually. The drive-through penalty for somebody I can see being advertised from the pit wall, but I can't see who. Can't see any notification of that on my messaging service.
Class B leaders through again. And they are coming up to some other cars that could cause a problem.
Will Beach is now more than 5 seconds clear of Rob Baker, as well as that's Vaitortas going off again. Pipiras, Vaitortas Pipiras has an eventful race.
Is he third in class?
Third in class, yeah.
So it's not gone too badly. There's Janetta.
That's second in class, yeah.
And no, that car's got a penalty as well now.
It has. It's had that for a while.
And they look forward a long way behind Krylov in the Honda. So that's Class C pretty settled. Class A leader still, Will Stacey, is about to lap this car. I think we're going to have 2 laps to go, aren't we, here?
Yes, looking at it, I think you may be right. So Will Stacey goes across the line now with 2:26 to go. Yes, it's going to be 2 laps remaining.
Yeah, I guess it's quite good to know who the penalty's for, just in case that is going to change the result. Because whichever car it is, if they don't serve the penalty within the next 2 laps, I guess that'll be an added post-race penalty.
Yeah. Carl Swift, you can see, watching on from the pit wall there. His teammate, Rob Baker, is going to be up in second place. Steve Cheatham out of the race, or is he, maybe he's the one serving a drive-through actually. Would kind of make sense because he'd already racked up 15 seconds of time penalties, so that would kind of make sense that he'd then have a drive-through next. So Steve Cheatham, yeah, he does drive through back into the race, and yeah, that will be for further track limits infringements, I would think. Will it bring anyone else up into the top 10? Possibly not, looking at the lap charts.
So, the penalty that is going to change the result a little bit is Luke Handley's, isn't it? Because that's going to bring the Kayla Audi up to 4th, which means we're going to have 4 different kinds of car in the top 4. Lotus, Seat, Volkswagen and Audi. So they make their way through again, and Will Stacey's lead up to 5 seconds. Now the gap second to third, 6.2 as they finished the previous lap. They come through again. Can Rob Baker get that back within 5 seconds?
We'll have to see. Last lap board is out, and Will Stacey is already at Hawthorne on the last lap, making his way through the chicane now, heading down the back straight. Of course, he started this race on 11th position, had that head gasket failure in qualifying this morning, had to work his way through the field and led before the pit stops, and led again soon after them, and seems to be a real Croft specialist, he and the car, well suited to this layout. And it's great to have had the variety of machinery, as you've been saying, Josh, all the way through this race, and it's I think it's good for the championship that the Lotus looks like being a winner again.
Yes, it's been a champion in Class A in the past with Joe Taylor, and a few years ago. Now Will Stacey starting his campaign off successfully, as is Scott Parkin, who's leading Class B after a race-long scrap, perhaps in a slightly different way to the Class A leaders. And now the Baker Swift car's got a penalty as well, so that's going to sort out the podium cars, all with a issues. There's a Class C leader.
But meanwhile, the leader is out of the hairpin for the final time and taking the checkered flag to win again at Croft in the Tiguan World Club Enduro Championship is Will Stacey. So Will Stacey takes the checkered flag to win. Second place is going to go the way then of number 27, Mark Grice and Will Beach. Third place, I think, will go the way of number 1, Rob Baker and Carl Swift. And fourth will go the way, actually, of Brad Kaler, because Luke Handley is going to be fourth on the road, is going to have a 5-second penalty, and he's not going to finish ahead, 5 seconds ahead of the Kaler and Richter Audi. So it'll be fourth to the Audi, fifth to the Golf. And then winning Class B across the line there goes the number 89 car of Scott Parkin, winning Class B by only 1.7 seconds, so Diesel Golf beating Petrol. And I think those are the only 7 cars on the leading lap, Josh, but a really good race we had there for the opening round of the Tiguan World Club Enduro Championship.
You say only 7, but I think that's probably the most we've had at the end of a 2-hour race, have that many cars still on the lead lap, and not a particularly long lap either here at Croft. There'll be longer circuits to come later in the season, so this bodes really well, doesn't it, for the 2023 Club Enduro Championship. Hopefully we'll have more cars come out later in the season in the other classes as well, but nevertheless a good debut there for the number 56 Honda Civic FN2 of David Lawrence and Isla Krylov, because they win for the first time in Class C within Club Enduro as well.
Yeah, they do, and good to see a success for the FN cars. Here we are with the results then. The winner, number 48, Will Stacey. 70 laps he completed in 2 hours and 27.28 seconds. Second, number 27, Mark Grice and Will Beach in the Cupra. Third, number 1, Rob Baker and Carl Swift in the Golf. Once times are adjusted, fourth will be number 87, Brad Kaler and Dylan Richter in the Audi, and fifth will be number 51, Luke Handley in the Golf. Sixth place and winning Class B is Scott Parkin in the Diesel Golf. Seventh, second Class B, Chris Plaskett in the Petrol one. Eighth, number 40, James Collins and Nigel Greensall in the BMW. Ninth to number 78, Matthew Stockford and Alan James in the Audi. Rounding out the top 10 will be number 43, Steve Cheetham in the Porsche Boxster. And then we've got 11th, Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver. 12th, Joel Oswick, despite his problems in the middle of phases of the race. 13th, the winning Class C, David Lawrence and Ilya Krylov on the debut for the FN Giro cars. And in 14th place, it was the Williams and Gillespie Cupra. 15th, second in Class C, Rob Fennick and Andrew Shepherd in the Ginetta, ahead of number 20, Vytautas Pipiras, 16th overall. 17th to number 23, Matthew Bawtry and James Johnston. And then we get to the cars that didn't make it to the end of the race. And there were a fair few of them today, and they even go over onto the next screen as well.
As long as the cars complete 50% of the race, so they are classified.
That's
I think
right.
Ben Hansey and Ben Short will still pick up a podium position in Class B.
That's right. So that brings to an end today's racing here at Croft Circuit for the 750 Motor Club. We're back here later in the season in June with a different roster of championships for you then, including the 116 Trophy, the Armed Forces Race Challenge, Bike Sports, Classics Catch, the Clio Sport Championship, F1000, Formula V and Low Cost. That promises to be a great weekend on June the 24th and 25th. The 750 Motor Club are next in action at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time on the 29th and 30th of April. And we'll have various races there, with the majority of the championships kicking off their season. We'll have myself and Matt Suckling at Silverstone for that one. Josh, thank you for your company this weekend. We've had some great racing.
Yeah, there's been hardly a dull moment, let alone a dull race. It's hectic this afternoon with all those sprint races. That was fast and frantic, and then this Club Enduro race, 2 hours, and there was plenty of action all the way through. And congratulations to Will Stacey on taking his victory. Let's head downstairs and speak to Chris Stevens.
The first Tiguan Club Enduro Championship race of the season goes to Will Stacey. Will, what a drive out there.
Yeah, I was amazed. We had about 100 odd degrees on the engine temperature for the last 40 minutes, so I was a bit worried we wouldn't even make it, but somehow it kept going. We had the head gasket going the first in qualifying. We were starting about 12th, I think, and then Mike and Sam managed to fix it in time. So we got all that ready, and then I thought, oh, I hope it doesn't go. And it went about an hour in, but it's somehow made it to the end.
There's something about you, this car, and Croft, because you won here last year as well. What is it?
I think it just works well around here. It's good on the brakes. It stops like on its nose in such a short distance compared to the other cars. So I can just gain so much. Coming into Sunny Inn, I can gain a lot in there.
Talk us through a bit of the race. It seemed like a very hectic start. You were pushing your way up the order, making the moves.
Yeah, I had to get through them to begin with. It's a bit harder when they got a bit more power, so I'm sort of left to send it quite hard into a corner, but we managed to get through.
Yeah, especially against those BMWs. They had a lot of power. They were pulling away on the straights. But, of course, then towards the end of the race, we kept having safety cars that were bringing the pack towards you. I mean, were you under pressure at any point?
Yeah, I was a bit towards the end because I'd heard on the radio, we're having trouble with the radio, but I managed to hear something about a 5-second penalty. But I wasn't sure whether that was me or whether that was the car behind. So I was thinking, I want to give myself 5 seconds just in case, even though I'm pretty sure it wasn't me. So I had to push.
It wasn't.
It wasn't, yeah. So I needn't have pushed that hard at the end anyway. I only had 5 seconds.
Oh, well, awesome job. Congratulations to you and to the Rob Boston Racing team and the Lotus Elise that has done a fantastic job. And congratulations to you. Well, let's go and talk to our Class B winner, Scott Parkin. Well, you were very confident in qualifying and the confidence continues, I guess.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done because Plaskett were just behind me. Well, I think we had about a 12-second lead, then there was a safety car, bunched us back up. He pitted, then there was another safety car, then I pitted after that. Came out expecting to be back in the lead, and Ruben said on the radio that he was 12 seconds ahead. I'm like, right, how's that happened? You know, I'm pretty sure I've not gone that slow in the pits, so had that to make up. Then another safety car bunched us up, but I was probably a few seconds away from him at that point anyway. And then I got lucky at the restart. He got held up in the chicane, so managed to get round him. And then it was just a case of controlling the pace. But I just walked around the other side of the car, and the front left tyre's flat. So I think the race ended just at the right time. So yeah, pretty happy. And I'm not 100% sure, but I think I got the lap record as well. So only by maybe 0.05 seconds. But yeah, I'll be happy if I get that as well.
Awesome. I mean, this sounds like a great start to a championship bid as well. Of course, you were in the B cars last year, very competitive there. So do you think we can make the difference this year?
Yeah, I hope so. We've started as we mean to go on. Last year, we were doing really well in the first race and then had engine trouble. So the idea behind all last season was just getting this reliable. We knew we were going to struggle for the championship, and we came 2 points away from it in the end. So yeah, if we keep this reliability, we'll see what happens. But I think this new safety car rule is going to mix it up a little bit because the 30, 20 and 10-second penalties for first, second and third used to be pretty neutralised with the safety car. Now that's not quite the same, so I think it's going to be a bit difficult, so we'll see.
Lots to look forward to in future races. Scott, congratulations to you and the Darkside team. A fantastic job. Let's go and talk to Dan Lawrence and Ilya Kryov, who took the Class C win in the Foundation car. Fantastic job, guys. Ilya, talk us through it.
Well, what can I say? I mean, all those years, me and Fast Dave training paid off. I mean, highlight, pinnacle of our careers, winning. I mean, in all honesty, that's all him, because he was the first driver, and I have no idea where he got it from. Literally climbed 5-6 spaces into second, and then we were just battling with the Ginetta, and I guess it was just the weather held up, and the car is brilliant, and it just happened for us. I'm just excited, very excited. My first race, I kept saying in the morning, I'm on 4 hours of sleep at the track I've never been, in a car I've barely driven, maybe for 15 minutes, and you know, it's just amazing. Definitely we'll be back. So
I think that's great to hear. Dan, a lot of praise from your teammate there. Anything to return?
Yeah, so I only managed to do 3 laps in qualifying because Ilya's not done any track work here, so I wanted to give him as much qualifier time as possible. So obviously it put us on the back foot, starting at the back of the grid. I thought it was just going to be a challenge because it's so evenly patched with like the same sort of cars, and yeah, it just happened to just tried a few moves, like first race ever, so I was like tried a few things and it sort of paid off, and we got to the Ginetta and that thing was quick. I was catching it and then I wasn't, I was catching it, I was like and then he had an incident with a TCR car, and then I was like, I'm leading, and then it got to like an hour, and I was like, right, we're going to swap over earlier, and then safety car was out, and I was like, oh, I don't really want to be in the car any longer, but swapped with Ilya, and we ended up. Somehow you overtook him. I don't know how, if it was Summit, but
I literally, he just appeared on the horizon, and I'm like, right, is that the car that I'm supposed to be racing? And then the gap slowly got smaller, and I think he made a mistake somewhere there, and then I overtook him, and I wasn't really sure whether it was him, whether I was lap behind or whatnot. It was just one of those, just like keep on pace and just keep going straight, and then yeah, it just happened. Amazing.
Yeah. Amazing drive from both of us. For first time here, first time racing, so to take first in class is quite an achievement.
Every time, yeah, anytime.
All right, awesome job. We'll definitely see you out later in the season, right?
Oh, 100%, 100%.
Yeah.
Awesome. It's a story to warm even the most pessimistic of hearts. Congratulations to you both. Thank you very much for joining us. And that just about wraps up the action here from Croft. The 750 Motor Club continues at Silverstone National in 2 weeks' time, but do keep an eye on the 750 Motor Club's social media channels to find out when our next live stream with Alpha Live will be. So from Ian, Josh and myself, Chris, thank you for joining us.